If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 41 Battle on the 200th Floor, Next Level Training. Now, more than 3 months have passed since Mika and his companions arrived in the Hunter world. Over these 3 months, Mika has learned everything about Nin, completing their initial goal. Therefore, Mika brought up the idea of returning to Orario. After all, with 3 months having passed, Ermit and Meli's ability stats should have reached their limits by now, and it's time for an update. Additionally, in a week, Mika and Ermit will face opponents on the 200th floor of the Heavens Arena. All of those opponents are Nin users. Once they defeat them, Ermit and Meli's feats will be considered accomplished. In that case, they will need an update to their abilities for their next level up. Of course, besides this reason, Mika has some other thoughts, but for now, those aren't important. What's important are Ermit and Meli's opponents in a week. How are your preparations for the battle next week? In the living room, upon hearing Mika's question, Ermit and Meli began to report their progress. Over this period of training, Ermit and Meli had diligently trained in the basics of the 4 major principles of Nin, solidifying their foundations. Moreover, compared to Ermit, Meli's Nin ability had already taken shape and would likely soon be perfected. No surprise there, Meli. Not only are you incredibly talented in magic, but your mastery of Nin is also exceptional. Hehe, that's the gift of an elf. Meli smiled proudly, then looked at Mika with curiosity and asked, Mika, have you not mastered your Nin ability yet? I haven't. Mika shook his head and said helplessly, conjurers generally manifest some kind of weapon, and to do that, one must thoroughly understand that weapon first. Therefore, a conjurer, after deciding on the weapon they want to manifest, must spend a lot of time with it, smelling, tasting, touching, and hitting it daily until they dream about it to complete the weapon's manifestation. Wow, that sounds troublesome. Ermit couldn't help but complain. Meli, on the other hand, curiously asked, have you decided on the weapon you want to manifest, Mika? Of course. What kind of weapon is it? Seeing their curious looks, Mika slightly raised his hands. They were covered by a pair of finely crafted, smoothly designed gauntlets. From his hands to his forearms, both of Mika's arms were encased in these gauntlets. Touching the sharp fingertips, Ermit and Meli looked even more puzzled. Mika, do you want to conjure gauntlets? I thought you'd go for a longsword, greatsword, or armor. You don't seem to use fists much. Who said conjuring gauntlets means using fists? Seeing their confusion, Mika smiled, do you know what President Netaro's Nin ability is called? It's called High Akusha Ki Cannon. My Nin ability inspiration comes from his High Akusha Ki Cannon. I experienced its immense power, which left a lasting impression on me. After expressing his admiration, Mika saw that they were still confused, so he didn't elaborate further. Instead, he continued to check their progress. After thoroughly understanding their progress, Mika asked about their Nin ability development. The 3 then began the process of developing their Nin abilities. Yo, Gon, Killua. Long time no see. The day after arriving at the Heavens Arena, Mika went to visit Gon and Killua. Oh, Mika. Did you finish your training? Seeing Mika suddenly appear, Killua surprised. After all, they were quite good friends. Yeah, it's finally over. If it weren't for President Netaro's tight schedule, I would have gone with Gon to find you. It's fine, Ermit and Meli came anyway. Killua accepted Mika's intentions warmly. Did you train in Nin under President Netaro? Ever since learning about Nin from Wing, Gon had been very curious about it. Killua, naturally, felt the same. Yes, I finished my Nin training, which is why I'm here now. You two are also training in Nin, right? That's right. Gon replied happily, Killua and I are being taught by Wing Sensei. But because of previous dangerous actions, I've been banned from training or learning about Nin for 2 months, and I'm currently under that ban. Well, Gon, you should reflect on that. Mika said with a playful smile. But doesn't that mean you won't see Ermit and Meli's debut? Ermit and Meli? It's okay. Ermit healed my arm before, and Meli discussed Nin with us while thinking about it. So Gon can watch their matches. Killua explained to Mika. Then you guys should really pay attention. They're quite different from before. Mika said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. It was time for Ermid and Meli's duels. Their duels were a day apart, with Ermid being the first to fight. Her opponent was Giddo, a member of the trio of combatants who had previously injured Gon. If not for Ermid's healing magic, Gon might still be recovering from his injuries. He, how lucky! Another easy win. Looking at the young Ermid, Giddo thought excitedly to himself. On the 200th floor, any duelist who gets 10 wins before 4 losses earns the right to challenge the floor master. Defeating the floor master allows them to take over and monopolize that floor. Above the 200th floor, each floor belongs to a floor master. Becoming a floor master brings endless honor, making them renowned in the martial arts world. With that fame, these masters can live comfortably, enjoying their glory for life. Therefore, everyone on the 200th floor hopes to earn the right to challenge the floor master and take their place. The match begins. At the referee's signal, Giddo swiftly launched dozens of tops. He infused his aura into these tops, making them incredibly destructive. If a normal person were hit in the arm, their arm would likely be torn apart on the spot. Infusing aura into objects to increase the strength of the body or weapon. Like me, you're an enhancer, but your technique is quite crude. Ermid mused silently. Unlike Ermid and her companions, who had undergone formal Nin training through the hunter exam, Giddo had learned on his own, making his technique very crude. That's why you target newcomers for easy wins. But even if you get 10 wins, can you really defeat the floor masters who have been challenged by many experts? Know your place. Wielding her spear, Ermid said seriously. Chapter 42 The Science of Nin Applications in High-Stakes Combat. Stop talking nonsense! Giddo shouted loudly, clearly unwilling to accept such a reality. In response, Ermid didn't say anything further. As she looked at the rapidly spinning tops around her, her mind gradually calmed down. Her aura expanded outward, forming a circular barrier that encompassed everything around her. This was the Nin application technique that Mika had recently taught her. N is an advanced joint application of Ten and Ren, where the aura expands outward from oneself, allowing one to sense any intruders within its range. N is defined as a technique where one's aura extends beyond a radius of 2 meters and is maintained for more than a minute. The range of N varies according to one's skill level, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the overall strength of one's Nin abilities. Sometimes, it just indicates different ways or needs for using N. In Hunter x Hunter, Killua's grandfather, Xenozaldik, could extend his N to a radius of 300 meters, while Nobunaga from the Phantom Troop could only use a 4-meter radius N within his sword's reach. Although Nobunaga's N seems much weaker than Xeno's in terms of coverage, this isn't entirely accurate. Nobunaga is a swordsman, his attack method is his katana, so he doesn't need his N to extend beyond his attack range. When an enemy is within Nobunaga's attack range, unless they are significantly stronger, they cannot avoid his attacks. However, N can be used to gauge someone's strength when used for general reconnaissance. For instance, Neferpitu, a character from the Chimera Ant arc, had an N covering a radius of 2 kilometers, making it extremely expansive. At this moment, Ermid's N was enhancing her perception abilities. After including all the top's trajectories in her observation, Ermid began to walk forward slowly. Based on her previous observation of Gon's fight with Giddo, she had figured out his techniques. As an enhancer, both Giddo and Ermid were not adept at manipulation-type abilities. Thus, Giddo couldn't freely manipulate the tops on the ground. He could only preset targets for these tops, letting them fight autonomously. Your target is aura, right? Making them chase and attack people using aura is a good idea, but it's too rigid for someone with strong observation skills. Walking slowly towards Giddo, Mika casually swung the spear wrapped in aura, knocking down the tops one by one. In no time, Ermid, walking through Giddo's battle waltz, was not only unscathed but also gradually closing in on his position. My battle waltz got broken. Damn it! Unwilling to concede, Giddo quickly started spinning himself, turning into a giant top to strengthen his defense, aiming to make himself invincible. Unfortunately, the current Ermid was not the same as the Ermid from 7 days ago. Although Ermid and Meli awakened their Nin abilities rapidly, their potential was not considered exceptional by others. The reason was their low potential aura capacity. In the Nin system, there are potential aura and manifest aura. Potential aura is the total amount of aura in an user's body, while manifest aura is the maximum aura one can release at any moment. Potential aura is akin to total magical power or internal energy. Manifest aura is akin to the output capacity limit. As the foundation of the Nin system, the importance of aura capacity is undeniable. Like a ninja's chakra, it is the basis of its system. As the manifestation of a person's life energy, aura is naturally related to physical constitution. The higher the physical constitution limit, the more potential aura one has upon awakening. Although potential aura can be increased through training, it has a limit. Once the limit is reached, no amount of training will result in further growth. In the Chimera Ant arc, the Chimera Ants were so powerful after awakening Nin because their physical constitution far exceeded humans, giving them terrifying potential and manifest aura. This is the principle of overwhelming force. Ermit and Meli, being from Danmachi world, had physical constitution limits far below those of this world. Thus, their potential and manifest aura were lower than this world's Nin users. So, they could easily be overwhelmed by others. This is why Mika planned to take them back for level up. Once they level up, breaking their limits would bring their potential and manifest aura up to this world's standard. Just like Mika now. As they continue to level up, their potential and manifest aura will keep increasing. In a way, the Nin system and the system of blessings from the gods are highly compatible. But those are future concerns. For now, Ermit and Meli need to use the principle of leverage to win. That is, to win with technique. As an enhancer, Ermit had already reinforced her spear with aura and used another application technique. Shu. Shu is a 10 application technique. It involves wrapping one's aura around objects in contact with the body, enhancing their properties. For example, wrapping a stone with Shu enhances its hardness, allowing it to break other stones without shattering. When applied to a shovel, it strengthens its digging force, making it feel like digging through pudding, even if digging through hard rock. Combined with Ermit's enhancer properties, her spear was now terrifyingly powerful. She knocked away the tops coming at her with her spear tip, splitting them into 2 unusable pieces. High-level Nin techniques truly amplify combat power remarkably. But these techniques consume a lot of aura. Feeling her rapidly depleting aura, Ermit sighed. Her potential aura was already lower than this world's Nin users, and as a newcomer, her potential aura hadn't reached her body's maximum, making her aura even scarcer. Indeed, upgrading is essential first. But for now, I must defeat him. Looking at Giddo, Ermit's gaze was sharp. With a powerful step, she instantly appeared in front of Giddo. Gripping the end of her spear tightly, she swung it swiftly at the metal rod substituting Giddo's legs while he spun. A clang echoed. The rod supporting Giddo's body was cut off by Ermit, sending him flying into the wall, unconscious or worse. Retracting her spear, Ermit said seriously, "And this is Ken." Chapter 43 The Art of Ken, Harnessing 100% Aura, Nin Beasts Unveiled. Ken is an advanced application technique that combines the 5 fundamental techniques, Ten, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, and Gyo. To use Ken proficiently, one must not only master the basic 4 major principles but also thoroughly understand the application technique of Gyo above them. After a week of intensive training, thanks to their strong learning abilities, Ermit had essentially grasped several application techniques of Nin. However, among them, Ken was the most difficult and the technique Ermit had the hardest time mastering. Under normal circumstances, Ermit couldn't use this move in battle, but that didn't stop her opponent from giving her the opportunity. In his defensive state, Giddo stood still, maintaining the form of a top, giving Ermit plenty of time to prepare and execute this move. As for the effect of Ken, it's an extremely powerful technique that can utilize 100% of one's aura in a single attack. Thus, Ken is considered an essential weapon for powerful Nin users in battle. Oh! Giddo has fallen unconscious, his life and death currently unknown. This means that the victory of this match goes to the newcomer, Ermit. Ermit the host's shout, the referee also announced the decision. With the victory in hand, Ermit slowly walked into the contestant passage amidst the audience's cheers. As soon as she exited the preparation room, Mika and Meli approached her. "So strong, Ermit?" Grabbing Ermit's hands, Meli said joyfully. "I'm not that strong. If Mika hadn't arrived in time to teach me the application techniques of Nin, I wouldn't have defeated him so easily. After all, our potential aura is really too low." Through this battle, Ermit had clearly understood her own disadvantages. She realized that returning to Orario to level up had become an urgent matter. Indeed. Mika nodded seriously. Starting from the Heavens arena, the real world of Nin users was about to unfold. Moreover, when they parted with Kurapika and Orario at the Zaldik family's house, they agreed to meet in your new city. There, they planned to have a big clash with the Phantom Troop. Mika was eager to face the Phantom Troop. But he needed helpers, as the Phantom Troop was not a group to be fought solo, they were a criminal gang composed of multiple strong Nin users. Mika couldn't possibly fight them all alone. So, he needed the strength of Ermit and Meli. Tomorrow, Meli, you need to be careful in your match. Don't let your opponent control the pace. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll show you all how I'll take him down in seconds. Meli confidently waved her fist. The next day, it was Meli's turn to battle Realvelt. Meli's opponent, Realvelt, was an user in a wheelchair, and like the defeated Giddo and another contestant named Seidaso, he was someone with physical disabilities. They were similar to Gon and Killua in the beginning, entering the 200th floor as martial artists without knowing Nin, only to be baptized by it. Every year, many people like them would enter the world of Nin users and start battling in confusion. Most of them met tragic ends. But a few survived and awakened their Nin abilities. As Mika had once said, awakening Nin could be achieved not only through self-cultivation but also by having one's aura nodes forcibly opened by another's Nin. In the original story, Gon and Killua, who didn't have time for quiet cultivation, had their aura nodes opened by Wing, a skilled master from Shinjin-ryu with mature techniques. But Giddo and his companions had their aura nodes forcibly opened on the arena, enduring the malicious aura of their opponents. As a result, they were all physically disabled, injuries from their initial awakening. If Gon and Killua hadn't taken the hunter exam before going to the Heavens Arena, they might have experienced what Giddo and his companions did. But more likely, they would have been injured upon awakening, but not disabled. After all, they were rare geniuses in the realm of Nin, with talents unmatched by millions. The match begins. With the referee's announcement, Meli's battle with Realvelt began. Unlike Giddo, Realvelt was a defensive counter-attacker. Using his Nin ability, he could propel his wheelchair forward, always observing his opponent's moves before counter-attacking. Facing Realvelt's scrutiny, Meli gently raised her right hand, summoning a baby dragon-shaped Nin Beast onto her arm. Nin Beasts are another unique aspect of the Nin system. They are special entities created using Nin, capable of independent action. Depending on the ability or attribute, the intelligence of Nin Beasts varies greatly. Some Nin Beasts are like tools, with no intelligence. Others are sentient enough to communicate with their masters. The baby dragon in Meli's hand was her Nin Beast. Go, Fufu. The name Fufu was given by Mika. After all, how could Meli be without Fufu? With a light lift of Meli's arm, the baby dragon named Fufu flew out, circling above the arena. This Nin Beast was Meli's Nin ability, Illusion Dragon. After learning some basics of Nin from Mika, Meli began pondering how to develop her Nin ability. Based on her judgment of her Nin characteristic, Meli thought dream manipulation might be her essence. She considered developing her Nin ability in that direction. But she later abandoned the idea. She realized that developing similar abilities in both Nin and the blessings of the gods would just give her another operational tool. Like 1 + 1 = 2, addition wouldn't bring about a qualitative change. So, she decided to develop her Nin ability as an amplifier of her abilities, turning it into multiplication. Hence, she decided to create a Nin Beast as a part of herself. This was how she developed her Nin ability. As for the shape of the Nin Beast, she initially thought of a dream demon, but Mika suggested the form of an illusion dragon. After all, isn't an illusion dragon better looking than a dream demon? And so, Meli's Nin ability was born. Meli envisioned that as her strength increased, she would continuously develop the abilities of this illusion dragon. Whether as an amplifier of her abilities or a bodyguard for her as a mage, Meli had high hopes for it. So this is your Nin ability? What kind of combat power does such a small Nin Beast have? It seems I will win this battle. Let me show you my ability. Seeing the baby dragon circle in the air before returning to Meli's shoulder, Realvelt mocked loudly. No, this battle is already over. Meli said with a smile. What? Hearing Meli's laughter, Realvelt suddenly felt drowsy. Watching Realvelt fall outside the arena, fast asleep, and hearing the audience's cheers, Meli's expression grew happier. Looking at Meli, who was being announced as the winner by the excited referee, Mika in the audience remarked, simultaneously manipulating all the spectators, contestants, and the referee on the field, making them experience different dreams. Meli's control ability has grown stronger. Meli has always been strong. Ermid nodded seriously. After all, she is a genius. Chapter 44 Crossing Worlds and Going Back. Darkness fell and light returned as Mika, Ermid, and Melly transported back from the Hunter world to Orario. Welcome back. Before they could fully adjust to the change in worlds, Yahweh's voice reached their ears. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I can tell from your appearance and aura that you've made progress. It seems this trip was quite fruitful. Having regained his senses, Mika looked at Yahweh sitting leisurely on the bed and said with a light chuckle, this trip was indeed very rewarding, perhaps even more so than we imagined. Oh! Hearing Mika's words, not only did Yahweh's eyes light up, but Ermid and Melly also showed puzzled expressions. Clearly, they didn't understand what Mika meant by more rewarding than imagined. Sensing the confused looks from the three, Mika said with some anticipation, this relates to the ability system we acquired from the other world. So, instead of first recounting their experiences in the Hunter world, Mika began to explain to Yahweh about the Nin ability system and its related knowledge. Nin, hey? What an interesting ability, Yahweh leaned back slightly, looking at Mika thoughtfully. So, what do you mean by more rewarding than imagined? Melly. Mika quickly turned to Melly, who had been listening quietly to the side. Bring out Fufu. Oh. Realizing it involved her, Melly promptly summoned her Nin Beast. Seeing this, Yahweh quickly sat up. Yahweh-sama, this is the most fascinating thing about Nin abilities, Nin Beasts, Mika explained. Some Nin users' beasts have completely independent thoughts, almost like a special form of life. In a sense, isn't this like creating life? So I was thinking, since deities can create spirits as extensions of themselves, even though you can't use divine power now, could you use Nin to create a type of Nin beast that can carry your consciousness, allowing you to adventure with us? Mika looked at Yahweh expectantly. He was well aware of Yahweh's desire to join them on adventures in other worlds. However, Mika couldn't bring beings stronger than himself. As a result, Yahweh could only watch enviously as the three of them ventured into other worlds and listened to their experiences. So Mika had been pondering if there was another way to bring her along to other worlds. When they arrived in the Hunter world, he thought of Nin Beasts. This could be a possibility for Yahweh. After hearing Mika's explanation, Yahweh fell into deep thought. Recalling the various aspects of Nin that Mika had described, a slight smile appeared on her face. Perhaps this really could work. Yahweh's eyes were filled with joy. She hugged Mika and planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you so much, Mika. After expressing her gratitude, Yahweh quickly left Mika's room and returned to her own bedroom to start experimenting, eager to bring this concept to fruition as soon as possible. She left Mika, Ermid, and Melly staring at each other, dumbfounded. Apart from when Yahweh first came to the surface and Mika saw her vulnerable side, she usually presented a gallant and heroic image to the three. Seeing her show such an emotional side now truly surprised them. However, they quickly recovered. Looking at the two somewhat bewildered companions, Mika hurriedly said, from the looks of it, Yahweh-sama probably won't come out until she's thoroughly experimented with this idea. We should act independently during this time. After all, we're all just beginners in the realm of Nin, and I'm sure everyone has their own ideas. So, let's handle things on our own for now. With your current strength, even going to the 12th floor alone shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Of course not. Ermid and Melly confidently replied. Alright then, let's disperse. With that, Ermid and Melly returned to their respective rooms. Mika also lay down on his bed, contemplating his next moves. That matter is indeed a bit troublesome, he mused. After a day of rest, Mika got up early. After a quick tidying up, he left his quarters and headed towards today's destination, the Familia, located near the Northwest District. So you're saying you want to commission a set of armor for collection? Asked the person in charge at the Familia. Hearing the question, Mika nodded, then shook his head. It's not exactly for collection. I need something that can be actually worn. I plan to give it to a friend who isn't an adventurer. I see, now I understand, the Familia member nodded slightly, looking at the design in hand. Due to the different preferences of various deities, the familias they established have different classifications. Mika's Yahweh Familia, for instance, belongs to the most common exploration type Familia. In Orario, almost all the famous large familias are exploration type. After all, the strength of adventurers is built up through countless battles. Besides the most common exploration type familias, there are also commercial type familias. These include medical familias that research and sell medicines, and smithing familias that forge weapons and armor for adventurers. These all fall under the category of commercial familias. Among the smithing familias, the most famous are the Hephaestus Familia and the Goibniu Familia. As Orario's two most renowned smithing familias, the Hephaestus Familia is known for various exquisite and superior weapons, and they are the largest smithing familia in Orario. The Goibniu Familia, whose craftsmanship is no less than that of the Hephaestus Familia, is famous for custom-made weapons. The weapon Mika wanted to commission now was for his future plans of conjuring weapons. After all, his potential aura capacity would increase with his level, eventually reaching an astonishing amount. As such, conjuring only 1 or 2 weapons would be too wasteful. So, Mika planned to conjure a set of armor as well. Since this armor was meant to be used in constructing his Nin ability form, the quality wasn't the main concern. The key was the style. After all, being strong is temporary, but being cool is forever. This design was specially created by a master designer Mika had commissioned in the Hunter world, for which he owed Netero a large sum of money. Of course, the gauntlets Mika currently wore were also the designer's work, but they were completed in the Hunter world. Considering that he couldn't immediately familiarize himself with the armor while wearing the gauntlets, Mika decided to have it forged after returning to Danmachi. So, how long will this take, and how many valis will it cost? Mika inquired. After pondering for a while, the person in charge slowly replied, since you're not prioritizing quality, the price naturally won't be too high. However, the intricate patterns in your design are extremely complex and will require special handling. Considering the time investment, it should take about a week to complete. As for the price, let's say 2 million valis. Chapter 45 A Weapon's Blessing and a New Companion. Broken again. Looks like you need a weapon with the unbreakable blessing. Is that possible? Walking through the corridor of the Goibniu Familia, Mika heard voices coming from a small courtyard and turned his head curiously. He saw a familiar group of 4, a golden-haired Palom, an armored dwarf, and a beautiful elf with long green hair. It was none other than the 3 executives from the Loki Familia. Findium, the Braver. Gareth Landrock, the Elgurm. Reverial Joe's elf, the 9 Hell. And standing beside them, talking with the chief god of the Goibniu Familia, was Ace Wallenstein. It's indeed time to forge a weapon with the unbreakable blessing. Mika recalled that Ace awakened her magic when slaying the infant dragon. Like the first stage of Mika's heavenly fire calamity, Ace's wind-based magic also greatly damaged weapons. However, unlike Mika, a poor commoner, Ace, as the princess of the Loki Familia, could directly commission a weapon with the unbreakable blessing. How nice, big familias. Mika sighed, thinking about the Loki Familia's wealth as he strolled out leisurely. While Yahweh was deep in thought, Mika, Ermid, and Meli went about their own business while preparing for their venture to the 13th floor. Whether or not Mika's idea could be realized, once Yahweh emerged from her contemplation, Ermid and Meli's level UPS would be completed. At that time, they would begin exploring beyond the 13th floor, delving into the middle levels of the dungeon. After all, they had spent nearly 4 months in the HXH world, so they would have to wait for an equal cooling-off period, 4 months, before they could return there. During this time, they couldn't just stay at home practicing Nin, could they? Although practicing 10 could increase their physical attributes, given that they had just leveled up, battles in the dungeon would help the 3 improve more rapidly. Soon, a week had passed. On this day, as the 3 were sitting in the courtyard, examining the armor Mika had just retrieved from the Goibniu Familia, a loud shout suddenly came from Yahweh's room. It's complete. Along with Yahweh's shout, she quickly darted out of the room. Accompanying her was a small humanoid Nin beast floating in midair. This humanoid Nin beast, like Yahweh, had white hair and red pupils, standing about 80 centimeters tall. Although she had no wings, she floated freely in the air. Paimon. Mika couldn't help but think, feeling a strong sense of déjà vu. Hehe, this child is the Nin beast I created, a part of myself. She has the ability to share thoughts and vision with me, essentially another me, Yahweh said happily, beckoning with her hand. This child has 2 modes. One is like now, where I operate her remotely. The other is when I temporarily fall asleep and entrust my consciousness to her. That's when you can take me to other worlds. Does she have any special powerful abilities? Meli asked excitedly. Of course not. Yahweh explained seriously. After you take her across worlds, she won't be able to replenish her aura from my main body and can only be supplemented by your aura. In this situation, how would her combat abilities be any different from yours? After all, any powerful technique requires sufficient aura to support it. So I plan to create some support abilities that you lack for her, to compensate for the small number of members in our Familia. I see. The three nodded. Indeed, talking about abilities without considering energy output is pointless. But that's for later. Right now, there's an important task you need to complete. What task? The three immediately became serious. Naming this child. Yahweh said, equally serious. Indeed, since it's the name of Yahweh-sama's avatar, it is very important. Mika responded stiffly. But thinking about naming her, Mika's playful side was aroused. While Ermit and Melly were still pondering, Mika immediately said, how about Maria? This was the name of the Holy Mother, after all. No, too common. Indeed, Maria was a very generic name. Then how about Jesus? This time Mika used the name of the Holy Son. That doesn't sound like a girl's name at all. Then how about Paimon? Where did you get that demon name from? Yahweh objected again. Seeing that none of his interesting name suggestions were accepted, Mika also ran out of ideas. As the demigod of a goddess, they couldn't give her a very ordinary name. Mika fell silent in thought, watching her constantly flying around Yahweh, and mused to himself, if she had a pair of wings, she'd look even more like an angel. Angel. Speaking of angels, Mika suddenly thought of a certain lazy being. Yahweh-sama, what do you think of Gabriel? Gabriel. Mulling over this name, Yahweh's eyes grew brighter the more she considered it. Gabriel, I like this name. With that, Yahweh called her who was flying around her to come before her. From today on, you'll be called Gabriel. Yahweh happily announced. After naming the newcomer to the Yahweh Familia, Yahweh took Ermit and Melly into her room to proceed with the ability updates they had been waiting for. The two victorious battles in the Heavens arena in the Hunter world were more than enough for the two to use as achievements for their level UPS. Although Giddo seemed to have lost without much resistance, this wasn't because he were weaker. In fact, given their combat prowess, most level 2 adventurers in Danmachi wouldn't be a match for them. The reason they lost so quickly and miserably was due to the disparity in information. For Giddo, his loss was even more unavoidable. Although Melly was a specialization type non-user, her methods were more like those of a manipulation type. Allowing a manipulation type opponent to make the first move is a recipe for disaster. Therefore, Ermit and Melly's victories could truly be called defeating stronger opponents with weaker strength. Which of you wants to go first? Yahweh asked with a smile, looking at the two before her. I'll go first. Ermit volunteered, stepping forward and taking off her top to expose her back to Yahweh. Familiar with the process, Yahweh dripped divine blood and manipulated Ermit's divine blessing. This is... Yahweh exclaimed in shock. Melly, standing nearby, quickly came over. Already familiar with the divine script, she peered at Ermit's back. This is... Name, Ermit Tzanare. Level, LV.1. Abilities, Strength, A879SS1023 Endurance, A861SS1010 Dexterity, A823S956 Agility, A845S988 Magic, A805S999. Magic, Dia Fratel. Skill, Shared Suffering. Both strength and endurance have surpassed the limit. Melly shouted loudly. Chapter 46 The Trio's Transformation, a new level of power. This must be the influence of the enhancement type, Mika speculated, looking at the paper recording Ermit's ability values. Enhancement type. Melly and the others nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Mika continued, growing more confident. Unlike other types, enhancement users' greatest weapon is their own body. While users of other types can use Nin to strengthen their bodies, enhancement users can clearly break through these limits. From Mika's observations, the normal limit for people in the Hunter world was between level 2 and 3, with those of exceptional talent being slightly higher, and those with less talent being slightly lower. However, enhancement users could break through these limits, continuously strengthening their bodies to reach higher realms. This explained why Ermit could surpass her limits after reaching her initial cap. But Ermit should only be able to break through the limits of strength and endurance, as these are the directions enhanced users typically strengthen, Mika said, handing the paper back to Yahweh. Enhancement users are generally well-rounded in both offense and defense. Judging from this, surpassing limits in strength and endurance will likely be Ermid's future standard, Mika stated seriously. It's amazing how well Nin abilities and divine blessings complement each other. Melly exclaimed, recalling the pleasant surprises Nin had brought them. Indeed. Mika replied with a light chuckle, glancing at Gabriel floating in mid-air. After their discussion, Yahweh, Ermid, and Melly returned to their room to update their abilities. This time, there were no complications. Both Ermid and Melly successfully reached level 2, becoming upper-class adventurers. Compared to Ermid, Melly's attributes were close to their limits but hadn't surpassed them. Neither of them gained new magic or skills during this upgrade, which was normal. Under Melly's magic hero creation, the trio's potential had been drawn out early on. The magic and skills they possessed would make even higher-level adventurers envious. However, their development abilities truly surprised Yahweh and Mika. During the level up, both had many development abilities to choose from, but the appearance of one ability left no room for hesitation: mystery. Mika had chosen mystery as his development ability earlier, and now Ermid and Melly had selected it as well. Our Familia has 3 mystery holders now. If others found out, they'd be incredibly jealous. Mika commented, looking at Yahweh, who sat opposite him with a silly grin. Although mystery is indeed a rare development ability, isn't 3 a bit much? Unlike other development abilities that provide immediate benefits upon acquisition, mystery requires further development from us, Mika continued. But where will we find the time for that? Their daily schedule was already packed. Usually, other mystery holders would research this ability while exploring the dungeon, or even dedicate time specifically to it. But the trio not only had to explore the dungeon but also train and develop their Nin abilities, with potentially more abilities to come in the future. Don't overthink it. Melly countered. At worst, we're just missing out on one development ability. Given our current Nin abilities, does lacking one development ability really matter that much for our combat strength? Besides, who knows? Mystery might bring us some pleasant surprises when we least expect it. After pondering Melly's words, Mika nodded in agreement. Their combat abilities were already quite formidable. Seeing Mika nod, Yahweh suddenly said, "It's getting late. You should all go rest now. Tomorrow, you'll be testing your upgraded abilities in the dungeon." Hey! The 3 looked at her in confusion. This was quite different from her usual behavior, as she typically trained them until dawn. Noticing their puzzled looks, Yahweh explained somewhat sheepishly, "It's not just you 3 heading to the dungeon tomorrow, you know." Hearing this, the trio turned their gaze to Gabriel, who was flying back and forth beside her. Right, it's Gabriel's first battle too. They realized in unison. Indeed, for a god who had long grown bored with this world, the interior of the dungeon would undoubtedly be a place of curiosity. If not for the guild's strict prohibitions and the dungeon's countermeasures, gods would likely sneak into the dungeon frequently. Seeing Yahweh's expectant expression, Melly and Ermid left the courtyard with smiles, returning to their rooms. However, Mika stayed behind, as he had something to discuss with Yahweh. A technique to multitask? I see, I understand now. Yahweh exclaimed after hearing Mika's ideas about his Nin ability. That's an excellent idea, very much your style. Leave the multitasking technique to me. However, this means you'll need to master more weapon techniques, and with greater proficiency. She added with a nod. I'll train you well, don't worry. Oh boy, looks like I'm headed for mastery of all weapons. My future is going to be even tougher. Mika shook his head, his expression turning serious. There's also the issue with Gabriel, he continued. She's currently created by an ability. Won't other deities immediately see through this if they spot her? The 3 of us can move around Orario in a state of Zetsu, concealing our Nin abilities. Since deities can't enter the dungeon anyway, it's not an issue for us. But Gabriel can't enter a state of Zetsu, right? So, is it possible for you to convert her into a mana-based form, claim she's a product of Melly's magic, and incidentally create a technique for converting different types of energy? Yahweh paused briefly before replying with a sigh, I've already developed such a technique, but you won't be able to use it yet. She spread her hands helplessly and continued, I may seem capable of anything right now, but that's only within the existing systems you've provided. This relies on the wisdom and experience I've accumulated over billions of years. This is already the limit of what I can do without my divine power. My ability to convert energy actually depends on this divine body, even without divine power. This falls into the realm of bloodline abilities. I can provide you with techniques, but I can't change your bloodline, understand? Mika nodded, having considered these points before. But why only temporarily? He asked, puzzled. Because of the Nin ability you brought back, of course. Yahweh replied with a light laugh. This Nin ability is all-encompassing. With enough aura and the right mindset, almost anything is possible. In a sense, aura is like divine power diluted countless times. Perhaps I can solve this problem using Nin abilities, but it will take some time for me to think it through carefully. After all, I'm no longer the omniscient god I once was in the heaven. Dungeon, 12th floor. Mika, wielding a great sword, was rapidly charging towards the orc before him, carving a path with his blade. On his flanks, Ermid with her spear and Melly with her long sword were swiftly slaughtering the orcs and imps that blocked their way. Behind the trio, Gabriel flew low to the ground, skillfully reaching into the monsters' corpses without any hindrance, extracting magic stones and usable materials from their bodies. She then stuffed these into the pouch on her lower abdomen. This was Gabriel's Nin ability God's Hand and Dimensional Pouch, specifically developed to assist Mika and the others. God's Hand allowed Gabriel to extract anything she wanted without any obstruction, even if it was connected to other objects. Of course, this ability only worked on inanimate objects. As for the Dimensional Pouch, its effect was self-evident. It was a vast space Gabriel had prepared to store magic stones, materials, medicines, weapons, miscellaneous items, and various other objects, though it couldn't contain living beings. Even so, Gabriel had quickly become an indispensable support member of the team. With her presence, Mika and the others could easily double their daily gains. This was just in the upper floors. As they continued to delve deeper into the dungeon, reaching the middle floors, lower floors, and even the deep floors, the importance of the dimensional pouch would only increase. After all, for any Familia wanting to explore the depths of the dungeon, carrying logistical supplies and handling deep-level spoils were extremely troublesome issues. Now, the Yahweh Familia had solved this problem in advance. Wow, it feels great to just kill monsters without having to collect the spoils. Mika exclaimed excitedly, leaning against the wall corner and watching the other three eating lunch. That's right, with Gabriel's support, our efficiency has more than doubled. This is something no other supporter can replace, Melly summarized happily. Hearing their praise, Gabriel, floating in midair eating a potato pancake, grinned and said, "Humph. Praise me to your heart's content." Ha ha ha. The four laughed together. After the jokes, Mika finished his food and asked Ermid and Melly, "How is it? Can you control your bodies now?" "It's almost there." Ermid responded seriously, clenching her fist. Whenever adventurers level up, the sudden increase in strength can make them feel like they can't control their bodies freely. This is caused by too much improvement in a very short time. Normal adventurers would gradually master their state through extensive practice. But unlike those adventurers who fumble through combat techniques on their own, the three trained by Yahweh were considered masters in body control. When faced with the same situation, they only needed a short time to regain control of their bodies. "In that case, we can discuss some matters about heading to the middle floors," Mika said quietly, looking at the passage leading to the next floor. From the 13th floor of the dungeon onwards, adventurers could truly experience the horror of the dungeon. To venture into the middle floors, the first thing they needed to prepare was fire spirit weave cloth. This was a fabric blessed by fire spirits, capable of greatly reducing fire damage. This was necessary to guard against the new type of monster, the Hellhound, which would appear from the 13th floor onward. As a monster of the 13th floor, the Hellhound's combat ability wasn't particularly strong, but they possessed the ability to breathe fire magic. For level 2 adventurers, the power of fire magic was truly terrifying. If caught off guard by the Hellhounds, a few simultaneous fire breath attacks could incinerate unprepared adventurers on the spot. Therefore, fire spirit weave cloth was essential in the middle floors. "Let's have the fire spirit weave cloth made into coats, and also make some masks to conceal our identities at any time," Mika said. From the 13th floor onwards, the three would completely hide their identities until they had fully grown stronger. "Once we enter the dungeon, Gabriel should return to her Nin form, otherwise wouldn't our efforts be in vain?" Melly suggested. Since Gabriel's composition changed from Nin to Mana, she lost her invisibility ability and was exposed to everyone's eyes. As a result, Melly also received attention from others. After all, nominally, Gabriel was a magical creature summoned by Melly. The magic to summon magical creatures was something that even the people of Orario had rarely seen. As for why it was Melly? Of course, it was because they both had red eyes and silver hair. Once Gabriel's composition changed back from mana to Nin, most people in the dungeon wouldn't be able to detect her existence. After all, people without aura couldn't see aura. However, those with mana might be able to see her, but only if their mana control ability was very strong. After all, whether it was aura or mana, they were both forms of energy existing in the world. Understood. Ermit and the others said in unison. Are you ready? Mika asked seriously, looking at Ermit and Melly, who were also wearing fire spirit weave cloth, and Gabriel floating in mid-air. Ready. Then let's go. Unlike their exploration of the upper floors in the past few days, today Mika was wearing a set of armor that almost entirely enveloped his body. The armor was predominantly white, with some red patterns around it. At a glance, it looked inexplicably cool. This was the armor Mika had previously commissioned the Goibneo Familia to forge. The reason he wore it today was that yesterday, he had completed the materialization of those gauntlets, and his Nin ability was now complete. It's a pity there's no suitable opponent for its debut, Mika sighed, thinking of his Nin ability that was completed with Yahweh's help. Then let's begin our journey. With that, Mika took the lead and entered the passage leading to the 13th floor. The passage from the 12th floor to the 13th floor was unprecedentedly long. There were no turns in the middle, but it gave a feeling of endlessness. Until they reached the end. Is this the 13th floor? Melly exclaimed, looking around at the surroundings. Compared to the upper floors, the environment here was a bit darker, but the overall layout was similar to the first few floors of the upper levels, resembling a natural cave environment. However, unlike the upper floors, each floor of the middle levels was more expansive, and the rock passages connecting the rock chambers were also very long. The surroundings were dotted with vertical passages similar to wells. If one carelessly fell into these vertical passages, they would end up on an even lower floor. Therefore, it wasn't suitable to fight on these passages connecting the rock chambers. So, to fight more safely, they had to quickly move to the next rock chamber. Standing on the 13th floor, looking at the dark surroundings, Mika chuckled and said, "Looks like there are no monsters nearby. Let's go deeper." Gripping their weapons tightly, the three advanced while nervously scrutinizing their surroundings. After all, the 13th floor was known in Orario as the first death line. Chapter 47 16th Floor Danger. Battle through the dungeon. Stop. Walking on the straight rocky path, Mika, who was leading the way at the front, raised his palm to halt the team's advance. There are monsters. Under the effect of his Nin ability N, everything within a 20-meter radius centered on Mika was under his surveillance. Therefore, he could clearly sense that there were monsters in the rocky chamber ahead. Mika, charge straight in. The narrow rocky path isn't suitable for team combat, Melly said softly, immediately recognizing their predicament. Then let's begin the charge. Holding the shield in his left hand in front of his eyes, Mika's advancing steps grew faster and faster, quickly reaching his limit. The less than 20-meter rocky path was swiftly crossed, and the moment he rushed into the rocky chamber, Mika clearly saw the one-horned rabbits scattered all around. In an instant, Mika chose a spot with fewer one-horned rabbits and crashed into it. The powerful impact immediately sent several one-horned rabbits flying, followed by a mighty sword swing driven by his body's momentum, instantly clearing the area around Mika. Maintain a good triangular formation, be ready to support at any time. Understood. After instructing Ermit and Melly, Mika focused all his attention on the monsters before him. One-horned rabbits were one of the most common monsters in the middle floors. As level 2 monsters, their greatest advantage was speed. Just like normal adventurers, monsters rarely have well-rounded development. Apart from speed, the one-horned rabbit's other basic attributes, such as strength, were no lower than those of an elite level 1 adventurer. Theoretically, these one-horned rabbits shouldn't be too troublesome. But the existence of the dungeon greatly enhanced the one-horned rabbit's combat power. That is, a natural armory. The one-horned rabbits could freely take rocks from the dungeon and turn them into stone axes, significantly increasing their attack power. Moreover, they naturally possessed skilled throwing abilities. If ordinary adventurers weren't careful and got hit in a vital spot by a stone axe, it could be a matter of life and death. Mika swung his greatsword, clashing with the one-horned rabbit's stone axe. Without any pause, Mika's greatsword smoothly smashed this one-horned rabbit away, slamming it hard onto the ground. Monsters with weapons are indeed harder to deal with. Glancing at the one-horned rabbit that wasn't killed in one strike earlier, Mika pondered silently. Overall, the monsters on the 13th floor were much stronger than those on the 12th floor. The minotaurs that had once given Mika various troubles on the 12th floor could no longer withstand a single strike from him now. But the one-horned rabbits, much smaller in size compared to minotaurs, could. Dealing with the 4 one-horned rabbits before him, Mika also had to be constantly vigilant of stone axes flying from afar. Compared to the 12th floor, the number of monsters Mika and his team needed to be constantly aware of had almost doubled, and was still increasing. Be careful, it's a hellhound. From above, Gabriel's warning quickly came. Where? 50 meters to Ermid's right. Ermid. Understood. Hearing Mika's shout, Ermid quickly darted out, charging rapidly towards the hellhound's position. For them, they could gradually deal with other monsters on the 13th floor. But not the hellhounds. Their fire magic damage was terrifying. One careless moment could bring enormous trouble to the 3 of them. The 50-meter distance rapidly decreased under Ermid's charge, and she quickly approached the hellhound. Unlike the half-human height one-horned rabbits, the hellhound was as large as a calf. Its pitch-black fur, as if it had been charcoal grilled, coupled with its blood-red eyes, made its aura truly terrifying. Moreover, there wasn't just one hellhound, but 3. The moment they saw Ermid charging towards them, these 3 hellhounds slightly lowered their heads and began accumulating flames in their mouths. When Ermid was very close to them, the 3 hellhounds simultaneously spewed out flames, intending to incinerate Ermid before them. The 3 streams of flame collided and instantly turned Ermid's surroundings into a sea of fire. But this still couldn't stop Ermid's charge. In front of Ermid, the fire sprite cloth perfectly protected her inside, keeping all the flames outside the cloak. This was the fire resistance of the fire sprite cloth. Of course, achieving this level wasn't solely due to the fire sprite cloth's effect. It also included Ermid's own protection. She used her Nin ability Ken to envelop the fire sprite cloth on her body, enhancing its fire resistance. Therefore, this fire sprite cloth could so perfectly defend against the flame-spewing attacks of 3 hellhounds. Wrapped in the fire sprite cloth, Ermid quickly passed through the sea of fire and arrived in front of the hellhounds. In this situation, Ermid, who had no intention of holding back, struck with full force. Surprisingly, with one spear thrust, she sent all 3 hellhounds flying, smashing them hard against the wall. Ermid then seized the opportunity, quickly piercing the heads of these 3 hellhounds with her enhanced spearhead. Then she swiftly returned to the team. Well done, Ermid! Mika encouraged. Before coming to the 13th floor, the 3 had arranged their tasks for the upcoming mission. Among them, Ermid's task was to fully deal with the slightly distant hellhounds. Except for the hellhounds, Mika's team rarely used aura for attack and defense at other times. After all, their goal wasn't to delve as deep as possible into the dungeon, but to go as deep as possible while maintaining their strength growth. For them, the most important thing was to improve their strength. For adventurers wanting to enhance their strength, what's important isn't killing monsters, but self-training. To increase strength, one needs to exert force. To increase endurance, one needs to take hits. To increase agility, one needs to run. To increase dexterity, one needs to dodge. To increase magic power, one needs to use magic. The important thing is combat. Killing monsters is just part of the self-improvement process. The purpose is to pressure oneself through life and death situations, stimulating one's potential. So in daily dungeon exploration, Mika didn't plan to use other abilities to fight. He would only use the purest physical body and magic under the divine blessing system to fight. Other abilities were to be used only when saving lives. For example, quickly dealing with hellhounds that posed a threat to their lives. As Mika and his team continued to advance, the dangers of the middle floors were fully revealed before them. Numerous monsters, with an alarming rate of spawning. This resulted in Mika's team fighting non-stop since encountering monsters, without any chance to catch their breath. The mental and physical fatigue from constant fighting, along with the mental drain from the oppressive environment, no wonder this place is called the first death line. It's indeed challenging. Slamming the one-horned rabbit in front of him hard onto the ground, and immediately turning to kill a hellhound with one sword strike. Mika, continuing to clear the path ahead, couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, an unexpected incident occurred. There's danger! Mika, who was running in the rocky passage towards the next chamber, suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. But before he could react, violent tremors came from beneath his feet. Run quickly, the bridge is collapsing. Gabriel's shout also came, but it was too late. In an instant, the originally stable rocky path suddenly collapsed, and Mika's team quickly fell towards the lower level. And this was the most dangerous situation in the dungeon. Namely, the dungeon's malice. Feeling his weightless state, looking at the pitch black below, Mika estimated that the distance they were about to fall might not be just 1 floor, but possibly 3 or 4 floors high. If they weren't careful with such a distance, they might all be in mortal danger. Meli, summon Fufu to pull yourself. Gabriel, pull Ermit as well. What about you? Seeing that the only 2 methods to slow the fall were given to them, Ermit quickly asked Mika. Don't worry, I have a way. Waving his hand, Mika said confidently. Then, he shifted his attention to the surroundings, starting to calculate which floor they would fall to. We're about to land. Hearing Meli's call, Gabriel and Fufu, who were already pulling Ermit and Meli, quickly exerted more force to slow down the 2. Beside them, Mika was falling slowly as if he could fly. It wasn't until he suddenly jumped down when close to the ground that Ermit and Meli noticed that what had been supporting him earlier were 2 hand guards. This is bad, we've probably fallen 3 to 4 floors deep. This is either the 17th or 16th floor, but whichever it is, it's extremely dangerous, Mika said hurriedly, surveying the dim surroundings. We've descended 3 to 4 floors? Then apart from going back up, we should also be able to go deeper to the 18th floor's safe level for repairs, right? Ermit suggested, remembering the safe levels. In the dungeon, every dozen or so floors, there would be a level known as a safe level. Under normal conditions, the monsters on these safe levels don't have active aggression, allowing passing adventurers to use these floors for repairs. Hearing Ermit's suggestion, Mika nodded slightly. In the original story, the Hestia Familia, who had a similar experience to them, chose to seek help on the 18th floor. No way. Meli immediately objected. Although it seems we have 2 or 3 ways to get rescued now, in reality, there's only one. Looking at the confused Mika and Ermit, Meli said seriously, what's the purpose of going to the 18th floor? Of course, it's to find a high-level adventurer team capable of safely returning to Orario to help, right? But don't forget, we need to hide our identities. To seek others' help, we'd definitely have to expose our identities, otherwise, no one would be willing to take us along. For the same reason, having Yahweh-sama go to the guild to request help from a stronger adventurer team is also ineffective. Therefore, our only choice is to fight our way back up. Mika suddenly realized. Indeed, for them, hiding their identities was more important. Moreover, they did have the strength to fight their way back. Ermit suggested going to the 18th floor only because it would be safer. Fighting their way back would certainly be fraught with danger. In fact, we have the full capability to fight our way back. Compared to other teams encountering this situation, we have an advantage that others can't match, the logistics carried by Gabriel. Ordinary teams don't have supplies as abundant as ours. Moreover, we have Ermit's magic. This is enough for us to fight our way back. Exactly. Mika cast an approving glance at Meli. Indeed, when encountering accidents, Meli was much more reliable than him. Nodding, Mika continued, besides, when using Nin abilities, we must be mindful of the aura amount in our bodies, especially Ermit. Your consumption should be greater due to the task of eliminating hellhounds earlier. You must be careful. Understood. Ermit and Meli said in unison. This was also why Mika's team didn't commonly use aura in the dungeon. The 3 of them didn't have a large amount of aura, and they had no means of replenishment. After Ermit and Meli became level 2, the potential aura limit of Mika's team had reached the average level of the hunter world. But they had only been Nin users for a short time, and their potential aura hadn't been developed to the limit. Most importantly, they had no means of replenishment. For adventurers, battle supplies in the dungeon are indispensable. After all, battles in the dungeon are endless. Here, whether it's physical strength, magic power, or aura, they will be quickly depleted once used. Without supplies, it's impossible to persist for long in such a hell. Therefore, as an important battle means for the 3, aura must be used at crucial moments, because it can only be recovered naturally in the dungeon. Just as the 3 had reached a preliminary consensus and were about to refine some details, the sound of chaotic footsteps suddenly entered Mika's ears. Monsters are coming, a lot of them. Gabriel's warning quickly came. Prepare for battle. Quickly standing up, Mika's team hurriedly entered a combat state. Gabriel, have you determined which floor this is? Confirmed, this is the 16th floor. The 16th floor? Fortunately, we didn't fall to the 17th floor. Looks like we're quite lucky. How is this lucky at all? Then have you found the passage to the upper floor? I've found it. Guide us. Turn left at the end ahead. Understood. Considering the upcoming situation, Mika retrieved the shields obtained from the adventurers they had killed earlier from Gabriel's dimensional pocket. After slightly lifting this shield in his left hand, he began to charge. Follow me closely. Understood. Mika started running forward rapidly, facing the monsters ahead with sword slashes in one hand and shield bashes in the other. The monsters blocking his path were either slain or diverted to the sides to face Ermit and Meli's slaughter. But they soon encountered a problem: 4 monsters standing in the rocky passage, blocking their further advance, minotaurs. Meli, how many minotaurs can you control? Based on Meli's tests, he found that the number she could manipulate varied with the different strengths of monsters. Meli instantly understood Mika's meaning and quickly drew her staff to begin chanting. Immerse in the realm of dreams. Dreamlike petals scattered around, and 2 of the 4 minotaurs blocking Mika's team's path were quickly controlled, attacking their companions. If I have to fight while controlling, I can't control any. But with Fufo's enhancement, I can control 2. Manipulating dreams is extremely delicate work. When Meli fully activates this ability, she's almost immobile. And as the number of controlled targets increases, the precision decreases. Back in the Heavens arena, Meli used all her strength to only manipulate the referee, while incidentally letting the surrounding audience watch an exciting battle spectacle. 2 is enough. Ermid. Hearing Mika's call, Ermid on the flank stomped hard on the ground and leaped towards Mika. Mika's left-hand shield cushioned Ermid's foot, and with a push, Ermid, leveraging Mika's shield, leaped towards the minotaurs ahead. She must quickly dispose of those 2 injured minotaurs, clearing the obstacles in Mika's path. They absolutely cannot be blocked by the surrounding monsters. Chapter 48 Battle Beyond Limits. Dance with Death. Ah! CRKK. With the power Mika had transmitted, Ermid leaped into the air and plunged down fiercely. Concentrating her strength into her spear, Ermid descended from the sky and swiftly took the life of a minotaur with one strike. Roar! With 1 minotaur dead, the remaining minotaur faced Ermid and the other 2 minotaurs controlled by Meli. In this situation, it had no chance to resist and was quickly killed by Ermid's spear. At that moment, Mika and Meli also ran to Ermid's side. Meli, control these 2 minotaurs to follow us and deal with the monsters coming from behind. The ones ahead are too much of an obstacle. Understood. Let it burn, with the flame wheel's command. Passing the 2 minotaurs, Mika saw the monsters blocking their path and used magic, entwining flames around his sword and swinging it out. The flames from his sword quickly ignited the monsters ahead. Watch out, it's a unicorn rabbit. As they moved through the rocky path and entered another cavern, a barrage of flying axes came at them like rain. Forewarned by Gabriel, Mika used his shield to block the axes, protecting the 3 of them. Although the horn rabbit's attack didn't harm them, more trouble soon appeared. Compared to the narrow rocky path, the wide cavern was more suited for team combat. This was advantageous for Mika's team but also for the monsters. Monsters kept appearing, making it hard for the 3 to manage. Distant horn rabbits and hellhounds continuously threw stone axes and spewed fire. Most of these attacks were dodged or blocked, but there were just too many. Inevitably, some attacks couldn't be avoided or blocked. While Mika, who had entered the clear world, was relatively unharmed, Ermid and Meli behind him were already heavily injured. Healing droplets, tears of light, eternal sanctuary, call forth the light's melody. The 365 notes of the healing calendar shall save all. Come forth, dispel the evil. Heal the wounds, bury the sickness, send curses to the other side, bring the light's key. In the name of the gods, I heal. Dia Frater. As Ermid's magic took effect, their wounds began to heal rapidly. At the same time, their stamina was quickly restored. Feeling the warmth spreading through his body, Mika made a decision: no more dodging. Even if we get hurt, focus all energy on forging a path ahead. With Mika deciding to stop dodging and go on the offensive, he became the primary target for the unicorn rabbit's attacks. Various stone axes hit Mika, leaving various wounds on his body, which quickly healed. Abandoning dodging and defense, Mika's assault became increasingly terrifying. Leading the charge, he wielded his great sword with such finesse that it seemed like a delicate long sword despite its size. With flames enveloping his sword, no monster could withstand even a single strike. Only the minotaurs could exchange a few blows with him, while other monsters were powerless to stop his advance. Buzz! Hearing a rolling sound, Gabriel, who was monitoring everything, shouted, "Melly, watch out, it's an armored rat." With its hard shell, a rolling armored rat could pose a great threat to adventurers. Hearing Gabriel's warning, Mika tossed his shield to Ermid. "Ermid! Got it!" Catching Mika's shield, Ermid shouted, "Melly, switch positions." Melly, who was controlling the monsters to lighten their load, couldn't handle the armored rat's charge. Ermid immediately swapped places with her. Gripping the shield tightly and focusing on the armored rat's movements, Ermid suddenly thrust her spear, flipping the armored rat into the air. She then slammed it to the ground with the shield and pinned it with her spear through its belly. In an instant, the troublesome armored rat was defeated. "Ermid, watch out, there are two more. Leave them to me." Shield in hand, Ermid charged at the incoming armored rats. Meanwhile, the two minotaurs controlled by Melly also fell one after another. This was the 9th and 10th minotaur she had controlled. Against the endless onslaught of monsters, even the famously tough LV.2 minotaurs couldn't survive long, such was the horror of the dungeon. Seeing the monsters chasing them from behind, Melly had an idea and began chanting magic again, but this time she didn't control the strongest minotaurs. Instead, she controlled hellhounds. With Fufu only able to control 2 minotaurs, Melly swiftly controlled 4 hellhounds. The 4 hidden hellhounds bowed their heads and began gathering fire magic in their mouths. The next moment, they simultaneously spewed flames, targeting the surrounding monsters. "Ah!" Hearing the sharp cries from behind and seeing the sea of flames, Melly's lips curved into a slight smile. This was the scene she loved. With Ermid and Melly's efforts, the threats from behind and the sides were quickly eliminated. Just as they felt a surge of relief and joy, a large group of horn rabbits and hellhounds appeared in front of the cavern. Along with the monsters already blocking the path, the passage ahead was now completely blocked. "Mika. I know." Mika understood Melly's intent. At this moment, what they needed was a wide area annihilation magic to clear the monsters instantly. Stopping his advance, Mika raised his great sword high. "Let it burn." With the flame wheel's command. The fierce battle has begun, the horns of lamentation are sounding. The dark end, the bright flames, hope is burning. Let the fire burn eternally, cutting through all. As Mika chanted, his magic power turned into flames, wrapping around and compressing his sword. Even when the crimson flames were compressed to the extreme, Mika's magic power continued to flow. The flames spread from his sword tip, forming a towering sword of fire 3 to 4 meters high. Flame King's Sword of Triumph. With the magic's name shouted, the flame sword shot out, obliterating everything in its path, evaporating everything with its intense heat. As the flame sword's power waned and vanished, only scattered sparks remained, floating in the air. Mika's Flame King's Sword of Triumph has become so much stronger after his upgrade. Recalling the last time Mika used this magic, Melly said enviously. "Yes, it's much stronger." Ermid agreed, nodding. "Enough talking, let's move forward. Once we pass through the next rocky path and cavern, we'll reach the passage to the 15th floor." "Really?" Hearing Gabriel's words, Mika and the others looked delighted. They were almost at the 15th floor. Due to the collapse of the rock tunnel, Mika and the 3 others fell to the 16th floor. The sudden increase in the strength of the monsters made it difficult for the 3 to handle, with potential problems arising at any moment. But if they could advance just 1 floor up, the threats they faced would significantly decrease. Therefore, any path leading upwards was of utmost importance to them. "Wait!" Mika suddenly stopped, looking at the last chamber ahead with a serious expression. "What's wrong, Mika?" Melly asked, puzzled. "The chamber ahead is dangerous. My skill danger sense is continuously warning me," Mika said, stroking his forehead with a grim face. Because of the danger sense ability, Mika could sense danger from all directions as soon as he entered the dungeon. The reason? It was due to the inherent malice that the dungeon harbored towards adventurers at all times. Exploring the dungeon meant moving through its very belly. In such a situation, Mika was constantly being warned of danger. As a result, he could not perceive minor dangers as they were overshadowed by the ever-present threats of the dungeon. And in such circumstances, any danger that Mika could clearly sense would be incredibly severe. Like the previous tunnel collapse. Mika had sensed danger before the collapse, but it happened so quickly that he couldn't take appropriate action. But now, this sense of danger was back, stronger than before. Hearing Mika's words, Melly and the others immediately became vigilant. They were well aware of Mika's condition. Gabriel. I understand what you mean, but there's nothing in the chamber ahead. Gabriel responded seriously. As the guide for the three, she had been constantly monitoring the surroundings for danger and informing Mika and the others. Nothing at all? Then it's a monster feast. The dungeon really has it in for us. Including the previous tunnel collapse, this is already the third abnormal situation we've encountered. Melly said, looking annoyed after quickly analyzing the situation. So, what should we do now? Ermid asked quietly, having listened intently. We have no choice but to face it, as we have no other route to take. Mika said helplessly. Moreover, those creatures behind us won't give us extra time to think, Melly said softly, looking at the approaching monsters. Although their earlier big attack had given Mika and the others a brief respite, the dungeon wouldn't allow them much rest. And sure enough, the monsters were back. Let's go then, and see what kind of gift the dungeon has prepared for us. Taking the stamina and magic recovery potions from Gabriel and gulping them down, the rejuvenated Mika and the others quickly ran towards the chamber ahead. Encountering no obstacles, the four of them successfully entered the chamber and saw the path leading to the 15th floor. Ignore everything, charge ahead. Understood. Intending to avoid the danger, the three of them charged towards the entrance of the passage. But the dungeon wouldn't let them escape its trap so easily. As soon as the three stepped into the chamber, cracks began appearing on the surrounding walls. And from these cracks emerged minotaurs. In numbers close to 100. Roar! Hey, hey! Is this really aiming to kill us? Mika and the others' faces turned grim as they stopped, seeing the path ahead blocked by minotaurs and surrounded on all sides by them. If it were unicorns or hellhounds, Mika and the others wouldn't have such expressions. But these were minotaurs. The recognized strongest monsters of the mid-levels. Excluding bosses. The sudden appearance of nearly 100 such monsters would spell certain death for any LV.2 party. This is looking bad. In this terrain, even Mika's magic isn't effective, Melly quickly analyzed, looking at the surrounding monsters. The best solution in such a situation was to use magic to wipe them all out. But Mika's magic was a straight line beam. And they were surrounded, making it impossible for his magic to wipe out all the monsters. Is it a fight to the death? Melly's eyes filled with determination as she glanced at the entrance they came from, seeing more monsters quickly entering the chamber. In such a situation, they could only fight head-on. With Ermid's magic and Gabriel's potions, they might just last until the end, becoming the victors of this deadly battle. But this would make the journey ahead even more difficult. But now wasn't the time to worry about what next. Mika. Wait. Mika understood Melly's intention from her eyes but had no plans to do so. He had another way to break through. His newly completed Nin ability, Wings of Calamity. Melly, Ermid, I'll use my Nin ability to deal with the surrounding monsters shortly. But afterward, I'll likely be extremely exhausted for a while, unable to help you, Mika said. Extreme exhaustion? Life energy depletion. Melly instantly understood Mika's meaning. In the Nin system, life energy represents your own life. Once life energy is depleted, the Nin user becomes extremely fatigued. Yes, Mika nodded slightly. Got it. I'll leave this to you and handle things afterward. Melly said seriously. With a slight smile, Mika stepped out of the formation, facing the minotaurs and other monsters preparing to attack from all directions. This is the perfect stage for you to appear. Gabriel, weapons. Understood. Gabriel, fully aware of Mika's Nin ability, knew exactly what weapons he needed. With a flick of her hand, she pulled out a great sword and a long sword from the air. These were the two first great swords left by Mika's parents. And as these two weapons were about to hit the ground, two gauntlets suddenly grabbed them. At a glance, Mika now seemed to have 4 arms. Simultaneously wielding 4 weapons? That's so like Mika, but this can't be all there is to it, right? Melly speculated. Indeed, Mika's Nin ability was more than just that. First, Nin transformation. With Mika's soft whisper, his life energy wrapped around the two weapons. In an instant, these two masterpieces from Orario's blacksmiths were transformed into weapons made of Nin. And then, perfect fit. In the next moment, the life energy in the gauntlets and the weapons they held began to rapidly expand. At the same time, the gauntlets and the weapons they held started to grow quickly. In no time, the two gauntlets had become larger than Mika. The great sword and long sword they held also turned into colossal weapons, 20 to 30 meters long. The two giant gauntlets stood by Mika's sides like wings fully spread out. But these wings were not symbols of purity. They only brought destruction. Thus, Mika named them Wings of Calamity. Chapter 49 Wings of Calamity. Mika's Vows and Limits. Mika's Wings of Calamity were not yet in their complete form. His relatively shallow potential limited his development. According to Mika's vision, he should be able to simultaneously control 6 gauntlets, wielding 6 weapons to sweep away everything in his path. The reason for this limitation was that Mika's ability wasn't purely conjuration type. For instance, controlling the gauntlets to move freely around him fell into the realm of manipulation type abilities. This setup was ultimately due to Meli's magic, hero creation. This ability brought more possibilities to Mika and the others. According to Yahweh, besides their main Nin type, the probability of Mika and the others mastering other types had also increased. For example, as a conjuration type ability user, Mika's proficiency in conjuration was naturally 100%. In the adjacent transmutation and specialization types, transmutation was 80%, while specialization was 0% since Mika wasn't a specialist. Further out, enhancement and manipulation were both 60%, and the farthest, emission, was 40%. However, due to hero creation, every time Mika leveled up, each of his Nin types would increase by 10% probability. Now at LV.2, all his types had grown by 20%. Therefore, Mika's current proficiency in conjuration and transmutation was 100%. Specialization was at 20%. Manipulation and enhancement were both at 80%. Emission was at 60%. It was precisely because he noticed this during his training that Mika wanted to cover all other types as much as possible. Although this approach was challenging in the early stages, the future looked bright. Mika had pondered long and hard about the composition of his Nin ability. While he could draw inspiration from anime he remembered from his previous life for weapon conjuration, it was nearly impossible to replicate them completely. In the Nin system, it's difficult to construct an invincible ability. What you want to gain, you must pay for. This is the essence of Nin, limitations and vows. Through limitations and vows, Nin users can strengthen their abilities without limit, but what you gain must equal what you sacrifice. What you receive and what you pay are always equivalent. Take Kurapika, for example. After awakening his Nin ability, his Scarlet Eyes became his innate Nin ability. When he enters the Scarlet Eyes state, his type changes from conjuration to specialization, and all other 5 types increase to 100%. But as a price, for every second this state is maintained, he loses 1 hour of his lifespan. After about 2.5 hours, his lifespan would be shortened by a year. This is a manifestation of limitations and vows. Gain something, lose something. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Mika to perfectly replicate the abilities from his memories. Forcibly trying to do so would only result in a superficially similar, entertaining imitation. This would only be a waste of his talent. Moreover, Mika wasn't a native of the hunter world, he had the ability to traverse worlds. In this situation, he could potentially acquire any precious weapon. Thus, Mika made his first requirement for his Nin, the ability to turn others' weapons into his own. This was Nin materialization. When materializing other weapons with Nin, he could thoroughly master them. This was also why he chose gauntlets. As for at will, it was naturally to maximize the advantages of the weapons. The remote operation was influenced by Netero. If you can be the 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva, why can't I be a 6-winged angel? But to control the gauntlets freely, wielding them like his own arms, manipulation had to reach 100%. After all, these type percentages represented not only the probability of mastery but also the power that could be unleashed. Currently, Mika could only exert 80% of his ability in gauntlet manipulation. Therefore, to perfectly demonstrate this ability, Mika also set limitations and vows on it. Namely, he could freely increase the probability of each type. The price was aura consumption. For every 1% increase in probability, Mika's aura consumption would increase by 1-fold. Thus, if Mika wanted to exert 100% of his manipulation ability, his aura consumption would increase 20-fold. If specialization was added on top of that, it would reach 100-fold aura consumption. After all, Each type was calculated separately. Right now, I can only output at full power for 10 seconds. Using N to envelop the two weapons, coupled with the enhancement of KO, the two divine weapons standing before Mika's eyes revealed a terrifying sharpness. Controlling the gauntlets, gripping these two weapons, he swung them simultaneously at the rapidly approaching monsters. Where the blade passed, no monster could obstruct its advance. One thought, severance. Sweeping the two massive divine weapons in a circle within the rock chamber, in the blink of an eye, there were no living creatures left around Mika and his companions. All that remained before them were bloodstains and dismembered limbs scattered on the ground. In just an instant, the monsters that had posed a life-threatening crisis to Mika and his companions were completely annihilated. Witnessing this scene, both Ermid standing beside Mika and Melly showed shocked expressions. Even Yahweh, far above on the surface, was stunned. It wasn't until a thud sounded that the three's attention was drawn back. Mika. That sound was Mika collapsing to the ground. He had completely exhausted his strength. Quickly running to Mika's side and seeing his exhausted state, Ermid immediately began chanting the magic Dia Fratel to restore Mika's strength. Seeing that Mika was otherwise unharmed, Melly smiled and said to Ermid, "You carry Mika. When we reach the 15th floor, we can find a chance to rest." "Rest?" Ermid asked, puzzled. "That's right. Don't think of us as victims who suddenly fell to the 16th floor. Think of us as an exploration party that reached the 16th floor, Melly explained. "If we're tired, isn't it normal to rest a bit?" "Where should we rest?" Ermid inquired. "On the other side of the passage. Although we could rest here, it's safer closer to the 15th floor. We'll destroy the rock chamber on the other side to buy time for rest." The method Melly described was one Mika had taught her before. In the dungeon, rather than spawning monsters to hunt adventurers, the dungeon prefers to repair its own damage. Therefore, near the passage connecting two floors, destroying the walls there would cause the area to stop spawning monsters and instead focus on repairing the walls. By carefully managing the progress of wall repair and continuing to damage them, one could obtain a chamber where monsters wouldn't spawn. Additionally, being close to the passage, monsters generally wouldn't advance there, providing adventurers with a resting environment. This technique was a must-know for experienced Familia members when resting overnight deep in the dungeon. "Then let's go," Ermid said, carrying Mika on her back and following Melly's lead. "How long did I sleep?" Mika asked groggily, gradually opening his eyes and observing his surroundings. After Melly and Ermid had constructed a resting area near the passage to the 15th floor, Mika, in a state of extreme exhaustion, had fallen into a deep sleep. Now, after a period of sleep and with Ermid's magical recovery, Mika's condition had recovered by nearly half. Gently clenching his fist and sensing his body's state, Mika smiled slightly. "Recovered pretty well. Looks like I won't be holding us back anymore." Hey, listen to yourself. Who dares say you're holding us back?" Melly rolled her eyes at Mika and retorted, "You only slept for an hour. Did your brain get muddled while sleeping?" "I'm just joking." Mika laughed, waving his hand. Ermid, sitting beside Mika, quickly took out a water bottle and handed it to him. "Here, you must be thirsty." "Thank you." Mika gulped down the water. After finishing the water, Mika surveyed their surroundings and said with a smile, "With this, our most dangerous moment has passed." After leaving the 16th floor, the subsequent levels would only become easier for the three of them. Unlike other adventurers, Mika and his companions had ample supplies. As long as they could get their footing, returning safely wouldn't be a problem. "By the way, where's Gabriel?" Mika asked, looking around without seeing Gabriel. Gabriel went back to the 16th floor to collect the spoils. Originally, she didn't plan to do this, since in the dungeon, if you don't pick something up, someone else will, Melly explained with a grin. But later, because she hadn't seen anyone pass by, she remembered it was already night on the surface. So she quickly flew back, saying she'd try to collect as much as possible. "It's already night? We've been struggling in the dungeon for a whole day," Mika exclaimed, surprised at how quickly time had passed. "Well, we had been fighting for a long time before falling to the 16th floor. It was probably already dusk by then," Ermid pointed out. "Time really flies," Mika said, accepting some food from Ermid. As he ate, he continued, "Let's not rush to go back. We'll rest here for a while and recover our strength before making a dash back up." "All right, we'll follow your lead," Melly nodded, then curiously asked Mika, "Now, can you tell us about your Nin ability?" Previously, whenever Melly had asked about Mika's Nin ability, he would always be vague, which made Melly extremely curious about it. Of course. And so, while eating, Mika explained his Nin ability and the thought process behind its creation to both of them. You're really going all in on the warrior path. When your Nin ability reaches its complete state, simultaneously wielding 6 divine weapons 20 or 30 meters long in battle, that's just too cool. Melly exclaimed. It doesn't necessarily have to be 6. If appropriate, the number of gauntlets can be increased. The number isn't important, what's crucial is the ability to multitask and the technique of combination attacks, Mika explained, finishing his food. As the number of gauntlets increases, I'll need to divide my attention more, which puts strict demands on my multitasking skills, he continued. Moreover, if I have suitable combination techniques, my combat power can increase even further. As he spoke, Mika couldn't help but look towards Gabriel, who had flown back while he was talking. Don't look at me. It's Yahweh who helps you design skills, not me. Gabriel protested. As a manifestation, Gabriel had her own consciousness, albeit still quite naive. Watching Gabriel stomping her feet in mid-air, Mika, Ermid, and Melly all burst into laughter. What are you all laughing at? Gabriel demanded, but her angry expression only made Mika and the others laugh even harder. An angry Gabriel was just too adorable. Finally, we're out, Melly shouted as they emerged from Babel Tower, gazing at the dark sky. Although she had been living in Orario for quite some time, this was her first battle of such intensity. Orario was now approaching dawn. The moonlight shone brilliantly on the three of them, highlighting their tattered appearance. At this moment, the equipment on all three of them was in tatters, covered in bloodstains, some from monsters, some their own. While they could block the Hellhound's flame bursts with their fire spirit cloth, the flying stone axes were truly difficult to defend against. Combined with non-stop fighting, the three of them were constantly getting injured and bleeding, then recovering. Although there were no visible wounds on their bodies now thanks to Ermid's magic, all three felt they needed to properly rest and recuperate. I'm so tired. It's not physical exhaustion, but mental fatigue. My spirit is drained. Melly sighed. Although their physical strength was abundant due to Ermid's magic, the three of them felt an inexplicable lack of energy. After fully recovering on the 15th floor, the three of them, back at full strength, quickly broke through the 15th floor and reached the 14th. At this point, the dungeon monsters could no longer impede their progress. So, the three of them, along with Gabriel, fought their way back from the 14th floor, finally returning to Orario just before dawn. Good job, welcome back. Yahweh called out, waving from the entrance of her Familia's base, watching as Mika and the others appeared at the end of the street. Seeing Yahweh, the three who had been moving slowly suddenly broke into a run, quickly reaching her. Good morning, Yahweh-sama. They greeted. What do you mean, good morning? Although I wasn't there in person, I've been by your side the whole time. Yahweh smiled, accepting Gabriel as she floated back. At this moment, Yahweh was incredibly grateful for her Nin ability, which allowed her to accompany them as Gabriel, staying by their side through difficult times. Although it had only been a year of companionship, Yahweh felt she could no longer be without them. In this moment, she deeply understood why gods who descended to the mortal world never returned to the heavenly realm. Because in the mortal world, there were still those they cherished. Now that you're back, go take a bath quickly. But don't go to sleep yet, I've prepared a feast for you. Yahweh instructed, hiding her emotions. Hey? A feast? When did you prepare that? Mika asked, surprised. Last night, of course. Last night? Will it still be good? Don't worry, I specially conjured boxes to maintain the food's condition. The deliciousness is guaranteed. Sigh, conjuring such tools just for this, isn't that a bit too casual? Besides, what's there to celebrate? Who says there's nothing to celebrate? Isn't your safe return worth celebrate? And so, Mika, Yahweh, and the others, chatting back and forth, entered their home. Their celebration was about to begin. Chapter 50. Worlds apart, yet drawn together. After that intense battle, the lives of Mika and his two companions gradually stabilized. With their current strength, they could fully adapt to the mid-level environment. In that environment of never-ending battles, Mika and his two companions developed various insights and understandings about their fighting styles. Additionally, with the real-time monitoring of Gabriel, who was one with Yahweh, Yahweh discovered their shortcomings and increased the difficulty of their training, making the three of them live in dire straits every day. Of course, besides exploring the dungeon and training at home, Mika and his two companions still had some leisure time, which they cherished greatly. During leisure times, Melly would go to the Loki Familia to learn more magic knowledge from Riveria, which made her relationship with the adventurers of the Loki Familia quite good. As for Ermid, she spent her free time researching the creation of spiritual medicines. As far as Mika knew, Ermid's family was originally a family of healers, but due to an accident, her parents died in the mountains, causing this skill to be lost in her hands. However, Ermid still had some aspirations for healing and saving people, so she always studied knowledge about spiritual medicines in her spare time. As for Mika, he simply had no leisure time. After all, compared to Ermid and Melly, he had much more to learn. Before thoroughly mastering these skills, rest was non-existent. Just like this, 3 months of time quickly passed. On this day, Melly, who hadn't gone to the Loki Familia during her rest time, was lying on a chair in the courtyard reading a borrowed book, leisurely passing the time. In this courtyard, apart from the relaxed Melly, Ermid was crouching in the corner processing various materials while Yahweh and Mika were sparring. Hearing the constant sound of weapon collisions, Melly slowly put down the book in her hand and looked at the sky, sighing, "It's only been 3 months. There's still 1 month before we go to the hunter world. Time passes so slowly." After visiting other worlds, curiosity about other worlds occupied Melly's mind. At this moment, she constantly wanted to return to the world of hunters to see more interesting things. Hearing Melly's lament, Yahweh, who was originally sparring with Mika, suddenly stopped her movements. Compared to Melly, who had been to the hunter world, Yahweh, who had gained the qualification to visit other worlds but hadn't gone yet, was even more impatient. She quickly walked to Melly's front, and under Melly's puzzled gaze, pinched her cheeks and pulled them apart. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Humph, that's for making me jealous." Releasing her hands, looking at the teary-eyed Melly, Yahweh crossed her arms and sneered, "When it comes to visiting other worlds, I'm even more anxious than you. Even though billions of years have passed, now I have a feeling of time dragging on. Is it because I've sealed my divine power and my body has become mortal?" Putting the weapon in his hand back on the weapon rack in the corner of the courtyard, Mika looked at Yahweh and Melly who were horsing around, and couldn't help but shake his head and say, "If you're really that eager to visit other worlds, actually, the cooling period for another world is about to end in the next couple of days. Is it the world where mortals learn breathing techniques and fight against demons?" Yahweh turned around and asked expressionlessly. "Yes." Mika blinked and responded puzzledly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "No, wait, shouldn't there still be 4 months left?" 4 months? Don't tell me the time you spent in other worlds also counts." Yahweh suddenly shouted and asked Mika. "Of course it does. After all, the cooling time is based on the time I've experienced. It can't be based on the flow of time in Orario, can it? I'm the one who can traverse worlds, after all." Mika hurriedly explained. "Very good." Yahweh nodded heavily, then turned to Melly and Ermid and said, "Start preparing now, we're about to go to another world." "Understood." Melly and Ermid, who had been quiet until now, quickly responded to Yahweh. Even the usually expressionless Ermid now had a happy look on her face. "Do you all like other worlds that much?" "Actually, I still prefer the feeling of exploring in the dungeon, it's super exciting." Mika's voice got smaller and smaller. Because no one was paying attention to his opinion. Looking at the 3 people who started packing, Mika's mouth twitched. "They're really ignoring me," Mika said resentfully. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Mika and the other 3 had already prepared for their journey to the Demon Slayer world. Faced with the opinions of his childhood friend, close friend and direct superior, Mika finally gave in. However, this time he planned to try another mechanism of his traversing ability. That is the time adjustment ability. By adjusting the time flow rate between the 2 worlds, Mika could make the Demon Slayer world almost pause, but similarly, he could also advance time forward. "Let's adjust it a bit, at least skip over the other half year of Tanjiro's training. We can't wait another half year for him." Thinking of this, Mika, who had immersed his consciousness in the starry sky, began his operation. However, since it was his first time doing this, there might be some errors in the time adjustment. But it shouldn't differ by much, after all, the adjustment baseline is only half a year. Then it's decided. After adjusting the time, Mika came back to his senses and looked at Ermid, Melly, and Gabriel who were already prepared beside him. As for Yahweh, she had already entered a state of slumber, infusing part of her consciousness into Gabriel's body. Everyone, let's set off. Let's go. Off we go. As soon as Mika's words fell, the figures of the four disappeared from this house. When Mika and the other three opened their eyes again to see their surroundings, they were already in a forest. I'm back again, Mt. Sagiri. Looking at the mountain range in the distance that felt so familiar to Mika, he couldn't help but sigh. Is this where Mika trained originally? Hearing Mika's sigh, Ermid, Melly, and Gabriel also turned their gaze towards the distant mountain range. After a moment of nostalgia, Mika turned around to look at Ermid, Melly, and Gabriel. According to our previous plan, let's split up in this world. Although this world has demons, except for the Demon King Musen, there probably isn't anyone who can defeat your combined strength. You should just have a good look around this world. Oh right, Gabriel, how's that thing coming along? Hearing Mika's inquiry, Gabriel grinned and took out what Mika had asked for. Ta-da! The Nin phone makes its grand debut. Taking out a phone from her dimensional pocket and handing it to Mika, Gabriel said with a grin, as per your request, this phone can communicate with us under any circumstances and can also locate each other at any time. With it, we can communicate even in places without signal, and we can gather at any time. This way, we don't have to worry about getting lost. Very good. After checking the phone's functions and confirming they were complete, Mika nodded. This was something Mika had specially asked Yahweh to make based on the phone Melly brought back from the Hunter world. Unlike Mika, who knew these worlds like the back of his hand, Ermid, Melly, and Yahweh, who were full of curiosity about these worlds, desperately wanted to roam around everywhere. But this made communication a problem. If they got lost without any means of contact, that would be too embarrassing. Although there were phones in the Hunter world, there are many worlds without phone signals. Therefore, the existence of the Nin phone became very important. Only in this way could Mika feel at ease letting them wander around. Be sure to stay safe. Don't worry. Watching the three gradually walk away, Mika turned his head and looked up at Mt. Sagiri. I'm back. Passing through the dense forest, following the path in his memory, Mika returned to the small house where he, Kamatu Tanjiro, and Urokodaki Sakonji once lived together. Because he didn't sense Urokodaki Sakonji's presence, Mika directly entered the house. Looking at the familiar arrangements and decorations, various memories of the past flooded Mika's mind. At that time, although he and Kamatu Tanjiro trained very hard every day, the feeling of being able to sense their own progress every day made Mika feel truly satisfied. I wonder how Tanjiro is doing now. Sitting in the place where they used to eat, Mika began to ponder. Regarding the Demon Slayer anime, Mika had only watched the first season, and had only heard about the Mugen Train movie. Since Tanjiro hasn't appeared here, could it be that he has already become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps and started his demon-slaying life? It should be so. Sitting in the small house like this, Mika waited silently. Until he sensed Urokodaki Sakonji's presence, only then did he make a move. I knew it, Master Urokodaki has no footsteps. Who is it? As an old man who had lived here for more than a decade, Urokodaki Sakonji knew every detail of the surroundings by heart. Although he didn't sense the presence of the person inside the house. The slight traces outside the house had already exposed the other party's existence. It's me, Master Urokodaki. Opening the door frame from the inside, Mika greeted with a light laugh. Mika. Seeing Mika's figure, Urokodaki Sakonji's pupils, hidden behind the Tengu mask, suddenly contracted, staring at Mika in disbelief. The next moment, he suddenly stepped forward and hugged Mika. Thank goodness, you're still alive. Hearing the joy contained in Master Urokodaki's voice, Mika was immediately stunned. He had never imagined what kind of harm his previous selfish time adjustment behavior had caused to the old man before him. I'm sorry, Master Urokodaki, I should have come back earlier. Back then, when planning to return to the world of Orario, considering the 1.5-year cooling time at that time, Mika already had plans to adjust the time. He believed that by the time he came back, he would have surely met Urokodaki Sakonji's requirements. In that case, the extra half-year would only make Mika wait longer for his next visit to this world. So, Mika left temporarily under the pretext of visiting his family. At that time, he stated that his parents and siblings were dead, but he still had uncles in the city. In the past, he had left without considering their feelings, harboring thoughts of perishing together with demons, but now that he had a new goal in life, he planned to go back and see them. Because Mika had already completed his basic training at that time, and Urokodaki Sakonji had no intention of letting him and Tanjiro participate in the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection, he agreed to Mika's departure. However, Urokodaki Sakonji never imagined that from then on, there would be no more information about Mika. It's alright, as long as you can come back safely, that's better than anything. Having experienced the death of many disciples, Urokodaki Sakonji no longer wanted to see the death of his disciples. He only hoped that they could live well. In the evening, Mika and Urokodaki Sakonji sat on opposite sides of the dining table, eating dinner while listening to Urokodaki Sakonji talk about Tanjiro's affairs. From Urokodaki Sakonji's words, Mika finally knew how much he had missed. Now, Tanjiro had been a member of the Demon Slayer Corps for a long time. And 3 months ago, the fact that he was acting together with his sister who had turned into a demon was also known by the Demon Slayer Corps, and they were brought back to the headquarters for judgment. For this, Urokodaki Sakonji even used his own life as a guarantee for Nezuko. Once Nezuko made a move to eat humans, he would commit seppuku. Hey, I just adjusted it lightly, and the anime version's plot is already over? At this point, hasn't the Mugen Train arc ended too? Now I don't know anything at all. Listening to Urokodaki Sakonji's explanation, although Mika didn't show any intense fluctuations on the surface, in his heart he was already shouting in frustration. It's over, everything is over. Originally, he had planned to go and see with his own eyes the bond-filled slash that Tanjiro and Nezuko unleashed together after awakening the breath of the sun. But now, everything has been missed. And just as Mika was constantly feeling frustrated, Urokodaki Sakonji suddenly said, "Mika, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to continue honing your sword skills?" Hearing the question, Mika was stunned for a moment before lightly laughing and responding, "There's no need to hone sword skills anymore. Master Urokodaki, in these past months, I have never stopped training." As they conversed, Mika gradually emerged from the hidden effect of the transparent world. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Mika, Urokodaki Sakonji was immediately stunned. "It seems you have indeed endured a lot of hardship." Silently standing up and taking his katana from the sword rack on the side, Urokodaki Sakonji said seriously, "Cross swords with me once more, let me see your progress." Following Urokodaki Sakonji's lead and standing up, Mika's hand reflexively touched the long sword at his waist. "I'd be delighted." After exchanging a glance, the two walked towards the training ground in the forest. In the forest, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Feeling the caress of the breeze, Mika and Urokodaki Sakonji, standing on opposite sides of the training ground, were now seriously staring at each other, looking for each other's weaknesses. Hiya! The first to make a move was Urokodaki Sakonji. After experiencing the pressure emanating from Mika, Urokodaki Sakonji already knew that the current Mika was no longer the same as before. In the past, he could easily defeat Mika, even if the other party was armed, he wasn't afraid to face him barehanded. But now, he no longer had such an opportunity. Watching Urokodaki Sakonji quickly charging towards him, Mika held his sword horizontally and deployed his most proficient defensive sword stance. At this moment, Mika was very strong. He was also full of confidence in his own strength. Although Urokodaki Sakonji was once the water pillar, he was no longer at his peak. In the state of transparent world, Mika saw everything about him clearly. Victory would only take one sword strike. But this strike couldn't be swung out too early. Through their battle, Mika wanted to show Urokodaki his strength and reassure him. With Mika's impeccable defense, Urokodaki also exerted his full strength. Various meticulously honed sword techniques attacked from unbelievable angles, striving to break through Mika's perfect defense. Unlike Urokodaki's sword techniques, Mika now seldom used specific sword skills. Or rather, every move he made was a sword skill. Mika's sword was like the turbulent waves of the ocean. Both used water breathing in its 10 forms, but Urokodaki's sword techniques were completely overpowered by Mika's. Urokodaki's sword momentum seemed like a river flowing into the sea, silently swallowed up. Now, as Urokodaki's sword momentum faltered, Mika's stance shifted from defense to offense. The once calm sea suddenly surged with towering waves, plunging Urokodaki into the cold and dark depths. "I've won, Master Urokodaki." Pointing his sword at Urokodaki's neck, Mika said with a smile. Chapter 51 Infinity Train. Forgotten memories. Breathing through destiny. I lost. Looking at the long sword on his chest, Urokodaki Sakonji slowly said. You've grown to surpass me, it's truly remarkable. It's all thanks to your teachings, Mika replied humbly as he withdrew his sword. Urokodaki Sakonji shook his head. Your swordsmanship has completely surpassed mine. I haven't even reached this level myself, so how could I have taught you this? But now I can be completely at ease. Someone like you will surely survive until the end. Urokodaki Sakonji's voice was filled with satisfaction. After staying in the Sagiri Mountains for 3 days, Mika bid farewell to Urokodaki Sakonji, saying he planned to travel more before participating in the Demon Slayer Corps selection when the time came later that year. Take this with you. Mika accepted the katana Urokodaki Sakonji handed him. Upon unsheathing it, he was immediately drawn to the azure blade. Is this a Nichiren blade? That's right. This is my Nichiren blade. It'll be helpful to have a Nichiren blade with you while you're traveling outside. But what about you if you give me your Nichiren blade? Although Mika liked this Nichiren blade very much, he also knew how important it was for demon-slaying swordsmen. Don't worry, I'll have another one made. Besides, I'm retired now. I don't have many opportunities to fight demons anymore. You should take it with you. Patting Mika's shoulder, Urokodaki Sakonji said gently, consider it as inheriting my will. I understand. Gripping the Nichiren blade tightly after sheathing it, Mika said earnestly, I will definitely use it to cut off Demon King Muzen's head. Urokodaki Sakonji nodded seriously. Oh, and take this too. Pulling out a fox mask from his chest, Urokodaki Sakonji handed it to Mika, saying warmly, I give this disaster-averting mask to every student who graduates from my tutelage as a graduation gift. This one is yours. Thank you, Urokodaki-sensei. Slowly accepting the mask and carefully placing it on the side of his forehead, Mika said emotionally. Then I'll be going, Urokodaki-sensei. Go on. Yes. Nodding firmly, Mika turned and left. Urokodaki Sakonji stood there, watching Mika's back until his figure completely disappeared from sight. Don't you dare die, Mika. After leaving the Sagiri Mountains, Mika found himself at a loss. Planning to involve himself in the Demon Slayer storyline, Mika had split up with Ermit and the others, letting them wander freely in this world. But now, due to his actions, he had missed all the plot points he knew about. This left Mika completely unsure where to look for Tanjiro next. Is Tanjiro at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters right now, or on the Infinity Train? Or has he already left the Infinity Train? This is such a hassle. Sitting in a small noodle shop, Mika pondered while eating his noodles. Soon, his deliberations led him to a conclusion. I should go check out the Infinity Train. With Tanjiro's whereabouts now unknown, determining the timeline became more crucial. For now, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters location was unknown and couldn't be confirmed. So the only way to determine the timeline was through the Infinity Train. I wonder if the Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro is dead yet. Regarding the Infinity Train, Mika only knew that Tanjiro and Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro encountered Upper Moon 3 Akaza there, and that Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro died there protecting the passengers on the train. As for what Upper Moon 3 meant? Under Demon King Muzen's command, there was a group called the 12 Kizuki. These 12 were considered the strongest among Muzen's subordinates. Furthermore, these 12 were divided into upper moons and lower moons, with 6 in each group. Although they seemed close in rank, the strength of the upper moons and lower moons was vastly different. In the hundreds of years since Muzen's birth, the 6 upper moons had never changed, but the 6 lower moons were constantly shifting. Those 12 Kizuki who were defeated by the Demon Slayer Corps were always lower moons. And among the Demon Slayer Corps, countless of those called pillars, the strongest swordsmen, had died at the hands of the upper moons throughout history. According to what Mika had read online in his previous life, 1 upper moon was equivalent to 3 pillars. This shows just how terrifyingly powerful the upper moons were. Not to mention that the flame pillar was facing Akaza, who ranked 3rd among the upper moons. It was already extremely fortunate that Tanjiro and the others hadn't been completely wiped out at that time. I hope the Infinity Train storyline hasn't ended yet. Thinking this, Mika quickly headed towards the location of the Infinity Train he had inquired about after finishing his meal. Mika, hey, where are you guys now? Ermid, Osaka. Mika, that far. Gabriel, what's wrong with being far? For us, it's natural to go wherever it's interesting. We're heading to Tokyo next. Mika. Mika, alright, do as you please. Have fun however you like. Melly, how are things on your end, Mika? Have you met up with your friend Kamado Tanjiro? Mika, not yet, I'm on my way to find him now. Melly, well, good luck then. Ermid, good luck. Mika, thanks. I'll do my best. Putting down the Nin phone and ending the communication, Mika turned his attention to the newspaper in front of him. Man-eating infinity train resumes operation, no abnormalities found after inspection. No abnormalities found after inspection? Has the infinity train storyline already ended? Has the demon on the infinity train been eliminated by Tanjiro and the others? Is Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro already dead? The content of the newspaper was truly hard for Mika to accept. If the infinity train storyline had ended, how was he supposed to find Tanjiro and the others? He didn't know the later plot, nor did he know where the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was located. Do I really have to spend half a year playing around in this world, then wait to participate in the next final selection held on MT Fujikazan? I guess that's not a bad idea either. Recalling Ermid and Melly who were traveling everywhere, Mika thought this could be a good opportunity to cultivate their relationships. The thought of traveling and honeymooning with Ermid and Melly suddenly made Mika's mood brighten. But then, thinking of his friendship with Tanjiro, Mika hesitated again. Well, whatever. I'll still go check out the infinity train. I'll just treat it as experiencing an antique train ride. With this thought, Mika headed towards the ticket booth. The moment Mika received the infinity train ticket from the ticket seller, a sense of crisis suddenly arose within him. This is danger warning. Seeing that his skill had taken effect, Mika immediately focused his attention on the ticket in his hand. As soon as I took the ticket, a sense of warning arose. Is it because the identity of an infinity train passenger brings danger? Recalling that Tanjiro and Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro would encounter Upper Moon 3 Akaza on the infinity train, a slight smile appeared on Mika's lips. Mika was very punctual. Living near the train station, Mika was among the earliest batch of passengers to board the infinity train, and even his seat was quite close to the front. This antique-level train does have a unique flavor. After walking from the platform into the train, Mika walked along the aisle towards the front of the train. Arriving at his seat, he sat down quietly. From the current situation, it seems the demon on the infinity train hasn't been eliminated by the Demon Slayer Corps yet, which means Tanjiro and the others probably haven't arrived at the infinity train. And the confrontation between Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro and Akaza hasn't started yet either. I just don't know when Tanjiro and the others will arrive at the infinity train. Leaning back in his seat, Mika pondered quietly. I wonder what kind of strength Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro and Akaza possess. As he thought about it, Mika came to the most famous question. That is, the question of combat power. Not counting his Nin abilities, with his LV.2 mid-level physical attributes, plus his transparent world level of combat power, Mika felt he should be among the strongest of the pillars. I wonder how strong the physical attributes of the Flame Pillar and Akaza actually are. According to Mika's estimate, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps should be considerably inferior to the Upper Moon demons in terms of physical attributes. To make up for this gap, they would need to reach the pinnacle of the breathing techniques, the Demon Slayer mark. Once the Demon Slayer mark is activated, it can't be turned off. It's a state that greatly enhances the body by consuming one's life force, which is why all marked swordsmen can't live past 25 years old. Except for the founder who created the breathing techniques, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. As the existence that once terrified Muzan, Tsujikuni Yoriichi's strength shouldn't just be reflected in the Demon Slayer mark and transparent world. In his previous life, Mika had seen people arguing online about the combat power of various characters in the Demon Slayer world. Thus, Mika knew that in the future, besides the protagonist Kamado Tanjiro, there would be others who possessed both the Demon Slayer mark and transparent world, Rock Pillar Hime Mist Pillar Tokaido Muchiro, and Snake Pillar Iguro Obanai. But none of these three displayed the same overwhelming terror as Tsujikuni Yoriichi. From this, it's clear that in terms of physical attributes, which form the basis of combat power, Tsujikuni Yoriichi was far beyond ordinary people. Perhaps, as he said, he was truly a being sent by heaven to kill Muzan. In any case, Upper Moon 3 Akaza shouldn't be simple to deal with. However, if I really encounter him, I won't just stand by and watch him kill the Flame Pillar. Although Mika's purpose for this journey was to find Kamatu Tanjiro, he wouldn't just be a bystander if he encountered demons. Perhaps, I could even directly obtain a position in the Demon Slayer Corps through this. Although the Demon Slayer Corps position couldn't bring Mika any benefits, Mika, with his collector's mentality, was still enthusiastic about it. Woo woo woo. With the sound of steam being released, the train slowly began to move in the midst of the steam's eruption, finally speeding along the tracks. Finally departing, hey? I wonder if Tanjiro and the others have boarded. Should I go check later? Better wait until after the ticket check, it's best not to cause trouble for the staff. Thinking this, Mika sat back down and quietly admired the rapidly disappearing scenery outside the window. The conductor is coming to check tickets. Hearing the slightly chaotic sounds of ticket checking nearby, Mika quickly regained his focus. Here you go. Handing his ticket to the conductor, the other party used a special tool to clip a corner off Mika's ticket, proving that Mika hadn't dodged the fare. Wait. As the ticket was clipped, Mika's danger warning suddenly rang violently in his mind. What's going on? Did I fall for it? Before Mika could think further, a feeling of drowsiness suddenly arose. Sleep state. Mika was very familiar with this feeling. After all, Melly herself was also a master of dream manipulation, and after gaining the ability to operate dreams, she often ran into Mika's dreams to find him, which made Mika instantly become aware. Of course, only his consciousness was awake. His body had still fallen for it. Where is this? Looking at the familiar surroundings, Mika was immediately stunned. Is this my home? This wasn't Mika's home in Orario, but the home from his previous life when he was still called Mika. It seems I really did fall for it. As someone who was often manipulated by Melly in dreams and met in dreams, Mika's mind wasn't deceived, he clearly recognized the situation he was in now. It seems I've indeed been caught up in the Infinity Train storyline now. I should be in a light sleep state now, and I'll wake up immediately if I encounter any real crisis, unless I gradually enter a deep sleep state. However, because my mind hasn't been deceived, I probably won't continue to enter a deep sleep state now. As for the method of waking up, it's suicide, right? Walking back and forth in his room, Mika couldn't help but chuckle. As Mika was looking around the room layout, searching for a sharp object to help him end his life, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside the door. Aren't you up yet? It's time for dinner. The sudden voice interrupted Mika's thoughts, causing him to freeze on the spot. That's Mom's voice. Walking out of the room, looking at his father, brother, and sister sitting at the dining table, hearing his mother's voice from the kitchen, Mika's tears began to flow. This was Mika's home, his home from his previous life. Father, mother, brother, sister, his family from his previous life were all sitting in this room, warmly conversing. What's wrong, brother? Noticing Mika's tears, his sister immediately came forward and asked. It's nothing, just my glasses are a bit uncomfortable. I'll go wash my face. Saying this, Mika hurriedly walked into the bathroom and splashed water on his face. Mika knew very clearly that this was set up by a demon manipulating dreams, it was fake. But even if it was fake, they still felt so real at this moment. Mika had long given up hope of being able to return home. He hadn't possessed a corpse to return to life, but had truly experienced a reincarnation. His previous life had long ended. Even if the current Mika and the former Mika were placed side by side, no one would be able to recognize them. Even his personality had changed through the trials of different worlds. Mika understood that he could never go back. But precisely because of this, he was so reluctant to leave now. In the dream, he hadn't returned as Mika, but as Mika who had never left this place. What should I do? After a moment of hesitation, Mika made a decision. He wanted to stay here for a while. Given my current state of shallow sleep, any attack directed at me will cause me to wake up. Coupled with the warnings from Danger Sense, I can fully assess my own safety. So, before real danger arrives, let me take a little nap. Mika smiled bitterly. But I do feel a bit sorry for Tanjiro. I initially intended to help him out, but now I can't even ensure my own safety. At this moment, I don't want to wake up. After tidying up, Mika took a towel from the wall and wiped his face and hands. Then he walked out of the bathroom. Pushing open the bathroom door and seeing his father, mother, brother, and sister already seated at the dining table, Mika smiled and said, "Good morning, everyone." Chapter 52 Inferno on the Rails. Akaza appearance. On the Infinity train, as the conductor punched tickets, all passengers gradually fell asleep. Even Kyojuro Rengoku, one of the most powerful members of the Demon Slayer Corps, had entered the dream world. Needless to say, Tanjiro Kamado, Zenitsuo Agatsuma, and Inosuke Hashibira were also fast asleep. As the four of them slumbered, assassins who had already infiltrated the Infinity train approached them. Now, Rengoku and the others, like Mika, were trained fighters who would normally wake up quickly if faced with a life-threatening situation, potentially exposing the mastermind's plan. Therefore, the mastermind devised another method. They decided to tie specially made ropes simultaneously to the wrists of Tanjiro's group and the assassins. This way, the assassins could easily enter the dreams of Tanjiro and the others. The assassin's task was to find the boundaries of the target's dreams, then use special weapons to enter their subconscious space and locate their spiritual cores. Once they destroyed the target's spiritual cores with their special weapons, the victims would become incapacitated. The mastermind's plan was undeniably meticulous. To ensure the mission went smoothly, the dispatched assassins were ordinary people enthralled by the mastermind's abilities, preventing the demon scent from awakening the demon slayer elites. However, despite the mastermind's thorough planning, a miscalculation in intelligence led them to overlook Nezuko Kamado, who had stowed away with Tanjiro. Ultimately, with Nezuko's help, Tanjiro in the dream world finally realized he was in a dream. He then escaped from the dream. Awakening from the dream, Tanjiro looked at his sleeping companions and called out to them repeatedly, but couldn't wake them up. Finally, Tanjiro had no choice but to confront the mastermind alone, in Mu, lower rank 1 of the 12 Kizuki. After an arduous battle, Tanjiro finally managed to behead Inmu. Unfortunately, long before Tanjiro and the others fell asleep, Inmu had already abandoned his body and completely merged with the Infinity train. Now, the 200 passengers still trapped in their dreams had become Inmu's hostages. They were currently inside Inmu's belly. Damn it! Holding his head, Mika slowly stood up. Just moments ago, he had been immersed in a dream of a warm life with his family from his previous world, and the next moment he was back on this Infinity train. Looking at the car walls now covered in flesh and tentacles spreading everywhere, Mika's expression turned grim. So you're the ones who disturbed my dream. As Inmu fully merged with the Infinity train, causing flesh to proliferate and tentacles to spread, Mika, still in the dream, sensed danger. Unlike previous crises, what alerted Mika this time was a true life-or-death situation. So he immediately used a tachyon to pierce his own neck, waking himself from the dream. Seeing Mika suddenly awaken, the tentacles in the train car briefly fell silent before rapidly shooting towards him. Since you've woken me up, you'll have to deal with my morning temper. Ignite! By this wheel of flame! As Mika chanted, fierce flames coiled around him, instantly incinerating the tentacles shooting towards him. With his hands in his pockets, he took in his surroundings with a sidelong glance. Humph! Mika stomped forward forcefully. The flames spread rapidly from the center of his foot to the surroundings. When the fierce flames met the flesh-covered walls, it was like oil meeting fire, quickly igniting. In an instant, the flesh and tentacles on the walls were burned to ashes. Bang! After assessing the situation in the train car, Mika opened all the windows on both sides. Mika's earlier blazing fire had not only burned the flesh and tentacles in the car but also consumed the oxygen inside. If he hadn't opened the windows, the sleeping passengers might have suffocated in their sleep. It can regenerate. After Mika opened all the surrounding windows, flesh began to regrow from the ceiling of the car, gradually spreading and forming into lumps and tentacles. It seems that to completely eliminate this thing, I'll need to find its weakness. Just as Mika was about to burn these flesh lumps and tentacles to ashes again, a violent collision sound suddenly came from the adjacent car. Sensing someone's approach, Mika immediately stopped using his magic. He didn't want others to see him manipulating fire. With a bang, the door of this car was kicked open from the outside. The one who kicked the door was none other than Tanjiro's sister, Nezuko Kamado. Well, long time no see, Nezuko. Do you remember me? Seeing Nezuko, Mika greeted her with a smile. Hearing Mika's question, Nezuko nodded seriously. Then she quickly pointed upwards. You mean Tanjiro is up there, and you want me to go help him? Nezuko nodded again. Then I'll leave this to you. With that, Mika walked towards the door at the side of the car. He had heard the battle on the roof since he woke up. After all, the fight above was indeed intense. For this reason, he had specially used N, which he had never used before, to observe the situation above. Right above the train car, Tanjiro Kamado and Inashuk Hashibira were working together to fend off the constantly shooting tentacles while charging towards the front of the train. So the mastermind has been standing above me all this time? If I had used N to look earlier, I might have discovered him sooner, saving all this trouble. But then, I wouldn't have been able to have that dream. Looking at it that way, not using N was probably the right choice, wasn't it? After a bit of self-mockery, Mika leaped onto the roof of the train car. Faced with Mika's arrival, the flesh on the car roof quickly transformed into tentacles, shooting towards him. You really don't learn, do you? Drawing the Nichiren blade hanging at his waist, Mika lightly swung it, slicing the surrounding tentacles back into lumps of flesh. Attacks like these can't stop my advance. Walking lightly on the fleshy roof of the car, Mika soon saw the figures of Tanjiro and Inashuk. At this moment, the two were constantly cutting down tentacles, charging towards the enemy's weak point. Should I call out to them now? Quickly arriving behind the two, Mika, completely concealing his presence, silently pondered. At this moment, Inmu, who could see Mika without needing to sense him, instantly created hundreds of tentacles covered in eyes, shooting them towards Mika, Tanjiro, and Inashuk. This is bad. Watch out for those eyes, Inashuk. If you enter the dream, commit suicide. Seeing the barrage of incoming tentacles, Tanjiro hurriedly warned. Just then, a soft voice came from behind the two, water-breathing, surface slash. Facing the incoming tentacles, Mika's figure suddenly appeared in front of Tanjiro and Inashuk, then he drew his sword and slashed. In an instant, all the tentacles were simultaneously cut in half. You are. Smelling that familiar scent, Tanjiro's tone became tense. Turning back, looking at the surprised Tanjiro, Mika smiled and said, "Long time no see, Tanjiro." Mika. Looking at the figure before him, more mature than before but still familiar, Tanjiro excitedly called out, "Mika, you're back." "Ah, I'm back." Mika responded earnestly. "I knew it, I knew you'd be all right. After all, you're so strong, how could you possibly die on your way home to visit family?" Tanjiro said excitedly. After Mika left and hadn't returned for a long time, others might have assumed he'd been killed by demons. Otherwise, Tanjiro couldn't imagine why Mika hadn't come back after leaving. To Tanjiro, Mika was like family. He had saved Tanjiro and his sister after their family was killed, accompanied him in training, and they had grown together through mutual practice. His sudden disappearance was undoubtedly very hard for Tanjiro to accept. "Of course I wouldn't die." Mika smiled slightly, then turned back to face Inmu, who was preparing for another attack, and said, "How could I possibly die before helping you, Tanjiro? Complete your revenge against Muzan." As he spoke, he drew his Nichiren blade and lightly slashed. The tentacles shooting towards them were cut down again. "Where's the enemy's weak point?" Hearing Mika's question, Tanjiro was silent for a moment before shouting loudly, "Below the driver's cabin." "Understood." Stamping his foot forcefully, Mika's figure instantly shot forward. Faced with Mika's charge, numerous tentacles shot out from all directions, aiming for his vital points. But under Mika's flawless swordsmanship, no tentacle could touch his body. Before they could get close to Mika, these tentacles were already cut down. So fast, so strong. Watching Mika's swordsmanship that kept everything away from his body and his swift speed, Tanjiro gained a new understanding of Mika's strength. As strong as the flame pillar. In a series of rapid movements, Mika's figure had already arrived above the Infinity Train's driver's cabin. Water-breathing, waterfall basin. With a sword technique descending from the sky, Mika's Nichiren blade directly pierced through the flesh blocking Inmu's weak point, cutting through the internal skeleton. Inmu, his weak point severed, began to thrash about violently. Having completely merged with the Infinity Train, his struggles caused the entire train to shake. The violently shaking Infinity Train quickly derailed, crashing and tumbling along the ground. "Be careful, Tanjiro." After cutting Inmu's weak point, seeing the entire train shaking violently, Mika immediately rushed towards Tanjiro and Inashuk behind him. With a leap, Mika caught the flying Tanjiro and Inashuk under his arms in mid-air. "Mika, save that driver." "Driver." Hearing Tanjiro's reminder, Mika quickly used N to locate the driver's figure. Then, as he landed back on the Infinity Train, he jumped out again, hooking the driver's body with his foot and bringing him back to the train. He then had to step on him to secure his body. Using his breath to envelop himself, Mika stood firmly on the infinity train until it came to a stop. Great, we survived. Hehe, of course I would survive. Looking at the noisy Tanjiro and Nezuko, Mika released his hands, and the two fell onto the fleshy surface. Although Inmu's weak point had been cut, his body encasing the infinity train hadn't shown signs of disappearing yet. As the infinity train stopped, passengers who had gradually awakened after Inmu's weak point was cut began to crawl out of the train in a hubbub. All at once, sounds of crying, cursing, and screaming filled the air. Seeing this, Tanjiro quickly called out to Mika before heading off with Nezuko to help the passengers at the back. Watching Tanjiro's figure running back and forth among the crowd, Mika smiled and shook his head, then turned to look at the forests on both sides. The one who just died was lower rank 1, not upper rank 3 who killed the flame pillar. It seems upper rank 3 wasn't on this train but came through other means. So, was upper rank 3 sent directly by Muzan? Looking at the surrounding forest, Mika couldn't help but ponder. In the previous battle, before heading towards the front of the train to help Tanjiro, Mika had personally witnessed the flame pillar, Kyojuro Rengoku, simultaneously protecting passengers in 7 train cars. That figure swiftly moving through 7 cars, swinging his sword, allowed Mika to fully assess his strength. Physical abilities at the late stage of LV.2, swordsmanship not far from transparent world, and that pure fighting spirit, flame pillar Kyojuro Rengoku truly deserves to be a top expert in the Demon Slayer Corps. But even so, he still died at the hands of upper rank 3 Akaza, and in my previous life, some even believed Akaza held back, not using his full strength. Plus, with the saying that 1 upper rank equals 3 pillars, Akaza's physical abilities must be at least LV.3 level, and Muzan is likely even stronger. Looks like we're in for a tough battle tonight. Mika knew clearly that their best option now would be to leave immediately. But that was impossible. Neither Mika nor the Demon Slayers would leave these 200 passengers here for the demons. So their only choice was to face Akaza. Are you Mika, the one who slayed lower rank 1 and saved these 200 passengers? As Mika was pondering, Flame Pillar Kyojuro Rengoku suddenly appeared beside him, along with Tanjiro, Nezuko, Zenitsu, Nezuko, and others. I heard you're Kamadu's fellow disciple, also trained under the water pillar. Why didn't you come to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection? With your current strength, you could probably even qualify as a pillar. Feeling the fighting spirit rising from Mika, Kyojuro Rengoku said joyfully. I didn't participate in the final selection at MT Fujikazan because I was held up by other matters and missed that exam. But now is not the time to discuss this. Turning back, looking at Kyojuro Rengoku, Mika said seriously, Flame Pillar, an upper rank demon is rapidly approaching, and will likely be in front of us very soon. Upper rank. Hearing Mika's words, everyone present was stunned. No member of the Demon Slayer Corps would underestimate an upper rank demon. After all, since the founding of the Demon Slayer Corps, lower rank demons had been defeated batch after batch. But upper rank demons had never been defeated. Instead, many of the strongest pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps had died at the hands of upper rank demons. You can sense it? The Flame Pillar asked seriously. Yes, I can sense any danger directed at me. From a while ago, a thick sense of crisis has been rising from the north, constantly approaching us. That sense of crisis far surpasses the lower rank one we encountered earlier. The two can't be compared. This sense of crisis is already very close to us. Mika wasn't lying about his explanation to the Flame Pillar. The crisis brought by Akaza had already risen and was about to appear before him. Bang! With a collision sound, dust rose violently on the open ground outside the northern forest, shrouding everything nearby. And in the smoke, a pair of bright eyes were staring intently at Kyojuro Rengoku and Mika. Upper rank 3, Akaza, had arrived. Chapter 53 Blazing Clash. Fierce battle, victory secured. Two people with such high fighting spirits, appearing at the same time. Akaza walked out slowly from the smoke, excitedly saying, Hey, both of you should become demons. I refuse. Jumping down from the carriage and facing Akaza, Kyojuro Rengoku seriously refused, I am the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I will defeat you here. I haven't joined the Demon Slayer Corps yet, but of course, I refuse to become a demon. Still sitting on top of the train, Mika said casually, after all, I just promised my teacher a while ago that I would personally cut off Musen's head. Is that so? What a pity. Hearing the rejections from both of them, Akaza smiled and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Although confident in his own strength, he had to take both of them seriously. Technique deployment. Destructive death, compass needle. Looking at the snowflake-like technique under Akaza's feet, Mika's expression turned serious. Although Mika knew Akaza was strong, he didn't have a detailed understanding of just how strong. And he didn't know Akaza's methods. Now, seeing him fight with Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku, Mika was getting a detailed understanding of his strength. Clang! Akaza's arm clashed fiercely with Kyojuro Rengoku's Nichiren blade, and they began to fight rapidly. For now, Mika had no intention of interfering in the battle between Akaza and Kyojuro Rengoku. He thought that Kyojuro Rengoku wouldn't want Mika to interfere in this fight either. After all, none of the current Hashira had ever faced an upper moon demon before. I see, so that's his fighting style. Observing Akaza's movements, Mika gradually understood Akaza's combat style. In terms of physical attributes, Akaza is indeed much stronger than Kyojuro Rengoku, reaching the level of LV.3, and his martial arts skills even surpass the Flame Hashira's swordsmanship. And his combat style fully utilizes every bit of his advantage. The passive skills used by other demons to extend their stamina and recovery ability are actively used by him. Seeing Akaza's arm constantly being severed by Kyojuro Rengoku's blade, Mika couldn't help but frown. Akaza's arms being severed wasn't because Kyojuro Rengoku was stronger, but because Akaza's fighting style inherently included trading injuries. Akaza is indeed holding back. He's enjoying the fight with Kyojuro Rengoku. As someone experiencing it firsthand, Mika clearly recognized Akaza's strength. Perhaps because Mika wasn't participating in the fight, Akaza still hoped to recruit the Flame Hashira as a demon and fight with him eternally. If it came down to a direct kill, the Flame Hashira probably wouldn't last long. It's a pity I don't know how to use the red blade. Mika thought about the three ultimate techniques in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Although he hadn't seen the entire plot, he had heard about them in comments and discussions. The pinnacle of martial arts, Transparent World. The pinnacle of breathing techniques, Demon Slayer Mark. The nemesis of demons, Red Blade. The so-called Red Blade is achieved by using immense grip strength or through the collision of weapons to increase the blade's temperature, turning it into a red blade. Using the Red Blade can significantly increase the damage dealt to demons, and the regeneration speed of the demon parts hit by the Red Blade will decrease. With this technique, Akaza's regenerative ability could be severely restrained. But the problem is, Mika doesn't know how to use the Red Blade. Unlike the other two, which have traces to follow, the Red Blade is purely a technique. In Yahweh's view, every move and skill contains the Creator's philosophy and history. Thus, after mastering the basic skills, Yahweh can easily extrapolate them to their ultimate form. This is why, after Mika practiced the water-breathing swordsmanship, he awakened the transparent world instead of other abilities like sword aura. Because the history embedded in the techniques is different. Therefore, learning swordsmanship from the Demon Slayer world allowed Yahweh to extrapolate the transparent world. Learning breathing techniques allowed Yahweh to extrapolate the Demon Slayer mark. But the purely technical Red Blade, without knowing it beforehand, even Yahweh couldn't create it from scratch. Of course, if Mika described the effect of this technique to Yahweh, she would probably be able to create it quickly. But since Mika and the others had never encountered a being that could be restrained by the Red Blade, Mika hadn't considered it before. After all, in the future, he would encounter more and more worlds, and he couldn't possibly learn every useful and useless technique. Mika, Gabriel, there's a technique I need your help to create. In this world, there's a technique called the Red Blade that can restrain species that are weakened by the sun. It's said that. Gabriel, understood, leave it to me. It's really convenient to have Gabriel with me. Whatever technique I need, I can just ask her. Putting down his Nin phone, Mika said with a smile. Mika believed that once Gabriel received his information, she would soon be able to create the Red Blade technique. Although it might not be needed now, it would definitely come in handy in the future. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing continuously echoed, even though it was a Nichiren blade clashing with an arm. Akaza and Kyojuro Rengoku's battle was swift and precise. They fought from the clearing into the forest and back to the clearing. While Kyojuro Rengoku's expression was serious, Akaza was all smiles, thoroughly enjoying the fight against a high-spirited opponent. It looks like the flame Hashira is in trouble. Seeing Kyojuro Rengoku's body starting to waver, unable to maintain stability, Mika couldn't help but shake his head. Originally, Kyojuro Rengoku was at a disadvantage against Akaza. Or rather, it was a battle with no chance of victory. His only way to win was to drag the fight until dawn, using the sunlight to drive away Akaza, who feared the sun. But during the previous train derailment, Kyojuro Rengoku had used a lot of his energy to stabilize the train and prevent injuries to the passengers. Now, he didn't have enough energy left to safely drag the fight until dawn. As the battle continued, he would likely sustain more and more injuries, eventually leading to his death. So this is how you died in the original story. What a shame. Putting on the disaster prevention mask given to him by Urokodaki Sakonji, Mika drew his Nichiren blade, and his aura gradually diminished until it disappeared. Although it's unlikely we can keep him here, let's give it a try. Mika's figure flashed and instantly appeared behind Akaza. He swung his Nichiren blade towards Akaza's neck. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. Damn it! Akaza's pupils suddenly contracted as he incredulously glanced at Mika, who had appeared behind him. The Nichiren blade, filled with killing intent, was already at his neck. How did he get here? Why didn't I sense him? Akaza was alarmed. Akaza's blood demon art, named Destructive Death, revolves around the core ability Destructive Death, Compass Needle, which senses an opponent's fighting spirit, enabling a series of precise, swift, and powerful martial arts strikes. The Destructive Death, Compass Needle, the core of his martial arts, can sense the opponent's fighting spirit like a compass, making his attacks and evasions as precise as if they were magnetically attracted. But soon, Akaza understood the situation. This is the ultimate domain, the transparent world. As the highest domain Akaza had pursued for centuries, he never expected to encounter it here. Akaza's Destructive Death, Compass Needle reacts stronger to opponents with stronger fighting spirits, increasing its intensity and precision accordingly. However, if he encounters someone with no fighting spirit or who can hide their fighting spirit, his Destructive Death, Compass Needle would fail. And the ultimate domain, the transparent world, is precisely a skill that can hide one's fighting spirit. Destructive Death, Leg Type, Crown Splitter. In this critical moment, Akaza swiftly turned and kicked upwards towards Mika's Nichiren blade. Clang! Akaza's foot collided violently with Mika's Nichiren blade. Due to the suddenness of the situation, Akaza's kick did not exert full force, resulting in a stalemate with Mika's Nichiren blade in mid-air. Flame Breathing, Third Form, Blazing Universe. Taking advantage of the stalemate between Mika and Akaza, Kyojuro Rengoku quickly swung his fierce Nichiren blade towards Akaza's neck. Damn it, at a time like this. Facing the attack from behind, Akaza's heart became flustered. From the previous collision, Akaza had sensed that Mika's strength was comparable to Kyojuro Rengoku's. Under normal circumstances, even facing both of them simultaneously, he would not be afraid. But Mika's transparent world greatly restrained him. With his Destructive Death, Compass Needle failing, Akaza had to focus most of his energy on dealing with Mika's offensive, not allowing him to act as an assassin and ambush him from the shadows. In this situation, the Flame Hashira's attack put him in an extremely troublesome position. Damn it, I must take out one of them first. Akaza immediately twisted his body, retracting his foot. During the turn, he repositioned himself to face the opponent. It seems I can't make you a demon after all. Kyojuro, I will take your life here. No longer holding back, Akaza kicked towards Kyojuro Rengoku. Destructive Death, Leg Type, Flying Planet Thousand Wheels. Instantly, Akaza's foot transformed into flashes of light, continuously kicking towards Kyojuro Rengoku. His kicks were so fast that they left no afterimages, and the power was overwhelming. Flame Breathing, Fourth Form, Blooming Flame Undulation. Facing Akaza's kicks, Kyojuro Rengoku immediately changed his sword technique, using the fourth form of flame breathing. He performed a vortex-like sword technique centered on himself, aiming to neutralize Akaza's kicks. But unlike before, the fully powered Akaza instantly broke through Kyojuro Rengoku's defense, kicking towards his vital points. He's ignoring me, planning to use his healing ability to stall me and take out the Flame Hashira first? How arrogant, Akaza! Faced with Akaza's choice, Mika's previously calm heart surged with anger. I hadn't planned on using this move. But now the opportunity is too good to pass up. Wielding his Nichiren blade, enveloped with agile sword energy like flowing water, Mika launched an attack towards Akaza's neck. Mika knew that in a 2-on-1 battle, both attacking simultaneously was the best way to maximize their advantage and overwhelm the opponent. In this situation, if they attacked separately, it would be no different from a 1-on-1 fight. Akaza, prepared for Mika's attack from behind, responded. Destructive Death, Empty Air type. Facing Mika's slash, Akaza maintained his offensive stance towards Kyojuro Rengoku and threw 6 empty punches towards Mika's sword. These punches struck the void but blasted towards Mika's Nichiren blade through the air. Air-type Fist. Mika understood Akaza's intention. He planned to use this to block the power of Mika's slash, buying time to severely injure Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku. As long as this strike couldn't sever his neck, no matter the damage, he would immediately recover and regain the upper hand. 6 consecutive air-type punches struck Mika's Nichiren blade, reducing the power of Mika's slash to the minimum. In this state, even if Mika's blade hit Akaza's neck, it couldn't sever it. The victor is me. Akaza showed a frenzied smile. In contrast, Mika smiled confidently. Who are you underestimating? Invisible and colorless aura flowed from Mika's hand, enveloping his Nichiren blade. Under the enhancement of Shu, the sharpness of the Nichiren blade increased several times. Although the Nichiren blades in the Demon Slayer world are forged with special materials like scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet crimson ore, which imbue the blades with the power of the sun to deal special damage to sun-fearing creatures, their forging techniques are still ordinary. Thus, in terms of material quality, disregarding the special properties, Nichiren blades barely reached the level of third-tier weapons in Danmachi world. Using them against lower moons at the elite level of LV.2 was already quite strenuous. Let alone using them against upper moons at LV.3. Keeping the Nichiren blade unbroken was already a testament to the Hashira's pinnacle sword skills. In reality, aside from the special properties, the quality of the Nichiren blades significantly hindered the Hashira's performance. But now, under the enhancement of Shu, the Nichiren blade, originally at the bottom of third-tier weapons, instantly elevated to a quite excellent level of second-tier weapons in terms of sharpness. The sharp blade easily cut through Akaza's arm, blocking the blade. Then, in Akaza's incredulous gaze, it smoothly slashed through his neck without resistance. At this moment, not only was Akaza, who had his head severed, shocked, but also Kyojuro Rengoku, who was severely injured mid-air by a kick, and Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu, who were pressured by the three's fighting spirit and couldn't advance in the battle's periphery, were stunned. Upper Moon 3 Akaza had his head severed just like that. Defeated? Chapter 54 Breaking Limits. Transparent World. The price of victory. We won, we've won. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Tanjiro Kamado, Inosuke Hashibira, and Zenitsuo Agatsuma, who had been watching Mika and Kyojuro Rengoku face off against Akaza, couldn't help but shout. When the flame pillar Kyojuro Rengoku first began battling Akaza, the three of them had wanted to rush in and help. But the speed of the two fighters was simply too fast, they couldn't even follow with their eyes. At the same time, the clash of fighting spirits between Akaza and Rengoku was oppressing their minds, making their bodies unable to move. As the battle progressed, they could see the flame pillar weakening. Yet they couldn't do anything to help. Just as they were feeling anxious and helpless, Mika's figure suddenly entered the battlefield. After just 2 or 3 clashes, he had severed Akaza's head. Has Mika really become this strong? I'm a bit envious, but this is wonderful. We've succeeded in killing an upper-rank demon. And it was the third strongest among the upper ranks. This is amazing. Filled with excitement over the death of an upper-rank demon, the three of them ran excitedly towards Mika. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Did Akaza really die just like that? Mika suddenly thought to himself after personally beheading Akaza. Akaza was strong. In a direct confrontation, even if Mika fought with all his might, they would likely be evenly matched. Yet such a powerful opponent had his head so easily severed by Mika, ending his life. It was his experience that betrayed him. Mika quickly concluded. Through their earlier battle, Akaza, with his centuries of combat experience, had easily judged Mika's basic abilities. Based on his experience, he had positioned himself in a seemingly dangerous but actually safe situation. He believed that after 6 empty-handed strikes, Mika wouldn't have the ability to cut off his arm and then continue to sever his neck. According to his experience, Akaza's choice at that moment was undoubtedly perfect. But the reality was that he lost. He was defeated by something beyond his experience. Originally, Mika hadn't planned to use Nin. After all, Muzan Kibutsuji, the big boss of this world, far surpassed him in abilities, and it wasn't yet time for the final battle. Therefore, Mika didn't want to expose his true capabilities. He had only intended to fight with breathing techniques and swordsmanship, joining the Demon Slayer Corps for a real-life cosplay and to continue honing his sword skills and breathing techniques. Unfortunately, Akaza's confidence gave Mika an opportunity. It allowed Mika to seize the moment and behead him, taking his life. Although it's a bit sudden, since we've won, we shouldn't look gloomy. We should smile. Looking at Tanjiro and the others running towards him, Mika smiled and waved. Then he walked towards the fallen Kyojuro Rengoku. Earlier, Akaza had indeed struck with killing intent, severely injuring Rengoku with that attack. As Mika approached Rengoku, just as he was about to help him up, a sense of crisis rapidly rose in his mind, constantly alerting him. "Watch out!" Tanjiro's shout came at the same time. Although his eyes hadn't seen it, the sharp sound of wind had already told Mika everything. Behind him, an enemy was attacking. And they had concealed their presence. Quickly turning around, what entered Mika's sight was the headless Akaza. Unlike before, this time Akaza showed no outward signs of his fighting spirit. Not only has he surpassed the limits of demons, but he's also reached the supreme territory. In the rush, Mika could only use his right arm to block Akaza's punch. His arm was directly hit, and his entire body was sent flying backward. In the critical moment, Mika used his left hand to grab his Nichiren blade in midair and stabbed it into the ground to stabilize himself. Mika! Tanjiro, who was already running, quickly reached Mika's side and shouted excitedly, looking at Mika's right arm. "Your arm! Ah, the bones are completely shattered." At this moment, Mika stood in place, his right arm hanging lifelessly in the air, obviously unusable now. Even so, his expression remained calm. The pain couldn't affect his emotions at all. It was as if what he had received wasn't a severe injury, but just a minor scratch. How could this happen? Tears started flowing uncontrollably from Tanjiro's eyes. For a swordsman, the importance of the arms is unquestionable. Just moments ago, Tanjiro had been thinking about fighting alongside Mika in the future, slaying evil demons together. But now, Mika could no longer wield a sword. "Calm down, now is not the time to think about other things." Mika's words awakened Tanjiro from his sorrow. He quickly looked towards Akaza, who had shattered Mika's arm bones. At this moment, Akaza was standing straight, motionless. But on his neck, the head that had been lost was rapidly regenerating. He, Akaza, upper rank 3, had broken through the limitations of demons and reached the supreme territory, the transparent world. A few minutes earlier, looking at his severed head, the concept of death appeared in Akaza's mind for the first time in hundreds of years. This filled Akaza with despair. Following that came anger and humiliation. It was too easy. He died too easily. Akaza couldn't accept such a pathetic death. "How could I die here? I still need to become stronger, stronger, even stronger. How could I die such a pathetic death here?" The obsession with becoming stronger allowed Akaza to break through the limits of demons. Beheading was no longer his weakness. And in the battle with Mika, experiencing the transparent world, he finally took that step that had been blocked for hundreds of years under the life and death crisis of death. He had reached the supreme territory, the transparent world. With this obsession, his headless body launched an all-out attack, concealing his fighting spirit and presence. This caught Mika off guard, leaving him only able to block the vital point on his chest with his right arm at the last moment. "Ha ha ha! I've reached it, I've finally reached this place." Powerful fighting spirit continuously spread from his entire body, suppressing the bodies and minds of Tanjiro and the others. But before Akaza could gloat for long, two figures, one red and one blue, quickly rushed in front of him. The newcomers were none other than the Flame Pillar Kyojuro Rengoku and Mika. "Flame Pillar, you take the lead attack, I'll support." "Understood." Flame Breathing, Third Form, Blazing Universe. The explosive crimson blade fiercely struck Akaza's arm, which he perfectly defended against. "So this is the transparent world? It's perfect. Now, I can see even clearer than destructive death, compass needle." Excited to the point of frenzy, Akaza immediately moved to strike at Rengoku's weak point. But at that moment, Mika's Nichiren blade skillfully thrust towards Akaza's martial arts weak point, disrupting his offensive and aiming for his vital points. Don't think you can ignore me just because I've lost my right hand. I can wield a sword with both hands. Damn it! Restrained, Akaza had to give up his counterattack against Rengoku and turn his attention to Mika on the other side. Just as Mika couldn't see Akaza in the transparent world and got injured, Akaza similarly couldn't see Mika, who was also in the transparent world. Their transparent worlds cancelled each other out. Due to the design of Mika's Nin ability, Yahweh had created several combination techniques for him. Therefore, through rigorous training, Mika had mastered the essence of these combination techniques, which he could use to complement Flame Pillar Kyojuro Rengoku's attacks in their joint assault against Akaza. Unlike a typical 2-on-1 battle, the combined techniques of Mika and Rengoku amplified their strength far beyond a simple addition of their individual powers. With Rengoku leading the attack and Mika supporting, Akaza, who had just awakened to the transparent world, quickly found himself in a difficult situation. Although Akaza had awakened to the transparent world, greatly increasing his power, this did not solve his inability to sense Mika, who was also in the transparent world. Additionally, after being injured, Mika's combat ability had significantly increased due to his death combat skills' overall enhancement. As a result, Akaza gradually found himself at a disadvantage. As Akaza's arm was once again severed by Mika, he quickly regenerated it to block the Flame Pillar's attack. How can this be? I've already entered the supreme territory. Why am I still at a disadvantage? Indeed, Mika, you are my greatest enemy. This battle is truly exhilarating. Despite being at a disadvantage, Akaza showed no signs of defeat due to his rapid regeneration ability. Even though Mika's weapon, enhanced by Nin, could cut through Akaza's body as easily as slicing vegetables, Akaza, having overcome demons' weaknesses and surpassed their limits, was now like a perfect being, seemingly impossible to kill no matter how they attacked. In this state, the three-way battle reached a stalemate. Is this what a battle between a pillar and an upper rank looks like? Standing on the outskirts of Mika, Rengoku, and Akaza's battleground, the now-awake Zenitsu muttered bewilderedly. He had no possibility of intervening in a battle of this level. Of course, he had no intention of intervening either. Just standing here watching the three fight had already exhausted all his courage. Joining in? Don't joke around. Beside him, Inashuk, also watching the battle, was muttering to himself, no openings at all. Their battle has absolutely no openings. Unlike Zenitsu, Inashuk had the courage to intervene. But his wild instincts, honed in the forest, were warning him not to advance. That place was not somewhere he could step into. It was filled with death. Different from both Zenitsu and Inashuk, Tanjiro, now kneeling on the ground, had a face full of frustration. He was frustrated at his slow progress in strength, frustrated that he couldn't help his companion who was severely injured, frustrated that he couldn't move under the pressure of the three's auras. Tanjiro knew clearly that the battle before his eyes was not a place he could intervene. But he was unwilling to accept this. He wanted to step into it. At this moment, Mika and Rengoku, who were continuously swinging their Nichiren blades around Akaza, were both in a severely injured state. But even so, they kept fighting. How could Tanjiro just silently watch them fight? Especially when his close friend Mika was there. Gripping his Nichiren blade tightly, Tanjiro slowly stood up and walked forward. Tanjiro! What are you doing, Tanjiro? Come back, that's not a place where you can fight. Ignoring the advice in his ears, Tanjiro gripped his sword with both hands and quickly charged forward. Looking at the three figures before him, flashing like light, Tanjiro's eyes seemed to have flames burning in them. So slow. My speed is so slow, I need to accelerate, I need to run faster, faster. To keep up with the speed of the three, Tanjiro began to concentrate all the power in his body to increase his speed. Faster, even faster. Need to be even faster. Ah! With an angry roar, flame-like patterns began to spread rapidly on the scar on Tanjiro's forehead. This was the mark. In his desire to join the battle, Tanjiro broke through his own limits, entering the realm of the marked, becoming a marked swordsman. In an instant, Tanjiro's speed greatly increased, quickly catching up to the high-speed battle of the three. Another one. It's the Komato boy. Tanjiro awakened his mark. Looking at the rapidly approaching Tanjiro, Akaza, who had been gradually gaining the upper hand due to his stamina advantage and Rengoku's fatigue, had a face full of anger. Unlike Mika and Rengoku, Tanjiro's fighting spirit wasn't as thick as theirs. Akaza, obsessed with martial arts, had been full of smiles towards Mika and Rengoku from the start because their fighting spirits were thick enough to please him. He always disdained opponents with weak fighting spirits. "I'll kill you first." Akaza used a destructive kill move to force back Mika and Rengoku. Then he quickly rushed towards Tanjiro. Facing Tanjiro's sword swing, Akaza skillfully sacrificed one arm to be cut, then used his other arm to deliver a fatal blow. This was his style, his battle method, his way of trading injury for injury. But this time, his method encountered a problem. Tanjiro, not using water breathing but directly using sun breathing, cut off Akaza's arm, which didn't regenerate quickly as usual, but seemed to be hindered by something. Unlike other breathing styles, sun breathing was originally created by Yoriichi Tsujikuni to combat Muzan Kibutsuji's abilities, having the power to counter demons. Therefore, Akaza's arm, cut by sun breathing, had its regenerative ability affected and couldn't recover freely. Damn it! Realizing he had lost his advantage again, Akaza immediately moved to kill Tanjiro to vent his anger. But Mika, who had long noticed Akaza's movement, quickly rushed over and steadily saved Tanjiro. This is really troublesome. Looking at Akaza's retreating figure, Mika couldn't help but sigh. He had no way to counter this abnormal level of regeneration ability. Although Tanjiro's sun breathing could restrict Akaza's regenerative ability, after realizing this, Akaza certainly wouldn't give Tanjiro another chance. After all, Akaza had now awakened to the transparent world, and Tanjiro's actions couldn't escape his observation. As long as he wanted, Tanjiro wouldn't have a chance to harm him again. With Tanjiro's current strength, he couldn't take on the main offensive role in such a battle. Looks like this battle is coming to an end. After sighing, Mika charged forward again. Akaza quickly turned and began to flee. After a night of battle, the sun was finally about to rise. Damn it! Akaza shouted loudly as he ran. In tonight's battle, apart from increasing his strength, he hadn't accomplished any of the tasks Muzan had given him. It would be difficult to explain when he returned. "Hey, don't run, Akaza. Stay and enjoy some sunlight." Keeping close to Akaza's side, Mika smiled and teased. Even though his right arm was swinging with his movement, he paid no attention to it, continuously harassing Akaza. Who would enjoy sunlight? The angry Akaza struggled continuously, and finally escaped from Mika's grasp after having more than a dozen arms and legs cut off by Mika. He's really tough to cut down. Mika's eye corners twitched continuously. Looks like I can't delay learning the bright red Nichiren technique any longer. Chapter 55 Allies assembled and a plan in motion. Emerging slowly from the forest, Mika's eyes fell upon the flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, lying on the ground surrounded by Tanjiro and others. Besides Tanjiro's group, 2 other Demon Slayer Corps members with Kakushi written on their backs were tending to Rengoku's wounds. Seeing this, Mika quickly ran over. Before he could get close, he heard the cries of Tanjiro and his companions. "What's wrong? Is the flame Hashira's injury severe?" Mika asked urgently. Mika knew a bit about Rengoku's injuries. After enduring Akaza's destructive death, leg type, flowing light flash, Rengoku had already been gravely wounded. At that time, his whole body was bleeding, and many internal organs were damaged. If he had used breathing techniques for first aid then, the injuries wouldn't have been too serious. With prompt return to the Demon Slayer headquarters for treatment, he could have recovered quickly. But he didn't perform immediate first aid. Instead, he continued to help Mika suppress Akaza, taking on the main offensive role with all his might. Combined with injuries sustained in later battles, it was already remarkable that he had held on until now. When Mika was chasing Akaza and noticed Rengoku hadn't followed, he realized Akaza couldn't be caught. So he vented his frustrations on Akaza thoroughly before returning. "The flame Hashira, he's not going to make it," Tanjiro said, tears streaming down his face. Hearing Tanjiro's words, the already distressed group burst into tears again. Even the demon slayers who had arrived later were weeping. "Not going to make it." Surprised that the flame Hashira was so severely injured, Mika hurried forward to check his wounds. Then his expression gradually relaxed. Fortunately, his organs aren't irreparably damaged. He can still be saved. Mika quickly ran to the Infinity train to retrieve the package he had left on the train's front before the battle. From it, he took out a bottle of panacea. This was a bottle of panacea Mika carried as a precaution. After all, he was supposed to act alone this time, so he thought it better to bring one just in case. Of course, he only brought one bottle. Hurrying back to Rengoku lying on the ground, Mika said seriously, I have a special medicine that can save the flame Hashira. Don't waste it, young Mika. I'm already done for. Whether you're done for or not isn't for you to decide, but for me. Holding down the immobile Rengoku, Mika poured the panacea into his mouth. Wait, even if it works, shouldn't you treat your hand first? My hand doesn't matter, I have other methods. As the panacea was administered, Rengoku's injuries visibly began to heal rapidly. This is... Witnessing this scene, everyone present was astounded. Clearly, this miraculous situation was beyond their belief. Alright, although there were many twists and turns along the way, overall there were no casualties. There couldn't be a better outcome, Mika said with a smile as he stood up again. At the same time, Mika took out several high-grade recovery potions from his package and drank them. During the previous battle with Akaza, Mika had cut off Akaza's limbs multiple times, decapitated him several times, and pierced his heart. But at the same time, Mika hadn't escaped injury either. However, thanks to Mika's top-tier defense ability, most of his injuries were minor scrapes, with no severe damage. The worst injury he sustained was from the punch Akaza delivered when he overcame his weakness and broke through. Relying on his breathing technique's ability to control his body, Mika could stop bleeding during battle. But these wounds still existed, and after drinking the high-grade recovery potions, although they couldn't heal Mika's shattered arm bones, they could heal the external injuries on his body. Mika, how are your injuries? Rengoku, whose wounds had mostly healed after drinking the panacea, walked up to Mika and asked. My injuries are no longer a big problem. Why do you ask? If it's not serious, then let's quickly leave this place. The government, having learned about the Infinity Train incident, will arrive soon. We're not a legal organization after all, so it's better not to conflict with them. Alright, let's go then. Mika was aware of the Demon Slayer Corps' situation. Although the Corps had existed for over 100 years, it wasn't a legal organization. An incident like a train derailment would surely develop into a nationwide shock, so it was better not to get involved unnecessarily at such times. After Mika agreed, the group of 7 quickly left the area, heading towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Mika, Ermid, how's your outing going? Ermid, it's great fun. Mika, that's good. Melly, suddenly asking like this, Mika, you haven't been injured, have you? Mika. Melly, no way. You really are injured? And it's an injury that requires Ermid's personal treatment. Ermid, where are you? I'm coming to find you right now. Gabriel, just use phone GPS to locate him. Looking at the chat log on his phone, Mika's mouth twitched slightly. He had just casually asked, but didn't expect everything to be guessed. Had Melly gotten smarter recently? Shaking his head, Mika quickly used his phone to contact them, telling Ermid and the others not to rush over recklessly. After all, this was the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a secret base hidden in the mountains. In this situation, it would be better to inform others about Ermid and company's arrival. At this moment, Mika was lying in the butterfly estate within the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, receiving treatment from the insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko. Mika's shattered right hand was now in a cast, suspended across his chest with a bandage. It's so boring. Tanjiro seems to have gone to borrow study notes from the Flame Hashira's family. Inashuk and Zenitsu aren't here either, it's really dull. I wish I had someone to talk to. Of course, Miss Shinobu is out of the question, her curiosity is just too intense. Recalling the experiences of the past 2 days, Mika couldn't help but smile bitterly. After returning with Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku, Mika was arranged to recuperate at the Butterfly Estate. After hearing Rengoku's account of their group's experiences, all the Hashira were deeply moved. Several Hashira also came to express their gratitude to Mika for saving Rengoku's life. Among these people, the most enthusiastic was Shinobu Koko. As the medical expert among the Hashira, she was very interested in the panacea mentioned by the Kakushi that had saved the dying Rengoku and almost completely healed him. So she kept pestering Mika with questions, making him feel somewhat overwhelmed. Finally, after telling Shinobu that there really was no more panacea left, but there were high-grade recovery potions with much weaker effects, she calmed down. Now, she was engrossed in understanding the composition of the high-grade recovery potions, becoming more at ease. Bang! I wasn't saying anything bad about you, Miss Shinobu. Mika quickly said, hearing the door open. This wasn't the first time he had been caught speaking ill of her. But when Mika turned his head, he realized the visitor wasn't Shinobu, but Gyutomyoka. "Oh, it's you." Looking at Gyutomyoka, Mika's previously nervous mood quickly settled. It's good that it wasn't Shinobu. After all, being caught speaking ill of someone is really embarrassing. Dash. "Did you come to see me?" Mika asked with a light chuckle as he sat up in bed, looking at Gyutomyoka standing beside it. Gyutomyoka nodded slightly. Seeing this, Mika suddenly smiled. Looking at the now taciturn Gyutomyoka, and recalling his lecturing behavior in the forest on Tanjiro's mountain, the contrast was indeed quite significant. Mika had no way to deal with Gyutomyoka's reticence. So the situation in the hospital room quickly turned into Mika constantly talking while Gyutomyoka continuously listened. "Why do I feel like I'm the one visiting you?" Mika thought to himself, looking at Gyutomyoka. Just then, Mika suddenly noticed that Gyutomyoka's gaze wasn't directed at him, but at the Nichiren blade leaning against the wall. "Oh, you noticed?" Mika picked up the Nichiren blade leaning against the wall, slowly unsheathed it, and presented it to Gyutomyoka. "This is Teacher Urokodaki's Nichiren blade," Gyutomyoka said with certainty. "That's right. Teacher said to let me carry it, in case I encounter a demon and have no way to deal with it," Mika said with a light smile as he gently stroked the azure Nichiren blade. "Come to think of it, I owe it to this blade for being able to fight Akaza this time." Looking at Mika stroking the blade, Gyutomyoka suddenly asked, "Then, the medicine that treated the flame Hashira's injuries was?" Hearing his question, Mika's face showed an expression of as expected. He knew the other would ask this question. After all, in Gyutomyoka's eyes, Mika was an orphan from a hunter background, wandering around after his parents and siblings were killed by demons. In this situation, the potion in his possession that could save the flame Hashira's life seemed quite conspicuous. It's a stroke of luck. In this world, it's not just demons who can do extraordinary things, Mika said with a grin. Although Mika's words were evading Gyutomyoka's question, he wasn't lying. This world wasn't as simple as it appeared. Muzan Kibutsuji was born into the Yubayashiki family. After he became a demon, the Yubayashiki family was cursed. All children born into this family were sickly and would die shortly after birth. To prevent the bloodline from dying out, the Yubayashiki clan followed the advice of a Shinto priest, marrying girls from priestly families generation after generation. Although this method extended the lifespan of their descendants, still no one could successfully live to 30 years old. Demons, curses, priestly families. Just a few words revealed the mystery of this world. In Mika's view, this world was definitely not as simple as imagined. After some joking, Mika's expression suddenly turned serious. "I know what he wants to ask, but I can't tell you about this matter for now. When there's a chance in the future, I'll tell you everything about these things." "I understand. Take good rest." Nodding, Gyutomyoka, who trusted Mika, turned and walked out of the hospital room. "How perceptive." Mika sighed softly. For extraordinary individuals like them, as long as they took action, the anomalies on their bodies would continuously reveal themselves. The accumulated anomalies would also increase. "It seems it's time to reveal my identity," Mika murmured, recalling the previous discussion between himself, his two companions, and Yahweh. They had a plan for this kind of situation. What Mika needed to do next was to quietly wait for Ermid, Meli, and Gabriel to arrive. Then they would begin their plan to become the strongest faction. "Over here!" Mika called out with a smile, waving his arm at the distant figures. "Mika!" The one running over quickly was Ermid. Seeing Mika's injury from afar, she sprinted to Mika's side at an unparalleled speed. Meli, slightly slower, followed closely behind Ermid without being left behind. Gabriel, flying in mid-air, seemed particularly at ease. "Mika, your hand." Stroking the cast and bandages on Mika's hand, Ermid quickly assessed his condition. "Shattered bones? It's okay, still within my healing range." As she spoke, she was about to chant a spell to heal Mika. But Mika timely pressed her palm, stopping her impulse. After all, Mika wasn't alone now. Beside him was Shinobu Koko, who had accompanied him here. After all, bringing outsiders into the Demon Slayer Corps required a Hashira's company, so Insect Hashira Shinobu Koko, who was responsible for taking care of Mika, became the first choice. Of course, bringing Ermid and Meli, Gabriel was invisible, into the Demon Slayer Corps was approved by the Corps' Kaguya Yubayashiki. Incidentally, Mika had also arranged a meeting with him. They would meet in 3 days. Hello, you two. I'm Shinobu Koko, the insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm here to welcome you on behalf of the Corps. Hello, Miss Shinobu. I'm Meli Ambrosius. I'm Ermid T. Zainare. Hello. After the introductions, the three quickly became familiar with each other. In a few words, Mika and the other three headed back towards the Demon Slayer Corps' location. Drops of healing, tears of light, eternal sacred domain, summon the light's melody here. 365 rhythms, the calendar of healing shall save all things. Then, come forth, banish evil. Bury wounds, inter illnesses, send curses to the other shore, to the pivot of light. In the name of the divine, I heal. Dia Flathel. As Ermid chanted her magic, pure white light shone on Mika. With the surge of warm energy, the bones in Mika's broken arm began to rapidly repair. Fortunately, at the moment my arm bones were broken, I used Nin to protect the bones, preventing them from scattering randomly. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult to treat now. If not for Mika's foresight, he might have needed to open up his arm, realign the bones, and then proceed with healing. That would have caused him considerable suffering. As the light faded, feeling the strength returning to his arm, Mika's face was full of smiles. Although he could use both hands, his right hand was still his dominant one, and he had felt quite uncomfortable without it. Thanks to you, Ermid. It's what I should do. Hearing Mika's praise, Ermid's face showed an expression of joy. Seeing this, Mika couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. Looking at Ermid's docile expression as she enjoyed the pat, Mika smiled and then turned to Gabriel, saying, "How about it, Gabriel? Is the creation of the blood demon art complete?" "Of course, who do you think I am?" Gabriel raised her head proudly, showing a proud expression. Yahweh's will, which had been entrusted to Gabriel, had completely merged with Gabriel's consciousness. As a result, influenced by the merger of the two, Yahweh's consciousness now seemed somewhat childlike. "As expected of you." After praising her, Mika paused before continuing. "In the next few days, you should take a good look around the Demon Slayer Corps and quickly learn all the breathing techniques. These are all specialties of this world. Besides, it's time to implement our plan to become the strongest faction." Chapter 56 Seeking Strength Across Worlds. The Hashira's Potential. After learning that Mika could transport people across worlds, Yahweh conceived an idea. Since they needed to conceal their strength in Danmachi world, which meant they couldn't use fame to recruit more talent, why not recruit talent from other worlds to bolster the strength of Yahweh's Familia? This idea was approved by Mika and the other two, and they began to tackle the challenges involved. First was the issue of talent selection. On this point, Mika and Yahweh had no disagreement. Character was more important than ability. Even if someone was incredibly strong, if their personality clashed with the Familia after recruitment, it would only lead to internal conflicts. Second was the issue of personnel distribution. The core of this problem was whether those recruited from other worlds needed to be brought back to Danmachi world. After discussion, the four unanimously decided to respect the choices of those recruited. They decided to develop branches of Yahweh's Familia in other worlds, not requiring them to come to Danmachi world. They would only need to help each other in times of danger. After all, everyone has their own ties in their original world. Making the abandonment of these ties a prerequisite for recruitment would be too cold-hearted. The last and most crucial issue was how to maintain the effect of the Fauna, God's blessing. As a potential developer mediated by divine blood, the effect of the Fauna needs to be maintained by a god. Normally, if a Familia's main god died, the Fauna on the Familia's adventurers would be sealed until they joined another god's Familia. Of course, this limitation didn't apply to Mika. His dimension-crossing abilities seemed to have some passive effects, allowing him to perfectly learn and fully integrate abilities from other worlds. Thus, Mika's Fauna wouldn't be affected even if he freely crossed dimensions. Even the Faunas of Ermid and Meli by his side wouldn't be affected. This meant Mika could replace Yahweh as the maintainer of the Fauna. However, if they developed branches in other worlds, once they left those worlds, the Fauna of the branch members would be sealed. This would prevent them from successfully developing other members. Initially, Mika and the others were hindered by this point, preventing their plan from proceeding smoothly. But now, after gaining Nin abilities, Yahweh had found a solution. Using communication devices as a blueprint, we'll leave an unmade signal transmitter in the starry sky of Mika's mental world, connecting to receivers in various other worlds. thus maintaining the existence of the fauna. This was the method Yahweh devised after learning Nin. To this, Mika couldn't help but quip, "Can Nin do everything? In my hands, Nin can do anything," Yahweh proudly declared. So, before the dimension crossing, Yahweh completed the so-called signal transmitter and left it in the starry sky Mika used for dimension crossing. "So, Mika, you have a target?" Melly asked suddenly. "Of course, and quite a few." Mika smiled. Looking at Mika's smile, Melly exclaimed in surprise, "You're not planning to package up the entire Demon Slayer Corps, are you?" "That's exactly right," Mika admitted with a smile. As the frontline heroes standing against demons in this world, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were undoubtedly gifted individuals with strong wills. Given a glimmer of hope, they could bloom with talent. "So I've already arranged with the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. We'll lay our cards on the table in 3 days. For the current Demon Slayer Corps, anything that can enhance their strength is what they need. Then I'll have to take a good look these few days," Gabriel said seriously, hands on her hips. "Then take a good look, and don't forget to learn all their breathing techniques while you're at it," Mika said with a smile, poking Gabriel's cheek. After making the decision, the 4 of them began their actions. As the core of the mission, Gabriel floated around various parts of the Demon Slayer Corps in her Nin form, looking for the Hashira who were still at the base. Affected by the previous battle between Kyojuro Rengoku and Akaza, all the Hashira had returned to inquire about the details, so they were all gathered at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and hadn't left. This gave Gabriel the best opportunity for observation. Apart from Gabriel, the other 3 weren't idle either. Melly found a room and settled in the Butterfly Mansion, reading various books she had collected during this trip. This was a habit she had developed since their time in the Hunter world. By reading books from various worlds, Melly understood the world she was in more thoroughly. Additionally, there were various books on humanities. By reading these books, Melly felt her knowledge was rapidly expanding. For her, who aspired to become a sage and strategist, reading had become an indispensable habit. Besides her, Ermid had already become good friends with Shinobu Koko during this time. As people who both studied medicine, they felt like kindred spirits. So, during this time, the 2 of them immersed themselves in the ocean of medical knowledge. As for Mika, he was currently practicing the Breath of Flames. As an adventurer who used fire magic, Mika felt that the Breath of Flames was more suitable for him than the Breath of Water in some ways. Therefore, in the few days before Ermid arrived, Mika had asked the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, to teach him various knowledge about the Breath of Flames. Out of gratitude for Mika saving his life, Kyojuro Rengoku naturally wouldn't refuse his request. Moreover, given his personality, even without Mika's life-saving grace, as long as Mika was willing to learn, he would have taught Mika the knowledge of the Breath of Flames all the same. Huff huff huff. Experiencing the feeling of the Breath of Flames, Mika's lips curled into a slight smile. He could clearly feel that the fierceness of the Breath of Flames suited him very well. Because of his experience in practicing the Breath of Water, Mika's progress in the Breath of Flames was rapid, advancing at an extremely fast pace. Moreover, Mika also progressed very quickly with the 9 flame sword techniques of the Breath of Flames. Furthermore, to ensure that he could switch between the 2 different breathing styles at will without side effects, Mika also learned a transitional breathing technique from Gabriel. Originally, it was a direct switch between the Breath of Water and the Breath of Flames, but now it became a transition from the Breath of Water to the transitional breath, and then to the Breath of Flames. This way, the breathing transition, which originally had various side effects, became extremely perfect. This made Mika's transitions between breaths incredibly smooth and fluid. I can pass this transitional breathing technique to Tanjiro too. After all, this child seems to suffer from the pain of switching between 2 breaths. With this, his combat power should increase rapidly. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Mika's lips. Soon, the 3 days passed. The appointed time for Mika's meeting with the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaguya Yubayashiki, had arrived. Led by the Kakushi, the logistical support unit of the Demon Slayer Corps, Mika and his 2 companions quickly arrived at their agreed meeting place. There, Kaguya Yubayashiki, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, had been waiting for some time. "This should be our first meeting, Mika," Kaguya said. "Thanks to your help, Kyojuro and those 200 passengers were able to survive unscathed." After Mika and his companions were seated, Kaguya Yubayashiki expressed his gratitude. Looking at Kaguya Yubayashiki across from them, Meli and Ermid were both secretly surprised. The young man before them had a disfigured face and was blind. Yet, despite this, his words still made people feel extremely at ease. This person was born with the talent to lead others, Meli thought to herself. Faced with Kaguya Yubayashiki's thanks, Mika shook his head and said calmly, "There's nothing to thank me for. Even without me, the flame pillar would certainly have saved all those passengers, not letting them perish in the mouths of demons. But without you, Kyojuro definitely wouldn't have come back," Kaguya replied. "The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are all my children. The death of any one of them would make me sad, even though I will soon be joining them." Kaguya Yubayashiki, showing no fear of death, had a smile all over his face. "Mika, we won't forget your help to the Demon Slayer Corps. However, I think what you want to discuss with me now isn't about the Demon Slayer Corps, is it?" Even though he was blind, Kaguya Yubayashiki still looked in Mika's direction. "That's right," Mika admitted directly. "What I want to tell the master about is my background." Looking at the slightly nodding Kaguya Yubayashiki, Mika couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, how could Kaguya Yubayashiki not have suspicions about his background? Judging from his calm expression now, he must have already had some mental preparation. After all, the panacea Mika used on Kyojuro Rengoku was indeed far beyond their imagination. In this world, those who could openly use supernatural powers should only be demons. If Mika wasn't unafraid of sunlight, people would probably have regarded him as a demon. After all, there was already the example of Nezuko, so it wasn't impossible for there to be more similar cases. But no matter how perfect your mental preparation is, you won't be able to imagine what comes next. Looking at the attentively listening Kaguya Yubayashiki, Mika said calmly, "I come from outside this world. I'm from another world." "Hey!" After a brief silence, Kaguya Yubayashiki's composure broke. The calmness on his face was gone, replaced only by utter shock. Of course, it wasn't just Kaguya Yubayashiki who was shocked, even his wife sitting beside him had the same astonished expression. "Didn't you hear clearly? I said I come from outside this world, I'm from another world. Our world is a world where gods exist," Mika repeated, pretending not to understand their reaction. "Wait, you're not joking, are you?" The shock on Kaguya Yubayashiki's face became more evident. "I'm not joking. Everything I've said is the truth." Mika's voice was serious and high-spirited. "I'm sorry. What you said is beyond my imagination, causing me to misjudge you." Kaguya Yubayashiki apologized, hearing the seriousness in Mika's voice. "Your voice tells me you're not lying," Kaguya continued. "I will now listen quietly to your explanation. Please do tell me the truth. I can understand your shock. Please believe that everything I say is the truth," Mika assured him. Of course, Mika wasn't really angry at them. After all, such a thing does indeed sound like a lie at first. But sometimes, the words that sound most like lies are actually the truth. Our world is a world where many gods exist. In that world, there is a city called Orario, known as the center of the world. We come from there. In the following explanation, Mika introduced some general information about that world to Kaguya Yubayashiki, including knowledge about the gods, Familia, and the fauna. "I see. So it's the existence of magic that brought you to our world?" Kaguya asked. "That's right." In Mika's introduction, his ability to cross dimensions came from the fauna. After all, in his explanation, the fauna that gives ordinary people heroic powers comes from the gods' bestowal. As gods, isn't it natural to cross worlds? Then isn't it equally natural for gods to bestow similar abilities on mortals? As a family cursed by heaven, the Yubayashiki family firmly believed in the existence of gods. After all, the continuation of their family relied on the bloodline of the priestly family. Not to mention that Mika and his companions' main god was Yahweh. That was the being revered as the one and only God. In the Bible, God is omniscient and omnipotent. I never imagined that your background would be so grand, being the familiar members of a god. It feels somewhat unreal. Kaguya Yubayashiki couldn't help but marvel. He didn't fully believe Mika's words, nor could he fully believe them. After all, it was too intangible. It feels unreal because you haven't fully believed it yet. This is normal, after all, our background is indeed very abrupt to your worldview. But I can prove some of what I've said, Mika replied. For example, magic. Turning his head, Mika said to Ermid, "Ermid, use magic on Master Yubayashiki." understood. Ermid quickly responded. After saying this, Mika turned back to Kaguya Yubayashiki and explained, Ermid's magic is healing magic. My arm that was completely shattered before was healed by her. Hearing Mika's words, Kaguya's wife sitting beside him excitedly whispered in his ear, Mr. Mika's arm has already fully recovered. Recalling the report on Mika's injuries from the insect pillar, Shinobu Koko, Kaguya Yubayashiki's voice also wavered. Then, please, Miss Ermid. No need to thank me, this is all at Mika's request, Ermid responded calmly, then began chanting her magic spell. Droplet of healing, tear of light, eternal sacred domain, call forth the light to play here. 365 melodies, the healing calendar will save all things. Then, come forth, break the evil. Bury the wounds, send away the illnesses, send curses to the other shore, send them to the pivot of light. In the name of the gods, I heal. Dia Fratel. Brilliant light shone on Kaguya Yubayashiki, and a warm sensation flowed through his body. At the same time, he clearly felt an itching sensation on his face and eyes that had been destroyed by disease. It was a sensation he hadn't felt in that part of his body for a very long time. Now, it had returned. Madam, please cover Master Yubayashiki's eyes with cloth. He hasn't seen sunlight for a long time, and suddenly seeing light now would damage his eyes again, Mika reminded. Hearing Mika's reminder, Amina Yubayashiki quickly stood up, ran to get a long cloth from the room, and covered Kaguya Yubayashiki's eyes. Amina, how does my face look? Kaguya asked. Holding her husband's face, Amina Yubayashiki excitedly said, it's healed. Ha ha ha. That's wonderful. Kaguya exclaimed. After thousands of years, now that the Demon Slayer Corps has gathered its strongest generation, we've finally gained the attention of the gods. The long-standing wish of the Yubayashiki family will definitely end with our generation. Musen Kibutsuji, the judgment of the gods has arrived. Chapter 57 The Hashira's Transformation. Path to Greater Strength. Upon hearing Kaguya Yubayashiki's exclamation, Mika's impression of him improved even more. After learning that his disfigured face and eyes, which had been ruined by a curse, were restored, Kaguya's first reaction was to condemn Musen Kibutsuji. This demonstrated his noble character. After a moment of reflection, Kaguya Yubayashiki regained his composure and asked Mika, could you please ask the goddess to use their great power to destroy Musen Kibutsuji and save this world that has been ravaged by demons? If it were possible, Yahweh-sama would certainly not stand idly by. However, as someone who can travel between worlds, I can only bring people weaker than myself, and in Orario, all gods must have their divine powers sealed, Mika replied. Kaguya Yubayashiki understood Mika's meaning. Mika's ability to travel between worlds clearly couldn't bring the goddess with him. And because the goddess's powers were sealed, they couldn't travel themselves. This meant that the goddess couldn't personally intervene to help them defeat Musen. Indeed, there are no free lunches in this world. In the end, we must rely on our own abilities. Kaguya Yubayashiki remarked. If possible, he truly didn't want his Hashira to fight Musen directly, as it would likely result in their deaths, something he was unwilling to witness. Then, may I ask what you have in mind? Kaguya Yubayashiki inquired, understanding that since Mika had come to reveal his true identity, he surely wouldn't leave them with false hope. Actually, Yahweh-sama has also come here, but in the form of an avatar, Mika explained. As he spoke, Gabriel's figure appeared from mid-air, floating proudly in front of the Yubayashiki couple. Humph, I am the avatar of the great goddess Yahweh, the mighty Gabriel. An avatar of a goddess. Having already believed Mika's words due to the earlier magic, the couple quickly bowed, saying, Welcome, Gabriel-sama. Due to his weak constitution, Kaguya Yubayashiki was unable to train his body. Therefore, even before losing his sight, he often read books. Even after becoming blind, his wife would frequently read to him. Thus, he naturally understood that the Gabriel before them was likely the Archangel Gabriel from their world. After Kaguya Yubayashiki regained his composure, Mika continued, although Gabriel-sama is an avatar, she indeed has no combat abilities. However, she also feels disgusted by Musen Kibutsuji's existence, so she plans to bestow divine blessings upon the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps and some talented swordsmen to enhance their strength. Divine blessings! Kaguya Yubayashiki exclaimed joyfully. Is Yahweh-sama willing to accept those children into her Familia? Of course. After all, the Hashira are all exceptionally talented individuals, and Yahweh-sama is quite satisfied with them. Naturally, this includes you as well, Lord Yubayashiki. Me? What do I have? Kaguya Yubayashiki shook his head. You certainly qualify. Your leadership skills are clear even to us, Mika assured him. Moreover, they are all dedicated demon hunters. After Muzan Kibutsuji is defeated, in a world without demons, they will still need your leadership and care. A world without demons. As if imagining such a beautiful world, a smile spread across Kaguya Yubayashiki's face. With those children's personalities, it would be difficult for them to live peacefully, wouldn't it? I understand. I will take good care of them, Kaguya Yubayashiki said earnestly. Then shall we begin the engraving of the divine blessing now? Mika asked seriously. Yes, let's proceed, Kaguya Yubayashiki responded with equal seriousness. I wonder what urgent matter the Oyakata-sama has summoned us for. Upon receiving Kaguya Yubayashiki's urgent summons, the wind Hashira, Sanamai Shinazugawa, who had rushed over, loudly asked the other gathered Hashira. But no one could answer his question. Everyone present looked equally puzzled. Soon, the 9 strongest swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps had assembled, Kyojuro Rengoku the Flame Hashira, Gyuto Myoka the Water Hashira, Sanamai Shinazugawa the Wind Hashira, Gyomei Haimjima the Stone Hashira, Shinobu Koko the Insect Hashira, Mitsurai Kanroji the Love Hashira, Tenjin Uzui the Sound Hashira, Obanai the Serpent Hashira, and Muchiro Tokaido the Mist Hashira. Faced with their Oyakata-sama's urgent summons, although the 9 were filled with confusion, they patiently stood waiting for Oyakata-sama arrival. Soon, with the sound of approaching footsteps, the 9 knew their Oyakata-sama had arrived. They were all very familiar with Kaguya Yubayashiki's footsteps. But unlike before, Kaguya Yubayashiki's steps, which were once heavy, had now become light and quick. Everyone, it's been a long time. Hearing Kaguya Yubayashiki's words, the 9 who were kneeling on one knee with their faces toward the ground became even more confused. A long time? Hadn't they just seen each other at the Hashira meeting 3 months ago? Some had even seen Kaguya Yubayashiki just a few days ago, like Shinobu Koko who had relayed Mika's message. Filled with confusion, the 9 looked up. Ah! A wave of shock and excitement immediately overwhelmed their hearts. They saw that Kaguya Yubayashiki's disfigured face and blind eyes had been completely healed. Oyakata-sama, your injuries they've healed. The group asked excitedly. That's right, all my injuries have been cured. It's all thanks to Miss Ermid here. Kaguya Yubayashiki said joyfully, pointing to Ermid who had come out with him. Thank you for your help, Miss Ermid. In the hearts of all the Hashira, Master Kaguya Yubayashiki held an irreplaceable position. Therefore, they all expressed their most sincere gratitude to Ermid for healing Kaguya Yubayashiki. Elixir. After expressing her gratitude to Ermid, Shinobu Koko suddenly said, as if realizing something. That's right. Miss Ermid is from the same place as Mika, they both come from Orario, Kaguya Yubayashiki confirmed. Orario. Clearly, none of the Hashira had heard of this place before. The so-called Orario is. And so, in front of the 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaguya Yubayashiki told them about the origins and intentions of Mika and his 3 companions. Divine blessing. Silently repeating these words, everyone present began to ponder. Due to the appearance of the elixir and Kaguya Yubayashiki's testimony, the Hashira had some trust in the identities of Mika and his companions. After all, their identities weren't as sensitive as Nezuko's had been at first, and they were on the side of opposing Muzan Kibutsuji. Moreover, Mika was the disciple of the former Water Hashira, had saved the Flame Hashira's life with the precious elixir, and now his companion had healed Kaguya Yubayashiki. However, even so, they still felt a sense of unreality, just as Kaguya Yubayashiki had initially. It seems a demonstration is necessary after all. Ermid. Understood. Hearing Mika's words, Ermid stepped forward from behind, standing in front of everyone. As she chanted her magic, a pure white light spread over all the Hashira. After years of battling and fighting demons, each Hashira had various internal injuries and scars on their bodies. But under this pure white light, the Hashira clearly felt a warm current flowing through their bodies, gradually healing their internal injuries. At the same time, their external scars were rapidly disappearing. Among them, the most noticeable changes were on Wind Hashira Sanamai Shinazugawa and Serpent Hashira Obanai. After all, their most significant scars were on their faces. But now, their appearances had been fully restored. At this moment, Witnessing this scene, the Hashira completely trusted the origins of Mika and his 3 companions. After all, this was something beyond human capability. It was truly a divine miracle. After confirming the identities of Mika and his 3 companions, all 9 Hashira present were willing to join Yahweh's Familia and receive the power of divine blessing. Before Rengoku Kyojuro encountered Upper Moon 3, the Demon Slayer Corps didn't have a concrete example of an Upper Moon's strength. But after learning about Akaza's combat prowess through Rengoku, these 9 Hashira felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. It's worth noting that Rengoku Kyojuro's strength was among the highest among the Hashira. Yet even he couldn't gain the upper hand against Akaza, and only managed to hold on because his opponent wasn't going all out. In this situation, everyone's desire for strength became more urgent. Therefore, after believing Mika and his companions' words, they joined Yahweh's Familia without hesitation. Of course, the fact that Yubayashiki Kaguya had already joined Yahweh's Familia was also a factor. So, once the Hashira agreed, Gabriel began inscribing the divine blessing on them. Fortunately, I was prepared. I drew quite a bit of blood, otherwise it might not have been enough, Gabriel said with relief, wiping her non-existent sweat from her forehead. Thank you for your hard work. Mika said sincerely. But your task isn't over yet. There are still more children who need the divine blessing inscribed. After discussing with Yubayashiki Kaguya, besides the 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Mika also decided to bring several promising swordsmen led by Kamatu Tanjiro into the Familia. In Mika's view, even compared to the 9 Hashira, Tanjiro and his companions' talents were not inferior. After all, they were the main characters. After discussion, besides the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Gabriel would also take in Kamatu Tanjiro, Kamatu Nezuko, Agatsuma Zenitsu, Hashibira Inashuk, Tsuyuri Kaneo, and Shinazugawa Jinya. What? Mika, you're not actually from our world, but from outside it. Tanjiro asked in shock. I'm sorry, I lied to you earlier to hide my identity, Mika said apologetically. No, Mika, you don't need to apologize to me. After all, you did it to protect yourself. It must have been a well-intentioned lie, Tanjiro quickly replied, waving his hands. Mika nodded slightly, then earnestly advised, Tanjiro, I've always had high hopes for you. After receiving the divine blessing, train even harder. I have a feeling that the final battle with Kibutsuji Musen is approaching. Yes, I'll definitely work twice as hard. Tanjiro responded seriously. After inscribing the divine blessing on the Demon Slayer Corps members, the entire headquarters quickly became quiet. After all, the best way to improve the divine blessing was through battle. Therefore, after receiving the blessing, they immediately began taking missions and slaying demons. In this regard, Yubayashiki Kaguya had made ample preparations for them. Through his adjustments, almost all of the Demon Slayer Corps' operations were handed over to the Hashira. To maximize efficiency, he needed to make further adjustments to reduce their travel time. It's so quiet, Mika said leisurely as he strolled along a small path in the forest near the headquarters. Behind him followed Ermid, Meli, and Gabriel. Let's use this time to practice Nin and Nin abilities properly, Mika said softly as he walked. You mean stay here for a while longer? Meli asked curiously. That's right. In Orario, we're practicing Nin abilities, but we also need to explore the dungeon, practice martial arts, and even develop mysteries. Now, what we've learned is too complex and needs a lot of time to sort out and improve. It's a good opportunity to temporarily give up exploring the dungeon and use the extra time to think carefully about what we really want. Moreover, with the practice of 10, our basic abilities are constantly improving, so it shouldn't be a problem if we don't return to Orario for a while. After hearing Mika's explanation, Meli nodded slightly. But she didn't remain silent and instead continued to ask, what else? You must have other thoughts, right? Indeed, I can't hide anything from you. Mika smiled slightly and continued, I plan to start looking for a great deed to level up when we return to Orario, preparing to advance to level 3, and then open up a new world. Why so urgent? Gabriel's eyes were full of questions. How should I put it? Let's say we've hit a limit. A limit? Meli, who had already learned about games from the Hunter world, of course understood what Mika meant, but that's why she was so confused. That's right. In this current world, ordinary demons are completely useless for our training, and among the stronger 12 Kizuki, the suitable lower moons have already been executed by Kibutsuji Musen. As for the remaining upper moons, they are not only terrifyingly strong but also extremely hard to track down. By the time we find them, it might be the final battle. So in this world, it's already very difficult for us to find suitable opponents to improve our strength. The strong ones in the hunter world are too powerful, and we can't freely seek opponents there. We need to be cautious to avoid being targeted, which is less efficient than the dungeon. So I think instead of running around in these two worlds, we might as well focus on ourselves, deepening and developing the techniques we've already learned, and quickly enhancing our own strength. After all, you probably don't want to be mere spectators in the future battle, right? Hearing Mika's words, Ermid and Melly fell silent immediately. They certainly knew which battle Mika was referring to. The decisive battle between the various factions in Orario and the dark factions wasn't far off. Indeed. To participate in that battle, they needed to have a certain level of strength. So what they needed now was not anything else, but the efficiency to level up. We understand. During this time, we will focus on developing the potential of the Nin system and enhancing our own strength. Good to hear. The development of Nin abilities was indeed something Mika and the others needed to work on. Not to mention other aspects, the improvement of aura capacity was extremely important for Mika. For a Nin user, the amount of aura they have when they first awaken and at their peak are completely different levels. For example, Gon, the protagonist of the hunter world. After awakening and training for a while, Gon's aura capacity reached a value of 25,000. But in the Chimera Ant arc, when Gon forcibly grew into his adult form, his aura capacity soared to 2 million, a difference of 80 times. Although this was partly due to Gon being the protagonist with exceptional talent, Mika and his companions still had a long way to go before fully developing their potential aura capacity. For Mika, the value of potential aura capacity was extremely important for him now. Not to mention that he had many other things to develop. For instance, after being enhanced by Melly's hero creation, his transmutation ability had already reached 100%. Chapter 58 Fire of the Right. Mika's Path to Power. Among the 6 major systems of Nin, as a neighboring system to conjuration, Mika would normally have only 80% proficiency in the transmutation system and could only exert 80% of its power. However, under the enhancement of hero creation, Mika, currently at LV.2, has increased his proficiency in these 6 major systems by 20%. Therefore, Mika now has 100% proficiency in both the conjuration and transmutation systems, and can exert their full power. Given this, wouldn't it be a waste of Mika's talent if he didn't develop some abilities in the transmutation system? Transmutation system. Lying on the roof of the butterfly estate, Mika pondered silently. Regarding transmutation abilities, Hisoka and Killua left the deepest impression on Mika. The former changed the properties of his aura to give it the characteristics of chewing gum and rubber, using this to defeat enemies through various ingenious battle methods. Such examples didn't have much effect on Mika. After all, his fighting style had always been very direct, without many twists and turns. Apart from Hisoka, Killua had the most profound influence on Mika. As a child from an assassin family, Killua had endured electric torture from a young age until he could withstand it without affecting his combat state. Because of this familiarity with electricity, Killua eventually developed the ability to transform his aura into electricity and developed his Nin ability with electricity as its core. Speaking of familiar forms, I'm also familiar with fire. But my magic is already manipulating fire, wouldn't it be redundant to turn my aura into fire as well? Gazing at the clouds in the sky, Mika pondered quietly. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew by, and Mika's mind instantly cleared as inspiration struck. That's right, in a sense, fire doesn't necessarily have to be flames. Recalling an anime he had watched called ReZero, Starting Life in Another World, Mika's mind became clearer than ever before. In that world, fire attribute magic represents the manipulation of heat. Moreover, the physics and chemistry I learned in my previous life also mentioned that both flames and ice are related to temperature, so could I develop in this direction? With this inspiration, Mika immediately shared his thoughts with Gabriel and received an affirmative response from her. Your inspiration isn't wrong, manipulating heat is feasible. After reaching a consensus, Mika and Gabriel exchanged a glance before excitedly diving into the development of the Nin ability. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the forest outside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, streams of cold air swirled around in Mika's hand. Then, as Mika extended his hand, the cold air quickly flowed towards a nearby tree trunk. In an instant, the trunk of the large tree was encased in ice. Yet, it's complete. Looking at the scene before him, Mika jumped up excitedly. After a month of development with Gabriel, his Nin ability, which combines both manipulation and transmutation systems, was finally completed. Using heat manipulation as a basis to achieve the transformation of aura between fire and ice, and then manipulating them in battle. This was Mika's new Nin ability. But after the excitement subsided, Mika felt more contemplative. I feel like I'm becoming more and more dependent on the manipulation system. Thinking about this, Mika's desire to level up became even stronger. After all, with the current 20-fold aura consumption, Mika simply couldn't afford it. To the extent that even though he never slacked off in developing his Nin abilities, they still couldn't become his main combat method. It's all because of the consumption. By the way, Mika, have you thought of a name for your new ability? Gabriel asked curiously. Of course I have. Smiling, Mika said softly, let's call it Fire of the Right. Mika had long realized that his surname from his previous life combined with his current name formed Mikaeli, meaning Michael. Associating this with his patron Goddess Yahweh, a sense of destiny naturally arose. But Mika wasn't particularly surprised by this. After all, among the many Familia, many members and their patron gods had deep connections in their respective mythologies in other worlds. Mika's appearance led to the descent of Yahweh, who hadn't appeared in the original work, to the human world. For Mika, this was undoubtedly one of his most important encounters. Whether this was destiny or not had no impact on him. He really liked the environment he was in now. The name Fire of the Right came from the title of the person representing Michael in another anime Mika liked in his previous life, a certain magical index. Mika felt that the name Fire of the Right was also very suitable for his ability. Fire of the Right. Having come to the world of Demon Slayer and being equally well versed in the Bible, Gabriel naturally understood Mika's meaning. Thinking of this, her face was filled with smiles. It seems my efforts during this time have been worthwhile. Gabriel said with a smile. After helping Mika complete the development of Fire of the Right, Gabriel disappeared from Mika's side. After all, as the star instructor of the Yahweh Familia, Mika wasn't the only one who needed her help. This past month, after finishing Mika's affairs, she naturally rushed to Ermit and Meli's side, trying to distribute her attention evenly. Although Ermit and Meli didn't mind her long-term guidance of Mika. But Gabriel wouldn't do as they wished. As Mika's right and left hands, their growth was also very important. After Gabriel left, Mika began developing his own abilities. In terms of developing potential aura quantity, Mika, who had long been guided by Yahweh, had always maintained a state of 10, almost never stopping. Besides strength, Mika had also mastered the 4 major principles of Nin and many application techniques. As for the development of Nin abilities, Mika had never ceased. For example, after confirming the materialization of Wings of Calamity and armor, before coming to the Demon Slayer world, he had asked the Goibniu Familia to forge a sword shield. This sword shield overall took the form of a small square shield that could be worn on the arm. At the front of the sword shield, there was even a blade protruding. Through constant battles, Mika had gradually developed his own fighting style. For him, the shield was extremely useful. Besides participating in defense and offense, this shield also served a ceremonial purpose. In the center of the shield was engraved the emblem of the Yahweh Familia, while around the edge of the shield, there was space left for more engravings. Mika planned to engrave the unique emblem of each Yahweh Familia branch on the edge of the shield after establishing it in a new world. This way, as Mika and his companions established more Yahweh Familia branches, more and more emblems would be engraved on the edge of Mika's shield. This would showcase the heritage and majesty of the Yahweh Familia. As for the shield's ability, Mika planned to set it up to devour different materials and gain different characteristic abilities. For example, after devouring the Demon Slayer world's specialty Scarlet Ore, it would gain the power of the sun, cultivating it as a growable weapon. Mika was very much looking forward to the future of this shield. He even had a rough idea for its name. For instance, the Shield of Yahweh. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Mika awakened from his meditation and opened his eyes. Looking at the 2 Nichiren blades placed on his lap, Mika's eyes contained a satisfied expression. After Yubayashiki Kaguya and the 9 Hashira joined the Yahweh Familia, Mika and his 3 companions naturally became members of the Demon Slayer Corps without needing to pass any tests. Upon joining the Demon Slayer Corps, they naturally received its benefits. That included their own Nichiren blades. After receiving the Nichiren blades sent by the swordsmiths, the blades activated by Mika's flame breathing naturally turned crimson red. After this period of training, Mika had determined his development path in breathing styles, which was to simultaneously practice water breathing and flame breathing, and to develop other possibilities with these as the core. As for the sun breathing, considered the strongest in the demon slayer world, Mika planned to incorporate it into his own breathing as nourishment. As for the reason, one could only say that sun breathing had its limitations. In the demon slayer world, as the original breathing style, sun breathing status was naturally irreplaceable. Not to mention that its development of basic abilities was stronger than other breathing styles. More importantly, it was its effectiveness against demons. Sun breathing was created with the core purpose of countering demons, and in this aspect, it naturally had an irreplaceable role that other breathing styles couldn't match. But among Mika's future enemies, demons would be few and far between. Unless he opened up a world exclusively for creatures weak to sunlight, like vampires. This race would also be countered by sun breathing. But in reality, most of Mika's enemies would still be humans and monsters not afraid of sunlight. When dealing with these enemies, the unique features of sun breathing would disappear without a trace. Therefore, compared to sun breathing, Mika was more inclined towards water breathing and flame breathing. After Yahweh's modifications, these two breathing techniques had surpassed sun breathing in the development of basic abilities. After all, in terms of vision and experience, Yoriichi Tsujikuni couldn't compare to Yahweh. Having determined the path he wanted to take, Mika began developing his breathing techniques. After obtaining knowledge of all breathing styles, Mika wanted to draw inspiration from other breathing styles to complete his modifications to water breathing and flame breathing. After much consideration, he finally determined his goal. That was wind breathing. As one of the basic styles, after mastering wind breathing, one could slash out wind blades with powerful cutting force. This ability, similar to projecting sword aura, greatly satisfied Mika. Although water breathing formed a sword aura that wrapped around the blade like flowing water after formation, this sword aura could only be used to enhance the power of slashes. Taking the essence and discarding the dross. Upon hearing Mika's ideas, Gabriel's eyes were also filled with inspiration. However, this time Mika didn't entirely rely on Gabriel's help. While deeply understanding the breathing techniques, he would ask Gabriel about problems he encountered. This time, he wanted to complete the modification of these two breathing techniques with his own hands. Through constant questioning and answering with Gabriel, Mika's understanding of swordsmanship and breathing techniques was rising rapidly. Since others can use sun breathing as a blueprint to create slightly weaker but uniquely characteristic basic breathings of water, flame, thunder, wind, and stone. Why can't I use these breathing techniques as a basis to create my own breathing techniques? Even if the effects are slightly inferior, the key is their unique characteristics. With this belief, Mika devoted all his time to studying breathing techniques and swordsmanship, except for basic training in various skills. Finally, through his ingenious ideas, some characteristics of wind breathing and sun breathing were integrated into these two breathing techniques. When Mika completed the basic structure of these two breathing techniques, he handed them over to Gabriel for refinement. Based on Mika's physical information, Gabriel adjusted these two breathing techniques to the most suitable degree for Mika. It's done. Looking at Mika, who had thoroughly integrated these two new breathing techniques into his every movement, Gabriel curiously asked, "So, what are the names of these two new breathing techniques?" They are no longer breathing techniques like water breathing and flame breathing, they have more obvious characteristics. How do you want to call them? Slowly opening his eyes and looking at Gabriel floating in mid-air, Mika said softly. I've decided to call them ice breathing and fire breathing. Ice and fire? Indeed, they're tailor-made. Gabriel chuckled lightly, then suddenly quipped, you three are truly teammates. While developing your Nin abilities, you're all improving your breathing techniques. Ermit and Melly also modified their breathing techniques. Mika asked in surprise. During this period, the three of them had been immersed in their own training, hardly meeting each other. That's right. After learning stone breathing and thunder breathing, Ermit combined stone breathing and water breathing to develop wood breathing. At the same time, she has researched thunder breathing to an extremely profound level. As for Melly, after obtaining knowledge of various breathing techniques, she developed illusion breathing, which is most suitable for her. I must say, you three are really alike. After hearing Gabriel's comments, Mika said with a smile, of course, after all, we're not just companions, but also family. It's natural for family members to be similar. Thinking of Ermit and Melly's progress, Mika's heart was filled with joy. Indeed, joy shared is joy doubled. The happiness gained from one person's progress can't compare to the happiness gained from everyone's progress together. After completing the modification of the breathing techniques, Mika's state changed from complete seclusion to semi-seclusion. Therefore, Mika finally met Tanjiro, who had returned from completing a mission, and learned about the recent changes in the Demon Slayer core from him. Mika, of the three major techniques you mentioned, apart from Transparent World which only the Stone Hashira and Mist Hashira have mastered, everyone has mastered the other two techniques. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Mika nodded slightly. This wasn't surprising to him. Mika told them about the three major techniques of swordsman. Namely, Transparent World, Demon Slayer Mark, and Bright Red Blade. Among these three techniques, Bright Red Blade was the easiest to master. After receiving the techniques taught by Gabriel, everyone quickly mastered it. Therefore, the focus of the 9 Hashira's learning was still on Transparent World and Demon Slayer Mark. Compared to the elusive Transparent World, once one person obtained the Demon Slayer Mark, others would soon follow, and everyone had grasped the pattern, just waiting to activate it during the final battle. Only Transparent World, this technique made people feel most puzzled. But even so, some people quickly mastered it. They were Gyomei Himejima, the Stone Hashira, known as the strongest among the 9 Hashira. And the absolute genius, Muichiro Tokaido, who became a Hashira after wielding a sword for only 2 months. Only these two had mastered this technique. But this doesn't matter. Although they haven't mastered Transparent World now, I think when it comes to the final battle, when they need to use all their strength, they will definitely be able to master this technique. After all, they are the strongest generation of the Demon Slayer core since Muzan Kibutsuji's birth, except for the first generation that had Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Mika said with a light laugh. Chapter 59 Celebration and the Weight of Expectations. Along the uphill path, Mika and Tanjiro walked side by side. How have you been lately? Mika turned his head and asked Tanjiro curiously. Me? Tanjiro paused for a moment, then said happily, my strength has been growing rapidly lately. According to Rengoku-san, I'm almost reaching the minimum standard for a Hashira. The minimum standard for a Hashira? So quickly? Mika exclaimed in surprise. Based on Mika's understanding, there should have been a significant gap between Tanjiro and the Hashira. During Mika's recent examination, he discovered that Tanjiro wasn't actually suited for water breathing, but rather sun breathing. However, sun breathing had high physical requirements, and Tanjiro couldn't manipulate it well at that time, which was why his level remained as it was. Could it be that his physical attributes had improved rapidly during this time? Mika pondered silently. Yes, Lady Gabriel said that my Fauna basic attributes are approaching all S rank, Tanjiro replied. All S rank attributes? So fast? Mika was shocked upon hearing Tanjiro's joyful voice. It had only been 3 months since Tanjiro received his Fauna, and in that time he had nearly reached all S rank attributes. This was almost as fast as Bell Cranel, the protagonist of Danmachi World. Do you have any rare skills? Mika asked. No, I don't. Tanjiro replied, scratching his head in confusion. No rare skills? Then how is this possible? Mika grew increasingly puzzled. It's because of the Demon Slayer mark. Gabriel's voice suddenly entered Mika's ears. Looking at Gabriel who had suddenly appeared beside him, Mika was stunned for a moment before quickly asking, you mean the Demon Slayer mark can increase the rate of improvement in basic attributes? Isn't that obvious? Gabriel put her hands on her hips, rolled her eyes, and said seriously, the Demon Slayer mark, after all, is about breaking through the limits of one's body, exchanging life force for power. When Tanjiro is in the mark state, he's essentially in a constant state of desperate battle, continuously pushing his body to its limits. Coincidentally, this state is exactly what the Fauna needs, which is why his basic attributes are improving so quickly. After all, he's essentially been in the most intense battle every moment for 3 months now. In this situation, how could his basic attributes not improve rapidly? According to my tests and analysis, Tanjiro will maintain this state until he reaches level 4, when he gains a physique capable of supporting this power. Just like the Yoriichi Tsujikuni you mentioned. Doesn't that mean the Demon Slayer mark is like a technique that can quickly boost one's strength to level 4? Mika's eyes lit up as he excitedly asked. Seeing a method to rapidly increase his strength, Mika quickly became excited. Baka! Gabriel struck Mika's head hard. Looking at Mika crouching on the ground holding his head, Gabriel waved at Tanjiro, who understandingly walked alone towards the butterfly estate. Having just returned from completing a mission, he was very tired. If he hadn't met Mika and chatted for a while, he would have already returned to the butterfly estate for a good rest by now. Seeing Tanjiro leave, Gabriel turned her head and loudly scolded Mika, "Have you forgotten what I told you? Don't use the Demon Slayer mark unless you're on the brink of life and death. How can your memory be so poor?" Gabriel angrily looked at Mika with an expression that said, "Why aren't you learning?" "I haven't forgotten. Look, I've never used the Demon Slayer mark," Mika responded pitifully. Under Yahweh's training, the progress of Mika and his two companions in breathing techniques was rapidly improving. But one day, Yahweh suddenly said to the three of them, "You will soon master the Demon Slayer mark, the strongest state of the breathing technique. But remember, unless you're on the brink of life and death, you must never use the Demon Slayer mark." Mika and his companions naturally complied with Yahweh's words. And Mika could understand Yahweh's meaning. According to Mika's knowledge, among all the swordsmen who used the Demon Slayer mark, except for Yoriichi Tsujikuni, none lived past 25 years old. It was a life-consuming technique. "You haven't forgotten yet, you ask such a foolish question," Gabriel said seriously. "According to my calculations, once the Demon Slayer mark is activated, the marked swordsman's lifespan is reduced to only about 4 or 5 years. Even with the boost from the Demon Slayer mark, your progress would be rapid, but including the time consumed for leveling up, it would still take 2 years to grow to level 4. At that point, your body would finally overcome the side effects brought by the Demon Slayer mark, ending its continuous consumption, but by then you would have less than half of your life left. And this is only for those with extraordinary talent who can progress so smoothly. Those with slightly inferior talent might not be able to reach the final stage even until death. Conversely, for top talents like you, Ermid, and Meli, this technique is actually the worst technique." Mika understood Gabriel's meaning. For them, steady step-by-step progress was the right path. This kind of technique that sacrificed life for faster progress was merely a waste of life and potential for them. "I understand. I won't think about the Demon Slayer mark again," Mika said. "That's good." Seeing Mika's serious expression, Gabriel finally felt relieved. For these prodigies, there was no technique they wouldn't dare to try. The more talented they were, the less they knew fear. Throughout history, countless talents have died due to their own confidence. Therefore, facing such matters, Gabriel naturally had to guard strictly against it happening. "All right, you should hurry along now. I was just passing by on my way to see Meli, and you've delayed me quite a bit," Gabriel said. With that, Gabriel quickly disappeared. "She's always in such a rush." Mika shook his head and continued walking towards the butterfly estate. On the way, Mika once again recalled his conversation with Gabriel. Indeed, exchanging life for faster progress is really not worth it. Originally, my constant world hopping already consumes my lifespan several times faster than others. If I waste more of my lifespan, I might die before finding a way to extend my life. That would be too much of a loss. Shaking his head vigorously, Mika completely dismissed the information about the Demon Slayer mark. Time to head back. With Mika's swift pace, the butterfly estate soon appeared in his sight. But before the butterfly estate, the sound of an argument caught his attention. "Is that the sound Hashira with Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke? How did the four of them end up together? Could this be part of the plot?" Thinking about the plot, Mika's eyes quickly lit up. Although the recent training had greatly increased Mika's strength, it had also been quite lonely. Now that he had encountered something interesting, how could Mika not be intrigued? With this thought, Mika quickly darted towards them. Dash! "Listen up, I am God. Tenjin Uzui, the sound Hashira," proclaimed while striking a flamboyant pose to show off his appearance. "And you lot are trash." Hearing Uzui's words, Tanjiro and his two companions instantly froze as if turned to stone. "First, remember this well, carve it into your hearts," Uzui continued grandly, completely ignoring the trio's reaction. "When I tell you to act like dogs, you bark. When I tell you to be monkeys, you scratch your ears and pick at your hair. Always maintain a humble and respectful attitude, read my expressions carefully, and do your utmost to please me. I'll say it again, I am God." As Uzui's words fell, the three facing him were filled with tranquility. At this moment, Zenitsu Agatsuma, who seemed the most normal, was cursing inwardly. "Damn, this guy's nuts." In contrast, Tanjiro, standing in the middle, after a moment's thought, suddenly began gesticulating wildly as he asked, specifically, what kind of god are you in charge of? This one's not quite right either. Zenitsu continued to grumble internally. Good question, you have potential. Uzui praised with a satisfied expression. Well asked, you have promise. Having said that, he immediately struck another flamboyant pose and said seriously, I am the god in charge of flamboyance, the god of festivals. You mean stupidity, right? You're in charge of stupidity. I'd bet my life on it. At this moment, Zenitsu, the god of sarcasm, continued his internal monologue. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was an even more substantial statement. I am the king of the mountains. Pleased to meet you, god of festivals. Inashuk Hashibira said confidently and proudly, hands on his hips. After a moment of silence, it was the sound Hashira Uzui who first broke the silence between them. What are you saying? That's way too creepy. Hearing Uzui's response, Inashuk instantly flew into a rage. If it weren't for Tanjiro desperately holding him back, he would surely have rushed at Uzui to fight. Ha 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 ha. I never expected to witness such a hilarious scene here. Emerging from the bushes by the roadside, Mika walked out laughing and wiping tears from the corners of his eyes. The conversation between the four had truly made him laugh to the point of tears. Mika, why are you here? Tanjiro called out in surprise. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Mika said with a smile still on his lips, if I hadn't met Gabriel earlier, we would have definitely returned together. Now I'm just coming back a step behind you, is there a problem? No, I just thought you and Lady Gabriel had something to do. Tanjiro said sheepishly. Turning around to face the calm-faced sound Hashira Uzui, Mika asked with a light laugh, may I ask where you are planning to go on your mission, sound Hashira? How about taking me along? I've been training every day recently and would like to find an opportunity to go out, look for some demons, and practice my skills. Now that I see your team is so lively, why don't we go together? After his previous observation, Mika was almost 100% certain that this was a scene from the plot. After all, since returning from the Infinity Train, Tanjiro and his two companions hadn't been on a mission together. Now, not only were the three of them gathered together, but a sound Hashira had joined them as well. This was definitely the prelude to a major event. As for the opponent, it would likely be at least an upper moon demon. Mika absolutely had to get involved in such a big event. Oh, Mika, you want to go too? That's perfect, let's go together. After the previous series of events, the Demon Slayer Corps members, who had become outer members of the Yahweh Familia, had grown to respect Mika as the leader of the Yahweh Familia. Excellent. Mika and Uzui exchanged smiles, then took the lead in running ahead. Hurry up and follow. Yes. Hearing the order, Tanjiro and the other two quickly followed. The group of five rapidly headed towards their destination. And their destination was a place full of desire, the entertainment district. Wow, this really is magnificent. Sitting in the rickshaw, looking at the bustling street before him, Mika couldn't help but marvel. He had never seen such a scene before. Although Mika had seen even busier places, the situation where flesh trade businesses were clustered on the same street could probably only be seen in ancient feudal societies. But after a moment of surprise, Mika's expression became composed again. Although the upper floors of the buildings on both sides of the street were filled with all kinds of beautiful women, in Mika's eyes, none of them could compare even slightly to Ermit or Meli. Not to mention the truly goddess-like Yahweh. After experiencing the divine beauty of many goddesses in Orario, Mika felt that no beauty could affect his mind to that extent anymore. Of course, if he were to encounter a goddess with the authority of beauty like Freya, that would be a different story. Beauty goddesses were not to be trifled with. Listen up, you lot, don't cause any trouble for me. We're just here to scout this time, absolutely do not get off the rickshaw, understand? Hearing Uzui's voice from the front, Mika couldn't help but smile slightly. Because as Uzui was emphasizing not to get off the rickshaw, Zenitsu and Inashuk had already jumped off. And because he was worried about the two, Tanjiro also followed them and jumped off the rickshaw. These kids! Seeing Uzui's gritting teeth expression, Mika couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, choosing to come along was the right choice. They're just too entertaining when they're together. Watching Uzui chasing people all over the street, Mika also jumped off the rickshaw. Speaking of which, there are really a lot of people here. And it's so bright even at night. No wonder Tenjin calls this place so magnificent. In this ancient feudal society, the gap between rich and poor was staggering. Although electric lights had been installed in big cities in this era, the expensive electricity bills meant that candles were still the mainstream of this era. Night was the time for people to rest. Under normal circumstances in the city, except for a very few households working by candlelight, other families should all be in darkness. But in this entertainment district, the entire street was lit up brightly, as if it were daytime. Such a scene, apart from a few semi-modernized big cities like Tokyo, could probably only be seen here. No wonder Inashuk and Zenitsu are so panicked. For people of this era, seeing this situation for the first time is indeed shocking. Of course, it's also partly due to their personalities. Looking at the three who had already been caught by Uzui, Mika also walked over with a smile. This mission will surely be very interesting. Chapter 60 Infiltration, the Entertainment District. At the inn, Tenjin Uzui, who had caught Tanjiro and the others, angrily brought Mika back here. Listen up, you three. Once you infiltrate the entertainment district, first help me find my wives, Uzui said. Of course, I'll also be gathering information about demons. Mika had already learned about Uzui's objectives during their journey. It turned out that after discovering demons were hiding in the entertainment district, Uzui had sent his 3 wives to infiltrate and gather intelligence. They had been communicating through letters. However, this communication suddenly stopped recently. Therefore, he planned to personally investigate the entertainment district, find his wives, and slay the evil demons hiding there. But if he were to investigate alone, it would be too obvious. So he intended to find female swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps to infiltrate the district for reconnaissance while he operated in secret. Just as he received orders and was preparing to bring Aoi Kanzaki from the Butterfly Mansion for the mission, he was intercepted by Tanjiro and the others. In the end, it turned into Tanjiro's group assisting with his investigation. As for why he agreed to Mika's participation, it was naturally because his focus would always be on finding his wives. If someone could help protect Tanjiro and the others secretly, that would be even better. After hearing Uzui's explanation, Mika quickly agreed to his request. After all, Uzui had said he needed other swordsmen to infiltrate the entertainment district. Choosing females was obviously because they wouldn't accept males. This meant that Tanjiro and the others would have to cross-dress as women. Thinking about this, Mika's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Hearing Uzui's words, Zenitsu suddenly burst into an angry roar. In his outburst, he berated Uzui for using Demon Slayer Corps members for personal gain, to find his wives in the entertainment district just because he didn't have any. Although his words were full of dissatisfaction towards Uzui, Mika could hear the overwhelming envy in them. Clearly, this guy was jealous. Faced with Zenitsu in this state, even when Uzui explained that his wives had already infiltrated the district but lost contact, Zenitsu believed it was just Uzui's delusion. Thus, an angered Uzui threw all the letters sent by his wives at Zenitsu's face, knocking him to the ground. Ha ha ha. Seeing this comical scene, Mika was rolling on the floor laughing. These 4 together were just too funny. Hearing Mika's laughter, Uzui's anger visibly escalated. Looking at Zenitsu lying on the ground, he unconsciously clenched his fist. I really want to punch him, Uzui thought to himself. So many letters, have your wives been undercover here for a long time? Ignoring the troubled Zenitsu, Tanjiro picked up the bundles of letters from the ground and asked curiously. Because I have 3 wives. Uzui replied. Hearing Uzui's words, Zenitsu, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sat up. 3 wives. 3. Bastard, you bastard! How come you have 3 wives? This is ridiculous. Zenitsu, now sitting up, shouted angrily. In his voice, Mika could hear his outrage and fury towards this winner in life. At this moment, he probably couldn't resist the urge to tie this life winner to a cross and burn him. But unfortunately, the shouting Zenitsu was met with Uzui's long-awaited fist. This punch sent Zenitsu flying. By the time he hit the ground, he had already passed out. Ah, that feels better. Shaking his arm, Uzui revealed a satisfied smile. Nearby, Tanjiro and Inashuk lowered their heads, looking gravely at the letters in their hands. As for Zenitsu, who would care about him at this moment? The letters seem to repeatedly warn us not to draw attention when we arrive. To prevent the tense atmosphere from continuing, and seeing that Mika was still rolling on the floor laughing hysterically and thus useless, Tanjiro brought the topic back to the mission. Didn't I already tell you that? Uzui responded irritably. Then what exactly should we do? Tanjiro asked. Just disguise yourselves. Although it's not ideal, we need to be discreet. Seeing that they were getting to the core of the issue, Uzui sat down again and explained to Tanjiro and Inosuke. My 3 wives are all female ninjas, they're extremely capable, Uzui continued. When I discovered that the entertainment district was an ideal hiding place for demons, I infiltrated as a customer but didn't gain any information. So I sent the 3 of them to infiltrate and investigate from within. Now, they've narrowed down the scope to 3 suspicious establishments. You need to go to these places to find my wives and retrieve the information. Suma is at Tokaidoya, Makio is at Ajimotoya, and Hinatsuru is at Kyogokuya. After hearing Uzui's explanation, Inosuke's comment that your wives are probably already dead immediately broke Uzui's composure. An enraged Uzui punched him, sending him flying into Zenitsu, knocking them both unconscious. Excuse me. A sudden voice drew the attention of the 3 remaining in the room. As the wooden door slid open, a middle-aged man appeared before them. I've brought the items you requested, the man said. Thank you, Uzui replied stiffly. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, that's it. Draw a bit more here. Here, very good, very good. At this moment, the now awakened Zenitsu and Inosuke were sitting on the ground with Tanjiro, receiving makeovers from Uzui and Mika. What the man had delivered earlier were the disguises Uzui had prepared in advance. Women's clothing. Next, Mika and Uzui would disguise Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke as women, then send them to the 3 suspicious establishments to infiltrate and investigate. Among the 3, Inosuke had the most delicate and refined features, barely needing any work. However, the problem was his excessively rough voice. There was no possibility of concealing it with a falsetto, he couldn't learn that technique. So, Uzui ordered him not to speak at all. He was to strive to be a qualified mute bride. Besides this, the one who surprised Uzui the most was Tanjiro. After all, both Tanjiro's mother and sister were top-tier beauties. Add to that his handsome father, and Tanjiro had excellent natural features. Originally, he had a scar on his forehead that made him look particularly fierce. But under Ermid's healing magic, the scar on his forehead had also healed. The birthmark on his head gave him a unique charm. So, with Mika's superior makeup skills, the maid-over Tanjiro looked like a more mature version of Nezuko. Even Zenitsu was dazed looking at him. As for why Mika was skilled in makeup, he could only say that as someone who grew up relying on girls, isn't it normal to know makeup techniques? Under his hands, both Inosuke and Tanjiro radiated a different kind of beauty. As for Zenitsu, made up personally by Uzui, he ended up looking like a clown, causing laughter. Just like Mika, who laughed so hard his stomach hurt. After finishing the makeup for Tanjiro and the others, Mika and Tenjin Uzui, having disguised themselves, led them to the streets of the entertainment district. Passing through the bustling streets, Mika and the others quickly arrived near the 3 suspicious establishments. Tokaidoya, Ajimotoya, and Kyogokuya, hey! After surveying the surroundings, Mika and Uzui began their work. Outside Tokaidoya, they easily sold Tanjiro into the establishment. On the way, they encountered the Madam of Ajimotoya, and Inosuke was smoothly sold there as well. Only Zenitsu, who had been made extremely ugly under Uzui's hands, was unwanted by anyone, even if offered for free. Walking along the entertainment district streets with Mika and Uzui, Zenitsu's whole body radiated fighting spirit, as if he wanted to battle with Mika and Uzui ahead of him. Damn it, why are these 2 guys so handsome? Looking at the backs of the 2 in front, recalling the scene of various ladies blushing at the sight of them, waves of jealousy arose in Zenitsu's heart. At this time, the similarly disguised Mika and Uzui walked side by side on the street, ignoring the furtive glances from men and women around them, casually chatting. What should we do? No one wants Zenitsu. This is indeed troublesome. Does that guy have any other strengths? Strengths? I remember his hearing is quite good. In terms of auditory skills, he's no less than Tanjiro's sense of smell. Hearing, hey? I have a rough idea then. In just a few words, Uzui had thought of a way to arrange for Zenitsu. Seeing that Uzui had a plan, Mika stopped pondering and instead looked around at the scenery, intending to appreciate the splendor of the entertainment district. Soon, Mika and the others encountered a procession of Warren surrounded by onlookers. Seeing the lively scene, the 3 of them also joined the crowd. Ah, it's an Warren procession. Uzui, who had investigated the entertainment district before, chuckled and said, that's Warren Rinatsu from Tokaidoya. This is the highest class geisha going out to greet customers. It's truly magnificent. Wife? Could she be your wife? Hearing Uzui's explanation and thinking of his wives, Zenitsu quickly appeared in front of Uzui with tears in his eyes, his jealousy of this life winner making him cry. Is that beauty your wife? That's too much. Are all three of your wives like that? All such great beauties. She's not my wife. Uzui, his face twisted with anger at Zenitsu, punched him in the face. Ha ha ha. Come on, Zenitsu, we're working now. Don't argue with the sound pillar anymore. Walking up to Zenitsu and helping him up, Mika chuckled and said, besides, what great beauty. It's not as exaggerated as you say. If that's not a great beauty, what is? Zenitsu argued, unconvinced. What kind? Of course, it's like Ermid, Meli, or Yahweh-sama. Mika said with a smile. Looking at the happiness in Mika's eyes, Zenitsu, inspired by Uzui, suddenly asked in a low voice, you don't happen to have three as well, do you? Hey? What three? Hearing Zenitsu's abrupt question, Mika was a bit confused. Wives, of course. Zenitsu questioned loudly, his eyes wide. Ah! Suddenly understanding, Mika immediately became a bit embarrassed. How could that be? Yahweh-sama is impossible. So you're saying Miss Ermid and Miss Meli are really your wives? Because they all lived in the Butterfly Mansion, Zenitsu often encountered Ermid and Meli when there were no missions. Looking at their beauty, Zenitsu even felt a sense of shame. Having spoken with them, Zenitsu could feel their gentleness. In his heart, they were like goddesses. But now, bastard, I'm going to kill you. Looking at Zenitsu having another outburst, Mika helplessly restrained him. This child's delusions are getting worse and worse. Indeed. Uzui chimed in. After exchanging a glance, each of them took one of Zenitsu's arms and carried him towards their final target, Kyogokuya. Let me go. Held by two life winners on either side, Zenitsu could only shed helpless tears. How miserable. In the end, thanks to Zenitsu's talent of being able to play any tune after hearing it once, Uzui finally managed to sell him off. With this, Tanjiro Kamado, Inashuk Hashibira, and Zenitsu Agatsuma had finally completed their mission of infiltrating the entertainment district. Now they just had to find traces of the demons. After completing the initial task, Mika and Uzui returned to the inn. Let's split up from here, Mika said first, looking at Uzui. I have a special technique that allows me to sense everything within a 100-meter radius centered on myself. If our targets are hiding in those three establishments, it will be difficult to find flaws at night during their working hours. I'll investigate each of these three places during the day. So let's divide our shifts, one responsible for the day, one for the night. How about that? All right. Uzui trusted Mika's technique. After all, Mika came from a world with deities, and in such a world, all kinds of techniques were possible. Then it's settled. The night is your responsibility. Nodding, Uzui went into a separate room to change clothes. After completing his disguise, he slipped onto the roof from the window, beginning his ninja life. Coming without a trace, leaving without a shadow. What an excellent technique. Nodding slightly, Mika returned to his room to prepare for sleep. After all, he had important things to do tomorrow. The next day. After waking up, Mika left the inn after some simple preparations and began his mission. On the way, he greeted Uzui, who was passing by on the eaves, and then continued towards Tokaidoya. Because the three target establishments were quite distant from each other, Mika couldn't place all three under his circle simultaneously. Therefore, Mika planned to visit each place step by step. His first target was Tokaidoya, where Tanjiro was. Standing on the roof of Tokaidoya, sensing everything in the shop below through his circle, Mika closed his eyes and pondered quietly. A moment later, Mika opened his eyes. Nothing. Nothing. Looking at Uzui who had appeared behind him, Mika asked with a smile, didn't we agree that you'd take the night and I'd take the day? Why haven't you gone back? Mika had naturally known about Uzui's following for a while. For you and me, not sleeping for a day or two won't have any effect. But this is a long-term mission, after all, the main focus is on the exploration by Tanjiro and the other two. In this situation, rest is necessary, Mika said, shaking his head. Don't worry, I understand, Uzui said seriously. It's just that with your detection ability, your first investigation is the most likely to discover the target. So let me follow you for now. After you've investigated these 3 places, if there's nothing, I'll go back. Looking at Uzui's serious expression, Mika thought for a moment and agreed to let him follow. Just as Uzui thought, Mika felt the same way.
Thanks for listening.